He's gotta be 1000. He ain't afraid to use it. He's gotta be 1000. He's only afraid he might lose it, but he points it at the moon, points it at the stars, he points it at Uranus and he points it at Mars, but every time he touches his camera, Ranty, Bruce the Globe, he Bruce Globe. He's a great globe prover. Bruce the Globe, he Bruce Globe. He's a great globe prover. Ahoy hoy! Today we are reviewing the debate that me and Seek Truth had with Nathan Thompson and Jeffrey Daugherty, and we are starting right now. Well, I need to switch over to the... There we go. How's it going, everyone? Today it'll just be a review of the debate to see how me and Speak Truth did, and the points that I didn't address or maybe wasn't able to address, because there's definitely points that I wasn't able to address, especially in the super chat area, because we all know how much Nathan likes to rattle off bullshit. So how is it? But before we get into that, I'll see how it's going in the live chat. We've got Observer saying Nathan is such a childish ass, and yeah, he can be childish. There was one particular time that I'm looking forward to, because that's when I used that is when I actually used this.
Shut the fuck up, Nathan.
So I used that, and immediately when I used that, he decided to make the sort of thing, because he thought that I was salty. It's like, no, I just want you to shut the fuck up. So that I can speak, you know? So I'm looking forward to that part. I actually used it twice. Once when... where was it? It was early on in the debate. Well, not early on, but halfway through. And then there was one during the super chats, because someone actually sent in a super chat saying, "Shut the fuck up, Nathan." Or, well, I don't think it would have been that, because they don't actually allow you to send super chats like that. But anyway. Well, it's not that I'm salty. I just, sometimes we just want people to shut up, you know? Oh, the speed of changing. Yeah, I actually sometimes I actually tried to stick to one topic, because I had a whole lot more to say. I had a whole lot more to say on the thing. So yeah, let's get into it. I have skipped the intro because I know that people, I like the music of modern day debates, but for some reason other people don't. So yeah, I don't know. Also, in regards to members, I don't know if we have any members in chat. It doesn't look like we do. But in regards to members, I've actually added a new emoji. It's a... what emoji was it? Oh, this is an egg emoji. So, again, I don't know if we have any members in chat. Anyway. Let's get into it.
I'm thrilled to have you here for another epic debate. Tonight we're debating Flat Earth versus Globe Earth, and at Modern Day Debate we are a nonpartisan channel hosting debates on science, politics, and religion in the most neutral and fair way possible. We are a nonpartisan channel.
Okay. One thing I do have to ask. Science, politics, and religion. I don't know where Flat... Sorry, James, but I don't know where Flat Earth fits in that. Definitely doesn't fit on to science, so you know.
In other words, we have no views ourselves. We
Actually, it might fit into religion. Yeah, I think it fits into religion. Anyway.
just host debates, and we let you, the audience, decide who is most persuasive. We are excited to let you know as well, we have plenty more debates to come. So if you're like us and you're kind of sick inside and you enjoy these juicy debates, well, consider hitting that subscribe button, as we have many more to come. For example, this Wednesday, Black Lives Matter will be the subject of our debate. And want to let you know a couple of other things. One, Modern Day Debate has invaded the podcast world. So if you have not seen us yet on your favorite podcast, let us know and we will work to get on there so that you can listen to these debates on podcast as well as on YouTube. And going to go, basically, you could say we're going to have a fairly flexible format. It's going to be easy going.
And ahoy hoy 82.
12 minutes roughly from each side, split between the speakers. We're going to have our Globe team go first, and then we're going to have the Flat Earth team go. Also, what we're going to do is open discussion afterward. That'll be about an hour, and then we'll have Q&A at the end.
Also, you'll notice, by the way, 82, if you want to hop in, you're more than welcome to. Just go to the stream tab in my server, because I don't mind having someone else here to moderate the debate. Not moderate, review the debate with me.
Want to let you know, we are, as a result of having, sometimes we have a lot of silly super chats, and so what we're doing now is,
I like silly super chats.
And you send in a $2 super chat, we will totally read it, absolutely. But if it is like a $2 super chat and it's something like, man, like Nathan's beard makes him look like an Amish man, I'm like, okay, well, like, you know, if you pay $5, we'll read it, but like we're not going to read it for $2. So in other words, we're trying to get you to cut down.
Ahoy hoy glass monster.
Cut down on those super
Hey,
chats.
how you doing?
So
I just clued
that
in.
way, basically, sometimes we've had criticism. People are like, hey, it's like you read all these like silly super chats. We need the serious questions, and I'm like, oh yeah, like sorry, I'm like working on it. And so just an explanation for why that is. Want to let you know as well.
And ahoy hoy
all of our
82.
guests are linked in the
82.
description. So if you'd like to hear more from our guests, well, how convenient that you can click on those links in the description and hear plenty more where that came from. So what we're going to do is just ask each of the speakers to let us know a little bit about what you can expect to find at their links. So we're going to start with Jeff. Daugherty, by the way,
I'm gonna have to skip over a fair bit of this.
Yeah, I was going to say we can skip through that because both what Jeff and Nathan are about to say can be summed up in one word of what you'll find attached to their name: bullshit. Pure, unadulterated bullshit.
Yep. And everyone knows who I am, unless you came here from the debate, in which case, welcome to my channel.
That Christianity for them. Sometimes I bring a
Nathan Tom, people can
reviewed science group on.
Oh, actually,
Link you'll ourselves.
Oh, I love how he mentions his Facebook group. His Facebook group that if you ask one question, you're kicked.
Yeah.
We focus on independent, first-hand, peer-reviewed science that we can verify ourselves. Basically, what real science is. We got.
I love how he says this. I love how he says this. Yet, when it comes to later on in the debate, he basically says that what he does isn't science, it's observations. He says that it's observations. And later on, and it's like, well, you don't have any science then.
You missed a real doozy of a conversation then earlier today in MCToon's server, because Wrong the Foot decided to show up and start to go at a few people, trying to understand.
Hello there, AT2 Productions. Hello there, Gasmaster. How you doing?
Hello, stranger. How you doing?
Ahoy hoy.
Doing good. But yeah, so Chris wanted to go about what is and is not evidence.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, when it comes to him, like, this is one of the disappointing things. It seems that they spend more time going on about, this isn't evidence, this isn't evidence, this isn't evidence. And it's like, okay, well, why isn't it evidence? And then that's what they shift the discussion to. They just shift it to, oh, your science isn't real science, but we don't need science. And it's like, well, actually, you're wrong. And I've talked to many scientists and many science teachers who all say that you're wrong.
Yeah, it's almost like we have no problem talking to people in the relevant fields, and none of them agree with these idiots. I wonder why that is.
Yeah, none of them like agree with the definition of science that they give. I've argued with flat earthers before on the definition of science. It's pointless.
All right.
Like you know, like who Mike Flatbird is. Yep.
Yeah.
I've argued him on his own server before, and well, I've tried to get like my point across that science is basically to get my point across. I identify myself as a social constructivist and instrumentalist falsificationist, which just means that basically in the scientific community there is no one unified scientific method. All scientists construct their own scientific method to fit what they're studying. And that scientific models aren't real in and of themselves; they're just tools to use for figuring out the world. It's just a practical application. It's also empirical and it's also rational. So it has to fit with outside reality, with the external reality of the model. The model is trying to study. It has to be internally consistent with itself.
Yeah.
And it also has to have practical application.
I'd actually agree with you there. I have thought about the philosophy of science quite a bit, and it annoys me whenever they cite the scientific method, and it's like, well, you do know that we just made that up, right?
Yes, it's just used for practical application, and the fact that the way science is that basically you know Karl Popper, right? It's just how it's generally I think that's generally how science is usually done. Science is done by making a testable prediction, an if-then statement about the universe, and then testing that if-then statement with experiment. Peer review is just there to make sure that you didn't falsify your experiment, and replicability is there to make sure that the universe that phenomenon is regular.
Yeah. Well, anyway,
the universe isn't really uniform. It's regular. That's generally the consensus I think of most scientists. It's not necessarily all uniform, but it is all regular.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a way to avoid the oh god, I forget the actual name of the fallacy right now off the top of my head, but where fucking Darth Dawkins loves to rail about it, where it's the uniformity of nature. It's from what we see, it all fits in this aspect. That is where true scientific endeavors, more than any of these fuckwits want to go with, have one thing going for it that should always be admired: the willingness and ability to accept that you could be wrong.
Yes, that's how science moves forward. In fact, that's generally how science moves forward. It's the only way that we can move forward is that if we can accept our failures. If we can accept our failures and self-correct our methods, that's how we move forward. That's how we grow. That's how growth is made.
Yeah. Well, anyway, we'll move on with with this because we're only 6 minutes in. Although I do have it at 1.25 speed.
Consult on the philosophy of science. I can't really hear the stream because it will just echo.
Yeah.
135,000 members in the group. On my YouTube link, you'll find activists that I do, activism I do, sharing with people, astrophotography that I do, taking pictures of the sky, long distance observations.
I love how he says astrophotography. I'm not sure what he counts as astrophotography, but I'd love to see what he's calling astrophotography. I've seen some pretty good
taking pictures of the sky with a camera with a camera that has a very it doesn't have regular resolution.
His phone. He's using his phone.
Yeah, okay. It's not
so it's basically an insult to astrophotography.
You generally use your telescope because it has a really high like angular resolution to match the stars.
Yeah, if you want a great example of astrophotography, there are two people on Twitter to follow. Geist Views, actual dedicated Twitter for it. I'm Astralgeist, and Astronomy Live. That is their bread and butter, and they even piss me off.
Like Spurs and with Westbrook, I believe. Stream.
Okay.
Yeah, and I was in the background just waiting for Reds to tag me in if he wanted Spurs to run away, but he didn't want to because he was having too much fun playing with Skidmark.
Yeah, Spurs is an ideologue. He just is.
Yeah. All right.
No, he's a bullshit artist. He is an outright liar. He does not actually believe what he spews. He is doing it for attention. That's why he runs away from me, because I called him on it 4 years ago, and he runs every time that I show up now because I will start digging into him and pointing out his own contradictions in what he has said over the years. He does not like me.
Of course not.
Well, anyway,
liars don't like it when you show their lies to them.
Well, sometimes it's hard for me to tell, like, if he's like just a pure Poe, because he is. I think it is possible for him to be really like unintelligent. Yeah, him to be like basically nothing more than a troll. It's possible.
Well, anyway, I'll move on with this because we do still have 2 hours and 10 minutes to get through.
Suggestion: skip through the intros, skip through your presentation, because let's admit it, the juicy part is the bullshit that they're gonna say.
Yeah.
Skip through 1 hour 59 minutes of
all
it.
sorts of things, and
with that, folks, as mentioned, the Globe team will go first.
Well, I do want to show something.
I have the clock set, and the floor is all yours, gentlemen.
All right, so I think I'll start off by saying that I've got a video here, if I am able to share my screen. And I think this video succinctly makes my point for me. So...
Excellent. It's up.
All right. So this video is titled, Is the Earth Flat? And it's just a video where I answer the question, is the Earth flat? And of course, I do have evidence to back it up in that video. So let's take a look. Nope.
A 15-degree-per-hour drift.
Now, pay attention to how much evidence is in this.
Hey, that's where my lunch went.
I think where I messed up there, though, honestly, is showing the dome of Creaky's head right at the end. Because I'm not sure if that's I'm not sure if Creaky's head is evidence of a globe or of a flat Earth. So, not
globe. It's too round.
Too round.
What? No. If anything, it is evidence for flat Earth because seeing it like that makes you want to run for the edge and jump off.
I mean, it's not that bad. Come on.
Hey, I gotta give them shit every time it comes up.
Citizen Gold asked, what was the thing with the vertical pipes with the red fluid? That is a level of types to see if the horizon is at eye level. You basically line them up, and they will be level. And so once you line them up, you can check whether the horizon is at eye level or not. So, very, very simple way. Like kind of what I was doing with my small spirit level that I actually still have that spirit level on the plane, and except a little more. Their one is a bit better than mine, to be honest.
Thurston in the chat has it right. It's showing the horizon drop or dip rather than that whole eye level thing, because many a flurf love to say that, oh, the horizon always rises to eye level no matter what, except it doesn't.
Anyway, well, let's...
Now, if the Earth was flat, then their claim should hold true.
Yeah.
Wait. Fuck. That's right. It doesn't, so it's not.
Yeah, it's almost like any sort of falsifiable prediction that they make can be is falsified by somebody out there. But anyway, let's go on. I do want to play what
Thank you very much.
Speak Truth said, because he didn't get much airtime in this.
I think you're on mute.
Oh, that's okay. So that is a collection of evidence that I have, and I do hope that our flat Earth proponents here will be bringing a model. It'd be nice to see that, but I don't think we ever get one of them. And how right was I? I was very right with that statement. Speak Truth. Do you have anything that you'd like to?
Oh, I mean, for that, buddy, we might as well just pack our bags and go. I think that, no, really. Yeah, I've got a couple of other things. Like you said, actually, the model, flat Earth map. I mean, if the Earth was flat, the easiest thing would be a flat, the sizes of everything, exact to scale. There's never been a map produced that map what we see and observe in reality. And the reason is because we live on a globe. Another little thing. People mention, obviously, water sticking to a spinning ball. Yep. I used to fall for this one myself, and now it's about scale. And you look at things like scale the Earth down to the size of a basketball, and the ocean on that basketball would be 0.015 millimeters deep, which is barely a film. So in relation to the size of it's not a big deal that there's that amount of water sticking to it, because in relation to the size of the Earth, actually very insignificant and tiny. And then no could be big. Really, this is what caught me, is the people, the millions of people that would have to be involved actually this, and the fact that nobody out there in the real world, no scientists are even disputing this. It is just people on YouTube, I'm afraid. There are things where science still is in dispute, say global warming, and people are fighting either side, but flat nothing apart from YouTube is basically, unfortunately, introduction.
Thanks so much. Yep. We will kick it over to the Flat Earth team. Appreciate it.
Yeah, but pretty much, it's mostly dialogues trying to cash in on like a situation of distrust and science, which has been heightened by the anti-vax movement and the anti-GMO movement we not used to be a part of.
Well, and I will give this a little bit for seek truth, speak truth. From the actual scientific side of things, when it comes to global warming, it's the actual correct terminology is climate change. And whether or not it's happening is not the question at this point. It's what role and to what effect does humanity have in that change? That's what's still up for debate. Quite contested debate at that.
Yeah, well, I think that when it comes to global warming, or to climate change at least, a lot of the science has been thoroughly reviewed because it is quite important, right? If the climate is changing, then we need to know, especially if we're the ones that are changing it. And so it's been reviewed quite thoroughly, I'd say. Except there's a lot of people that don't want it to be, so they keep on pushing a narrative that it's not.
Especially if they have like a financial investment and especially if they have a financial investment in it. It's mostly most of the propagandists that push anti-climate change like rhetoric mostly have like a financial gain in like keeping it like in doubt. It's mostly energy companies.
Yeah. And even
almost like people who have a vested interest.
Yeah, and even some of those energy companies apparently are switching to renewables. Like I think Exxon or something like that is actually starting to invest in renewables because they see that fossil fuels is dying out.
Well, between that and legislation in certain areas like the EU, they have to.
Because otherwise, they're going to die out.
It's just that it's just a matter of like scale and like it's a matter of scale and like how fast can we get to the point where we can actually like not deal with like the irreversible repercussions of it, because the general consensus is that it may like it's not gonna like kill us instantly by the time of like we hit 2050, but it may not even like we may be past the point of a return by then.
Yeah, like you hear people like so a lot of the climate change deniers do actually take things that AOC, right, for example, they take things that she says out of context. She'll say something like, we've got 12 years to reduce our carbon emissions, otherwise we're all going to die. And a lot of people, I think she has actually said the world is ending in 12 years if we don't reduce our carbon emissions. Now, that is definitely an exaggeration. The world's not going to end in 12 years if we don't reduce our carbon emissions. There'll still be, I think that life will persist on Earth. It just may be a different type of life.
And the question is the habitability of humanity at that point. Now, to be fair, AOC has said a lot of dumb in her short political career.
Yeah. Now, when it comes to one time when someone asked her how long until the world ends again, and she said it in a much more succinct way, and that was, we've got 12 years to reduce our carbon emissions. And I can actually see where she's coming from. Like, if we, like, that could be a best case sort of scenario where we've got 12 years to reduce our carbon emissions. Otherwise, we're past the point of no return. And I can actually reasonably see that. In fact, I think that we're probably now past the point of no return with.
Yeah, I was going to say we've actually had a number of those dates given the point of no return on this subject specifically within the last 15 years. So it's kind of tough to accept anyone who's not actively and established in the relevant fields saying it, because it's like it's kind of like those religious Armageddon proponents that it's always
what they are called.
There's more types of crazy beyond that who say it, but it's still that whole hey, I'm predicting a cataclysm in this many years on this date, and then the day comes and nothing happens.
Yeah.
Oh, of course not.
But there is definitely the question of, are we past the point of no return? Because I am not sure if we are. Because on one hand, I'd love to think that we could turn climate change around. I'd love to think that. However, on the other hand, well, we've got some pretty important glaciers melting, and yeah.
Robert Caslow has a very good comment at this point. Are you going to cover the debate? Yeah, let's get back to it.
Yeah.
Those introductions, and Jeffrey and Nathan, the floor is all yours.
Nathan, go for it.
Excellent. Thanks so much. Guys, just so you know, I never wanted to be a flat earther. I didn't start out gung-ho about flat earth. I was real reluctant to believe it because I didn't need that kind of ostracism and ridicule in my life. I heard B.O.B. was a flat earther, and I laughed on the floor, guys. I could not believe. I thought, what kind of bush is this guy smoking to believe that the earth is flat? But I was also at that time studying applied neuroscience, biochemistry.
So first point that I want to...
I doubt that. Generally, flat earthers are heavy into conspiracy. They're already predisposed with that mindset that everything is fake.
Yeah, I think
and Nathan is one of them. He is crafting this image that his, for lack of a better term, ball lickers have gobbled up in like a freaking starving kid in Africa. But he was a conspiracy theorist before Flat Earth. He did not mock it like he just claimed. He did not have that initial reaction to it. He was one of those, huh, really? And then it was downhill from there.
Yeah, it's a slippery slope.
I feel like
most flat earthers are already pretty deep into the conspiracy rabbit hole anyway. I was kind of like at the surface level. I was just New World Order and like whatever, like basically government conspiracy. That's it for me. Not like anti-science conspiracies like that. I was, but it was like anti-GMO and somewhat anti-vax and even a bit of anti-psychiatry, which I kind of am, but to a different level, not in a conspiratorial way, but in the sense that I think it's just ineffective.
Well, I sent you a text, Plainer Walks.
Okay. Well, when it comes to when it comes to me actually getting into all the flat Earth stuff, Pika Pup wants to come in. Well, I've actually got the amount of people in here limited to 4 because I don't want everyone speaking over everyone, unfortunately.
Okay. Well, I'll be dropping out in a few minutes anyways.
Okay. Yeah, but when it comes to...
You hear that?
Yeah, I did hear that. But
Thank you.
But when it comes to when I got into all the flat Earth stuff, I was actually only a little bit conspiratorial. I used to be a lot more before then, but I actually believed. One of the things that I believed was that the first moon landing was a hoax, but subsequent ones after that weren't, right? And then I actually went ahead and decided to review some of the evidence, and then I've found, the moon landing did happen. So I think that when it comes to flat Earth, it's been really useful for me for dispelling a lot of conspiracies that I used to believe in. Also, after looking into flat Earth, I decided to look at things like 9/11 and be like, oh yeah, like what I used to think, which was that it was an inside job, is not true because there's all this, that, and the next thing. So it's had the opposite effect on me than what it did on Nathan. So it seems that to Nathan it pulled him further down the rabbit hole, and to me it basically yeeted me out of the rabbit hole, for lack of a better terminology. And also, did Nathan just say that he was studying applied neuroscience?
Yes, he did. And biochemistry.
I doubt that. He's gonna. I think he's gonna lie like JM truth on that subject.
Well, just remember, you can sign up for the majors and start your first semester, and technically, you're not lying.
Yeah. That is a good point.
Yeah, you just have to be intellectually lazy or just lazy in general.
Well, no. Here's the difference, and this is why someone like Nathan stuck with the conspiracies, whereas Planner Walk was able to actually discern and get the difference and move away from the stupid. Intellectual honesty.
Yep.
Yeah, like when it comes to someone like Seek Truth, Speak Truth, you can also see intellectual honesty in what he talks about as well. Because when it comes to the evidence that convinced him, it was the evidence. He didn't try to dismiss the evidence like people like Nathan do.
Yeah, he doesn't try to preserve his beliefs because I think is like I think that like the conversion to conspiracism is much like the deconversion from like a socio-cultural belief, like a religious belief. It's a similar process. It's not like instant unless you don't hold it very hardly. You just hold it for fun.
Yeah. Like I try and make sure that when it comes to whatever I believe, it's not something that I hold to be true no matter what. It's not. So if someone tells me that I'm wrong, quite often I'll look into it if it interests me, and I'll see, oh, am I wrong? Like I was told that I was wrong about something in New Zealand, like the 1080 stuff. Right, I was told that I was wrong about that, and I was surprised about that. But I actually looked into it, and it's like, oh, actually, I'm wrong about that, you know. And I am now an advocate for 1080 in New Zealand. I wouldn't recommend people over in America use it. Don't use it there. You got too many native mammals. But in New Zealand, it can be fairly effective. Because I have reviewed the evidence.
Yeah.
So
yeah, these people have a very strong emotional connection to what they believe, so they will preserve their belief. It's I think it's mostly ideology, and it's like a religious phenomenon to most of these people. That's what it is.
Yeah, definitely. All right, we'll see what else Nathan has to spew, because there's definitely a lot of his introduction that I'm going to point out where he's wrong.
Epigenetics, steroidogenesis, and the smartest guy I'd ever met in my life told me to look into it. And so I couldn't just call him stupid. I looked into it. Within 5 minutes, I could tell we had no real pictures of the Earth from space. No private companies ever go to space. It's only government companies or government-subsidized companies like SpaceX. And so my problem at first is the same problem a lot of people in this chat are going to have. And
Hang on.
Yeah.
Government subsidized companies. Nathan, you realize that every major company, every even middle tier company has some sort of government subsidy. They're called tax breaks.
Yeah.
No, especially here in the United States.
Even I get a GST check once every 3 months.
Taxes. Our
Doesn't that count?
On like the higher like companies is like only like 1% at best.
Yeah. Oh, and even I get a small tax break every so often.
We're low income.
Well, no, I don't actually get a tax break because I'm low income. I get a tax break because I can. There's certain things that I can go. Well, this is something that I spent on. So, for example, when I bought a monitor last year, I was able to actually register that as a business expense and get a tax deduction from that. You know, does that mean I'm funded by the government now? I don't think so.
Technically speaking, I mean,
yeah. But then there's...
Technically speaking of like...
By the way, because of the U.S. holiday, your check's going to be delayed by 2 days.
Oh, okay. Damn.
Yeah.
This is just
basic anti-government. Like everything, the government bad. This is just it. This is just.
Oh yeah.
This is just government bad. This is just this is just a libertarian meme.
Okay, so there are things that I agree with on the libertarian side of things, but at the same time, I used to be a government employee. I used to be a government contractor after that. And yes, the U.S. government is a functionally tapped in the head for the majority of what they do, but they are nowhere near as competent as these guys like Nathan try to make them out to be.
They couldn't like stop like the U.S. I don't know much about like U.S. government history, but in like general, the U.S. is like generally recognized as pretty much basically incompetent and mostly almost every aspect.
That is the public view, which there is good reason for it. The government is better than what the prevailing public opinion of it is, because you tend to have polarizing opinions that actually voice it there. But at the same time, as someone who used to be a part of the machine, as someone who used to be a cog in the works, no, there's no way in hell that they would be able to hide the information that they're claiming. And with that, I'm actually going to go ahead and drop out. So, Pika Pup, your spot's opening up. Take care, guys.
All right, see you, 82.
Take care, man.
Yeah. Oh, I think that was a good thing that 82 said. So, all right, we'll continue on until Pika Pup gets here.
To have this problem, guys, and that's condemnation before investigation. And so I'm going to prove heliocentrism is not true. The modern science of heliocentrism, spinning ball earth fairy tale, is based on religious superstition, not empirical observation. Kepler, the scientist who came up with what they use today as the theory for elliptical orbits, he was a court astrologer for the Holy Roman Emperor. And that gentleman came out with a revision of Copernicus's book, which was dedicated to the Pope 100 years before Galileo was labeled a heretic by the same church. So this is pay close attention, guys.
Isn't he religious? Like, isn't he Christian? I feel like a lot of his flat Earth.
I think he's an evangelical, I believe.
Well, I don't think that he's. I don't think that he's Catholic. I think that he is Christian, and a lot of his flat Earth beliefs stem from biblical flat Earth.
Yeah, they stem from like reading the Bible and reading the Bible literally. It's biblical literally, as far as I can tell.
One little phrase somewhere in there that kind of might have suggested it, which I've read that thing cover to cover several times. It really doesn't.
Yeah, I need to at least listen to the audio book of the Bible at some point.
Yeah, twist, misconstrue, bend it around, you might make it think flat Earth, but really, it really doesn't.
I feel like the ancient Hebrew Israelites, Hebrew and ancient I think the ancient Hebrews, even like the concept of like the Earth being like flat might have been at least silly, might have been probably very silly. Since at least like we've known the Earth is pretty much at least curved and not always spherical since like these 4th or 3rd millennium BC. We've just gotten better at like making testable and accurate predictions of it.
And we've actually, gone to the moon since.
Yes. Space is the final coffin in flat Earth.
Yeah.
Space is not real though. Space is fake. Yes, it is.
Space is fake.
Yeah, they repeat that ad nauseum. All right, so
no, I did it wrong. It's no, space is fake. Space is fake. NASA's lying to you kids.
yeah, good Nathan Thompson impression, especially with the kids.
Hey, Peek-a-pook.
Yeah, Peek-a-pup, you there?
Yeah,
I am. How are you?
I am good. We're just going through this debate. We're currently still in the intro, so we need to make... We've been going for 45 minutes, but and we're 16 minutes through, so hopefully we can make up some time. All right.
It's not a scientific deception. It's a spiritual deception masquerading as a scientific deception. Now, if you pay attention to the storyline...
I like how Jeffrey is just nodding along there. You know, he's just
Yes. 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 Yes, it is
model
just
was-
spiritual deception. That's because the spiritual itself is the deception in and of itself. It's just intersubjective. It's such intersubjective nonsense that he cannot justify. He's just interpreting it as such.
Yeah.
Yes, science. The history of science does involve like more than just science. It involves a lot of politics and that, but that's another discussion for a different time entirely.
Oh, definitely. I agree with you there.
It's not very relevant to this debate. He's just the whole thing is just a huge genetic fallacy. It comes from this person with this type of aspect, therefore the whole thing is incorrect. Yes, we sadly do judge people we do judge their words based on like what they are, but in like general logic, that's not logic. That's a failure of like content. That's a failure of content. It's not. The conclusion may be right, but the reasons why is not correct.
Yeah, we'll actually see. We'll actually have to try and keep count of how many times Nathan actually uses a fallacy, because he likes to go on about, oh, you use this, that, and the next thing fallacy, but he actually uses a fair number of fallacies that I've since recognised. But I don't like to base my argument on, oh, you're using a fallacy, therefore it's incorrect, because that would be a fallacy. You know?
Yes.
All right.
Yes,
So,
fallacies are more of like fallacies is more like form, more like content, but not necessarily conclusions. Like
yeah.
it's like saying that like it's wrong to believe in Christianity because like it's a culturally informed belief. While a lot of things are a culturally informed belief, that does not mean that the religion in itself is not in itself like true.
Yeah.
Christianity may be wrong, but not for that reason.
Yeah.
We don't know. It's the conclusion's indeterminate.
Definitely. Yeah. All right. I'm going to.
Jeffrey used to be a religious person who then came out against religion, and now
Yes.
he's trying to argue spirituality and flat Earth.
I don't think he's trying to argue spirituality and. Well, actually, he might be. I think that he is still spiritual. I just don't think that he's Christian. If that makes sense.
Maybe spiritual, but not religious type of person.
Yeah.
Which is, I think, like, my mom is like spiritual, but not religious. She's a pagan, new pagan.
Yeah, you've got quite a few people like that. Anyway, I'll press play because we've got to get through this.
Constructed from heathen religious beliefs. The religious dogma masquerading as science. I'm going to prove.
Heathen religious beliefs. Like, if it was heathen. Like, first off, if the globe came from heathens, why was it endorsed by the. Why would it be endorsed by the Catholics, you know? That doesn't make any...
Because the Catholics are heathens in his worldview. Heathens follow heathens, remember?
Ah, gotcha.
If he's like, we come from a Protestant background, like Catholics and the Protestants just do not like each other. They historically, they went to war with each other constantly. And they had many religious conflicts, especially theologically. If you follow the history of the Protestant Reformation, the whole thing is anti-Catholic.
Right.
They're very worshipping heathens.
Alright, well, let's continue, because Tommy did say this will be a long stream. And it seems that, yeah, we'll have to try and... I might have to actually go 1.5 speed if we get... if we don't catch up sometime soon.
To that, you guys, that. Now, real quick, let's look at the satanic globe map. I don't know if most people are aware of this, but they teach us that the Earth orbits the sun.
First off, sorry for having to pause it so quickly. The satanic globe map, if it's satanic, then why would the Catholics endorse it? Because the Catholics are against Satan. Or at least they say that they are.
Everything I don't like with plus spiritualism. That's what that daily means. Satanic means something I don't like.
Oh yeah.
Something I don't like. That's what it daily means. It's just a buzzword. It's usually a buzzword. Most of these people were not satanic, even though it was the case. Math is You judge the math based on how it's accurate to describe reality. Much like how it's much like language. Like language works because it accurately describes reality. That's it. There is no inherent truth to math, or there is no inherent truth to it. It's a construct.
I like what Stringernews1 in the chat said. What's wrong with a regular globe map? Why didn't Nathan pick a Satan version? That was his choice. And Stringernews1, I do want to say, in case you missed it earlier, that we do have a new emoji we've got for members. And that is this is an egg emoji. It's just me holding up an egg. So, yeah, that's something that I've added for. And when I get 3 more members, I get to add a new emoji. And I'm thinking that the next emoji will be a flat Earth emoji. So, that's if there is no flat Earth emoji already. But anyway, we'll move on.
And the speed of that orbit is 66,600 miles per hour. They teach us that the Earth is tilted. The tilt of that Earth is 23.4 degrees or 66.6 degrees. The curvature of the Earth would be 0.666 feet or 8 inches per mile squared. The circumference of that ball would be 21,600 miles. Now, 216 is 6 times 6 times 6, so 21,600 is 6 times 6 times 600.
Is this rehearsed?
This is like saying... Did you know that if you count up the number of times that the letter P appears in the Pedestra emails, that you know that he's secretly talking about pizza? It's like, or whatnot. It's like, well, that's a stretch, don't you think?
What is asserted without evidence can be dismissed without it. This is just hand waving, with more Satanism in it.
Yeah, and Gary Io in the chat said 23.5 degrees more on. Yeah, and he's completely correct. When it comes to a lot of these things, it's very much a rounding to fit what they believe. And it's interesting how he uses miles, right? He doesn't use kilometers, because if he were to use kilometers per hour, then he'd get a totally different result.
Yeah, it's very selective towards his worldview.
Yeah.
We see that a lot.
Maybe
all they do.
Maybe that's why he only works in miles. I do have a video that is actually a response to a point that he made in this debate that I'm going to make. It might come out next week, depending on if I can figure out all the maths for it. But I'm not going to mention miles at all. I'm not mentioning miles in that video. If he wants to know what it is in miles, he's got to convert my kilometers to his miles. Anyway.
The diameter of the moon, 2,160. So 6 times 6 times 60. The gravitational constant of Earth, 6.67. Now, you guys can believe that all this stuff is true, but I can no longer go on, believing that's true.
Hold on. The gravitational constant of Earth is 6.67. I've never actually heard that. Like, does anybody actually know the gravitational constant? No one? No? Okay. Also...
Yeah, 9.8 meters per second squared.
Yeah.
9.8 meters per second. That's the acceleration of gravity.
Yeah, that's the acceleration of gravity. But it sounds like he's talking about the gravitational constant, which is...
G.
Which is, G. And I don't know what... I will admit, I don't know what the value of G is. I've looked for it, and it gives me another equation. Like, when I look for G, it gives me an equation that doesn't appear to be... doesn't appear to have a solid number, so...
At the second, that's a little too much mass for the way I feel right now.
Yeah. Okay, so David B225...
But I'll drink it if you want me to. I'll sit down and figure it out for you.
Says 6.67408 times 10 to the negative 11 M3 kg 1s2. So that actually... So, yeah, he does kind of know what he's talking about, but only when it fits his narrative. So it's not really 6.66, because it's... First off, it's 6.67, But
it's
that's
actually technically 6.74. You run it up if you round it up.
Yeah. But he.
Sure.
Another thing is that it's actually, and this is a small nitpick. It's 0.00000 something, because 10 to the negative. Oh wait, if it's 10 to the negative 11, that's a negative number, right?
For 11 zeros, won't it? So it's a positive, very, very small positive number.
Yeah, I was making a joke about JM Truth, who says that 10 to the negative 17, guys, is a negative number.
Oh, I do miss JM Truth.
A lot of people do. But yeah, also another thing that I do have to point out isn't the actual Satanist number or whatnot 616, not 666?
It depends
Yes.
on the translation.
But 616 is actually more accurate,
Yeah.
according to the Bible.
Yeah. So, he's basically taking the idea that a lot of people have, which is 666, and saying, that's the Satanist number. And it's like, well, actually, no, it's 616 according to the... at least according to the original Bibles. Yeah, S.T. Hurston says, S. Thurston too says, the number of the beast varies by the version of the Bible. So yeah.
I had to test it for myself and verify that it was all baloney. Now, to control the masses, heliocentrism must be introduced early and often, so it's a deeply ingrained belief. Okay? While at the same time, any idea of a flat Earth is portrayed as by the educational authorities as a sign someone is abjectly ignorant or even insane.
Well, yeah.
Guys, when it comes to proving if the Earth is a globe or if it's flat, which I set out to do about 5 years ago, I've done probably hundreds of observations by now. Dozens of them are on my YouTube channel. We've used telescopes, infrared, laser tests, high-powered zoom cameras.
Skip the entire beginning of his argument and nothing would have changed. He's priming his eye.
Yeah, well, when it comes to what I do love how he just completely ignored everything that I had in my introduction. Completely ignored it. So, yeah, when it comes to... And also, he's bringing up his supposed experiments here, which... I'd actually love to see what his independent variable is. So... Peter Beale said it's the prick of destiny. I like that. I think that's a good way of putting it. At least when talking about Nathan.
Theodolites with land surveyors. I've also done some astrophotography, star trails, lunar eclipses. I was the first one to verify stars don't intersect the marine horizon, as far as I know. They vanish off in the distance and fade away above the horizon. Then I caught the moon doing that.
I should...
Don't swear to me.
That's
funny.
I should have asked...
Almost swore.
Oh, don't worry, you can swear on here. I should have... Because, I played this... I played this clip earlier on in the video.
Shut the fuck up, Nathan.
Shut the fuck up, Nathan. Deep.
Yeah.
There's your dinger.
I also have a dinger, but I don't press it.
Mine's real.
But anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, I was saying, Nathan, why don't I see Polaris in the sky at night?
Because Articat's better.
I mean, I'd love to see what he's talking about. Like, what? Oh,
it's perspective.
Yeah, perspective. One person asked, "Can Jeffrey speak?" No. Well, yes, but the debate was primarily between me and Nathan. I think when it came down to it, like Jeffrey and Seek Truth, Speak Truth didn't get a lot of airtime. With Seek Truth, Speak Truth, that was mostly because his internet was bad and because it was his first debate that he participated in. But with Jeffrey, it was probably because Nathan loves the sound of his own voice.
Call him B.
So, you know. And no, there's a lot of things that I didn't ask him. Like, I only really got 1 point in because he wanted to talk about all of his points rather than talk about my points. But, you know.
Okay.
Let's...
Denver, which would not happen on a heliocentric model. But I'm not going to bore you with the hundreds of observations I've done. I just have 3 arguments for the globe earthers. And James, if I could share my screen.
And this is where he goes into his slideshow. So
here we go. Does the Earth spin? We're going to go into
Yes.
1,040 miles an hour Earth rotation. That's the claim from the globe Earth religion, that the Earth is rotating around an imaginary axis. Now, how would that affect our atmosphere? Would it cause it to rotate as one cohesive body? Or would there be an atmospheric blender effect? Now, if the atmosphere was moving as one cohesive body, that would require that the higher you go up, the atmosphere is increasing in velocity. Now, what natural force could cause air to increase in velocity sideways? You can't say gravity, because gravity allegedly pulls all things down. And this violates basic fluid dynamics, guys. If you move something under a column of air, the entire column of air does not also move with it as a result. That's not how fluids, and that's also not even what the globe states happen. The globe states that there is a Coriolis, or we have an atmospheric blender type effect. Now, this would be what's happening if the Earth was a spinning ball. The problem is it's not observable in nature. Hot air balloons, airplanes, helicopters, insects, smoke, volcano smoke, balls you throw in the air, do not deviate because the Earth is rotating underneath it. That does not happen. That's what they teach in mainstream science. I'm going to hope they're going to have some sort of physical demonstration or scientific evidence that the Earth is rotating 1,040 miles an hour.
Name is air.
Now, I'm going to move to my second point, which is...
Yeah, like, water is not the same as air, but at the same time, when it comes to this, what he's doing is he's misusing the standard definition of Coriolis. So when people talk about a Coriolis, generally, like when I talk about a Coriolis, I'm generally talking about like if a rifle is fired or something like that, especially along north and south, because if you fire a rifle, then there'll be a slight deviation in the way that it goes, and I think there's an east to west, but that's slightly less noticeable. But yeah, when it comes to this, he's using this version for a specific reason, and there are things that this is when he talked about the Felix Baumgartner thing, is one of the things that, you know, I hadn't looked much into that, but I have looked into that recently, and he is wrong on that. Like, he is very, very wrong. So, you know. Anyway, we'll continue and see what he has to say about this.
The atmosphere has to be contained. Now, could the atmosphere exist without a physical barrier?
Yes.
No, it's called the firmament. It's called the dome. It's called the sky map, the sky clock.
Yes.
That's been above our heads for thousands of years. We have constant...
Well, first off, what is a physical barrier? A physical barrier is a... Like, can anyone get it? Like, can anyone...
I could always say the desert fox one for you. Desert file, I mean. Gravity, you fucking retard! Gravity!
Yeah, that's
That's the barrier.
yeah, but like
that's what's holding the
Yeah,
atmosphere
the amount
in
of
place.
energy to escape, like to have like molecules have escape velocity is because remember
It's 22,000 miles an hour.
There's the molecules then like and in the atmosphere aren't like they are basically almost empty space. Empty space. It's not like a cohesive unit.
But when it comes to SMLBSTCBR, right? He or she they got it right. It's all about forces. That is literally what a physical barrier is. A physical barrier is a force.
Yes, it's pressure. Yes, it's pressure.
Yeah. Well, not so much pressure, but it is a force. Like, when it comes to, like, if you have a vacuum chamber, the molecules in the barrier of that vacuum chamber are basically a force that stops air from getting into the vacuum chamber. That's all it is. Now, if you've got a high pressure in a, just say you have a gas canister, the reason why the gas doesn't rush out is because there's a force acting upon the gas in there that keeps the gas inside. Now, is there any type of force that is acting on the particles in the air? Yes. And that force is just as Glass Monster said earlier, in the style of Desert File.
Yes, it's just gravity.
Yeah.
They're too tiny to like. They're very tiny. Like, it doesn't. Like, I think it doesn't take that much to, like, escape the atmosphere. Like, if you're tiny, but for the majority of the time, like, if you're going downward here, if you're going like from downward to like to the surface, there's collections of like air molecules that are being pushed down by the pressure above it. Pressure above it.
Yeah, definitely.
And that's why it creates like a kind of contained atmosphere. Contained like atmospheres, because there are so few molecules that go to the top. I like to think of it as a hierarchy of like this different type of spheres. Like the ones that can attain like escape velocity. Contain escape velocity, you go to the next one, but not enough to go to the next one and the next one above that. Like,
yeah. When it comes to it, I view it as just simply a gradient. You know, we've got a gradient of a
very fine hierarchical. Yeah. It's not very fine. It's like it's a blur. It's a blur at best.
Yeah, like on here at sea level, we've got a pressure of I think it's 1 atmosphere, whereas if you go up a bit higher, then you've got a lower pressure, and this is observable, you know. Anyway, we'll continue on with this, see what else Nathan is going to spew out.
Constellations, stationary pole star, none of that is changing. It's predictable seasons, predictable eclipses. It's like this idea.
Yeah, predictable seasons and predictable eclipses, especially when it's even more predictable when you use the globe model. And the globe model actually gives a reason why it's predictable. The flat Earth model doesn't really. It's just like, oh yeah, this happens because if it didn't, we wouldn't have this particular thing. That's what the flat Earth model says. It says, so when it comes to the sun, they say that the sun gets closer to the North Pole and further away from the North Pole, and it's like, and that's just the only reason why they say that is because if it didn't do that, then they wouldn't have seasons. Whereas on the globe, it's like, well, actually, we have a particular reason for why the seasons have, because the globe is slightly tilted. Because the globe is slightly tilted to that causes seasons. You know. One person says, regarding the rotating at 1,000 miles per hour thing, I have an idea for a quick debunk demonstration you could put into a presentation. Show a couple of rotating circles with no units and ask the flirt which of these is rotating faster. Have one be obviously much faster. Then when they answer, add the length units to show that the fast one is tiny and the slow one is huge. Yeah, that might... That could be interesting, but yeah, that would definitely be interesting. But I feel like it wouldn't really do much to further the conversation. Anyway, we'll continue on.
Of is the sky a vacuum is like asking, can a tire rim have pressure around it without a tire in a vacuum. Now, no, of course, it could not, but that's what the globe Earth asserts. So we're going to need some proof. You can have gas pressure without a container, physical container. That's my second claim. Third claim is the Earth a globe? Now, if it were a globe, it would be manifesting physical curvature in the topography. Okay, the oceans would be convex, not flat. The oceans would be sea curved, not sea level. Look at the spherical trigonometry for a globe. We should see approximately 8
Level
inches
does not mean
or
flat.
0.666 feet
Yeah,
of
definitely
drop per mile squared. Now, this is tangent
This
drop
is a very common
vertically,
equivocation for
right,
which they
on
cannot
a level
justify.
10 with your feet. We don't observe that. You go to the coastline, you go to the shoreline, you go to any lake, it is not dropping down, it's moving away from you. So we have dozens of observations. I won't go over them all. I just want to point out one. We would not be able to see Chicago from the other side of Lake Michigan. And this is just one, guys. I have hundreds. I don't have...
So when it comes to this photo, it was because of a mirage, right? It's because of particular atmospheric conditions, and you don't always see this. Like, that's one of these things that they don't seem to understand. You don't always see these observations that they say should be happening all the time on a flat Earth. It's actually more likely that you'll see things that are consistent with a globe. And that's because the Earth is a globe. There are times when they can say, oh, look at this. This is proof of a flat Earth. But in reality, it's ignoring all the proof that is proof of a globe. And there is a lot of proof of a globe. Or at least evidence. I try not to say proof, but I try to say...
It is proof.
Well, I try to say evidence because evidence is, and I'm sure,
Demonstrable.
Well, I'm trying to. Who's the first person here? How do you say your name? Attestica? I don't know if they're here, but I'm sure the.
I'm here.
Big boy.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, so like you'd agree, I'm thinking that evidence is usually a better term than proof, right?
Yeah, proof is actually evidence. Evidence is something that supports your claim and rules out other claims. Proof is an overwhelming preponderance of evidence. So yes, it is just evidence, but it's overwhelming preponderance towards one thing or against another.
Yeah. But yeah, like when it comes to things like technically you don't prove things to be true, you prove things to be false.
Yes.
And that's actually something that I'm going to get into really specifically when I bring up a 15 degree per hour drift. Thanks, Bob.
Thanks, Bob.
Thanks, Bob.
Maybe that should be
Thanks,
the
Bob.
next. Maybe that should be the next emoji. Thanks, Bob.
Yeah, the gyro.
Yeah. All right. Oh, and we've got Speak Truth in the chat who says, "Hey man, my apologies. I was a little slack and quiet. My equipment was letting me down." And I actually understand. Like when it came to your internet, I did hear it cut out quite a bit at the start, and I think you just got to get. I'd suggest fiber because fiber internet is pretty good, but you know.
That's what I'm using.
Yeah. And also connect. My suggestion would be to connect via Ethernet rather than via Wi-Fi, and that would be
Absolutely.
That would be the
1
best.
gigabits per second is the Ethernet's maximum speed nowadays.
Yeah. Although unfortunately I can't connect via Ethernet because I'm in a completely different room to where the router connects. But you know, I'm making do with what I can. So we'll continue.
Time for him. I want Jeff to get some words in, but there are literally, I could go through here, all these lighthouses, the world record photographs seen from 270 miles away, 50,000 feet of missing curvature. The properties of water, large bodies of water at rest are level and horizontal to the Earth. Now, real quick, I don't know what that introduction was from the Globe Earthers at all whatsoever, but never produced a map. We never claimed to have a map. That's
So, yeah, what was that introduction? It was evidence. Evidence that conflicts with your claim. Maybe someone's just said is Super Chat's disabled, and I'm not sure Not sure what they're talking about there. I thought super chats were enabled on the stream. Hold up, let me just check.
Shout out.
Yeah, they should.
Shout out. Seek truth, speak truth. Hello, this is Glass Monster.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we've got him in the chat. Anyway, we'll see what. Oh, yeah, and he says we don't claim to have a map or claim to have a model. And it's like, well, then if you don't claim to have a model, like, you have nothing.
Yeah, they don't have anything. They don't want to have anything. That's because if they did have a model, I think AB Science covered this when he responded to Nathan. Nathan
Super chats seem to do it.
Anthony Riley, I think. He tried to AB Science tried to make the suit the density equilibrium work into a model of some kind. And Anthony tried to frame it as debunking, even though he was basically trying to make sure his model works.
Yeah,
his force works, and he's trying to make a model out of that, and trying to test that against the experiment. The problem is that testing against the experiment failed. So if he made a model, if he would accept the model instead of framing it as debunking. And saying, and dismissing it on the notion that it isn't science, even though it is intellectual. It's all the above. It's intellectual mostly. It's intellectual, definitely.
Yeah.
I think he tried to make AB Science trying to make a model of his first density equilibrium, disequilibrium, for that creates a force that pulls things downward.
Yeah,
and he didn't want that. Yeah. I think the obvious reason that he didn't want that is because have to show that it was incorrect. It would basically make his beliefs falsifiable, and he can't do that.
Yeah,
you can't do that because you can assert anything you want, and without a falsifiable model. You can just say, well, you can't prove me wrong.
Yeah, and
they can go off that.
That's what religious people have done for ages. They've a lot of religious people will say, you can't prove that God is
Does
wrong.
This work?
And so that was a donation from Seek Truth, Speak Truth that just came through there, and yes, it does. And I just had to turn the donation thing on as well. And also we've got some people like Stringer News 1 and Citizen Gold donating, saying super chats work. And I think Andley Sibley. So thank you everyone for that. And after these one from... Here's one of the unfortunate things, like the super chats seem to be kind of delayed on my end. So Tanner Withheld says, for the migraine tablets you needed after listening to Okay, why didn't that come through? Why didn't it come through? For the migraine tablets you needed after listening to that whiny little bitch. Yeah, it is hard to listen to Nathan Oakley. It is very hard to listen to him.
It's even harder to listen to Nathan Thompson.
Oh yeah, Nathan Thompson, I mean. I get the two confused. They're both just melded into one person that is non-distinguishable from the other. I think the difference is one.
I hope that form never happens. Melding them two into one. That does not deserve to exist. That would just be a catastrophic blight on life in general, not just humans, but life.
Yeah.
Does the chat agree with me? Yes or no?
Generally, very much yes.
Yeah.
Very much yes.
Well, I'm actually...
Chat vote yes, if that would be horrible.
I'm actually dreading a little bit to get back to the video part, as Stringer News pointed out, because then we'd actually have to watch the... Citizen Gold says, is your end the chat we see on the stream? And not really. On my end, there's two things. There's the... we've got the chat I've got a live chat that I see, and on the stream there is also a chat, which should be the same chat as what I see here, but I've just got the live chat that's open on my end in the browser, and so yeah. Anyway, I guess we'll continue.
Strawman argument. You said, I hope you bring a model. Well, I hope you bring a model because neither side has a model. It's begging the question.
Okay, first off, the Globe Earth does have a model. He is just objectively wrong. It's the Flat Earthers that don't have a model. And the Globe Earthers have a model which you can test and verify that it is correct. Flat Earthers don't. So saying that neither side has a model is I think it's something like an equivocation it's a fallacy. I can't remember exactly which one. I think it's basically both sides mean.
It's equivocation fallacy, I believe.
Maybe, because I think that equivocation fallacy is when you equivocate two things to the meaning of something to try and mean the same thing. So I don't think it's quite
You're correct.
I don't think
You're
it's
correct.
quite an equivocation fallacy, but I think it's still I still think that
I fucked up.
there's an issue with what he's saying. Well, there's definitely an issue with what he's saying, but yeah.
Fallacy on both sides. Scale, Earth's not large enough.
Wait,
We
what
already
did he-
talked about how much Earth because neither side never produced a map. We never claimed to have a map. That's a strawman argument. You said, I hope you bring a model. Well, I hope you bring a model because neither side has a model. It's begging the question, fallacy on both sides. Scale, Earth's not large enough. We already talked about how much Earth curve we should see. I don't know why you have to.
So, firstly, when it came to the model, it's not a begging the question fallacy. It's having an app description that is falsifiable, right? That's what a model is. It's making something falsifiable, and that's one of the core things of science. For someone that loves the scientific method, calling a model begging the question is basically just denying science, although that's nothing new for flat earthers. Well, David says it's in a way it's equivocating. He's saying our non-existent model equals your model I take fault with because I'm a big dummy. Yeah.
Shrink it down into a basketball and do all these hypothetical pretend scenarios. But if the Earth was a globe 24,000 miles around, it would drop 8 inches per mile square tangent to our feet, and it doesn't.
It does,
and millions of
or
people are
kind
What is that,
of.
just some argument from person?
So it does. There is drop. It's just using a more elegant calculation than 8 inches per mile squared, because that is a parabola, and we are actually using calculations to work out a circle.
Incredulity and a bandwagon fallacy. Oh, all these millions of scientists agree with me, so we're right. I mean, come on, guys. I really was hoping.
So again, like, our argument is not millions of scientists are right, therefore, or our argument is not millions of scientists agree with us, so therefore we're right. Our argument is millions of scientists would have to be in on it, so therefore it's extremely unlikely that there is a conspiracy, considering that if there was a conspiracy involving millions of scientists, then that would be whenever a conspiracy is involving a significant number of people, then that always gets blown by one of those huge number of people that are in on it.
Millions of scientists say the globe is the real. They all are promoting the globe lie.
So yeah. Yeah, Citizen Gold put it right. Millions of scientists have tested it and failed to prove it wrong. That's a good way of putting it. Anyway.
You can bring more to the table. Jeff, go ahead, take it away.
Absolutely. Thank you, Nathan. Now, I'm a very simple guy. I come to you from the heartland of America with the spirit of 1776 and a rebel yell. And as I study, I look at human culture.
Hold up. I'm just going to listen to that back. He said the spirit is 1776, did he?
Yep.
I don't know if he's gonna be like one of those people who's gonna be like, he's gonna be like
and
one
a
of
rebel
those
yell.
people, I think.
And
So yeah, he said 1776. That explains so much. That explains so much. When it comes to the flags that he's got in the background, the Confederate flag, and I'm not sure what the other flag is there. It looks like a variation on. It looks like a really old US flag or something.
It is.
Isn't it from the Civil War?
Yeah.
Okay, so basically he's stuck in the Civil War era, so that explains so much.
And he likes slavery, judged by the flags.
Wait, he likes. Wait,
he may be at least like bit like I think maybe like even like at the very least some kind of conservative.
Yeah.
Judging by the flags, I'd say he likes slavery.
Probably, maybe. I don't know. Like, he'd probably disavow slavery, but not realize how invested the Confederate was into slavery, or the Confederation was into slavery. So, you know,
He was everything to him.
I believe he defends the flag as well at some point in the debate.
Oh, and
Pride, and I hate it.
also, Gordon's Riber, the people that are talking are the people that I've got a list of the people that are in the stream here, so when the circle lights up for a particular person, that's who's talking. So, or at least that's the way that it should be. Yeah, it's lighting up on my end, so... Anyway, we'll continue on with this, see what he's actually got to say.
as I study, I look at human culture, and I know that the highest expression of human culture in our memory is that of Greece, which followed very close hard on the Atlantean culture. And that's the culture that, in my opinion, produced the highest examples of human culture ever. Art.
I mean, I always...
Kind of. Like, I mean, what do you mean? Like, I think right now we have, like, a pretty high, like... We are discovering and explaining a lot of things on culture. On culture, especially art. There's a lot of, like, expression.
Yeah,
especially, like, now, since we are in, like, hardened times.
Yeah, I don't know what this argument is. Like, because when it comes to culture, like, culture is a very like, saying that something is a high culture thing, that's very subjective, right? Because, like, I'd say that...
like, antique.
What's that?
It's like antique because, like, because of the revolution of mass media, we now get to enjoy high culture and low culture.
Yeah, like, I think that when we say that culture, we have a higher amount of culture or a lower amount of culture, I think that's very subjective. For one, I like internet culture. I love internet culture. However, you know, some people might say, well, internet culture is cancer, right? There are some people that like, I don't know, cancel culture, but you've got a lot of people saying that cancel culture is cancer culture.
Nathan is cancer.
True. But when it comes to this, like, nobody is objectively correct in this. We can say that a certain culture has led to certain
other in terms of certain aspects, but as an absolute objective fact, there isn't such a case.
Now, you can try and make the case that a particular culture has led to advancements, and I think the Greeks and the Romans, they did have technological advancements in their times, but then what about the Industrial Revolution? The Industrial Revolution would have had a completely different culture to the Greeks, and that had so many technological advancements, and arguably way more than the technological advancements of the Greeks and the Romans. So I don't know why he's bringing up the Romans and the Greeks, and also I don't know why he's bringing up the Greeks, and also, like, the Greeks didn't believe, well, at least not the Greeks for the latter half of their whatever it's called, their empire, didn't believe in a flat Earth, so
Is he going to go off into like the historian's fallacy, where he believes that they had the exact same information?
I can't remember, but that is
Likely.
But anyway, we'll continue to see what they've got, what he's going to go on about, because I do know that he makes a very interesting case here, which I found very interesting when I was listening to it.
Theater, writing, sculpture, architecture, politics, social order. In my opinion, it was humanity at its highest and best. It's the culture that produced Aristotle. It's the culture that produced Ptolemy. And these are guys that stressed people deciding what's true by what they can observe. And both of these men observed a heliocentric universe with a stable, unmoving Earth. And by the way, this makes mankind very, very special and very, very unique. And it wasn't until Copernicus that this model was even questioned. And Copernicus was the first to suggest a heliocentric universe with a globe Earth. In about 1543, he had extensive correspondence with Pope Paul III before releasing his work. And coincidentally, in quotes, this is the same Pope that authorized the Jesuit order and the Counter-Reformation in 1540. And more astronomers come from the Jesuit order than any other single group. And incidentally, it was a Jesuit philosopher, a Jesuit.
I don't know what this obsession with Jesuit things is. Like,
It's conspiracy theories.
Okay.
It's conspiratorial. Probably going off the narrative that like today's culture is degenerative, which is often like reactionary talking points. Actually, not talk about this all the time.
Okay, because when it comes to I hear quite a lot of conspiracy theories talking about the Jesuits or whatnot, and to me it's stupid. Because even if even if it is let's say that someone like Copernicus was, let's say that he was a Jew, for example, that doesn't mean anything, right? Whether someone is Jewish, whether someone is European or Christian, it doesn't matter. Their ideas, just because ideas come from a certain person that may be affiliated with a certain group or affiliated with a certain ethnicity, it doesn't matter. It's their actual ideas that matter. So,
So what was his actual argument there? Because Aristotle, didn't he believe that the Earth was curved and proved it?
Oh, it's because...
So is he arguing for the globe?
Aristotle did, in fact. Yes.
Well, his argument was basically, when it comes to the Greeks, he holds the Greeks in high regards, and because the Greeks believed that the Earth was geocentric, then that's probably geocentric. And it's like, well, no, just because a certain group of people believe something doesn't mean that you have to hold to their particular beliefs. But anyway, we'll continue.
Physicists that came up with the Big Bang Theory. We've got literally scientists from Aristotle down to Stephen Hawking himself saying that all of the data, all of the observable data, forget our opinions, all of the observable data is exactly the same, whether it is the Earth that is stationary and immovable, or whether it's the sun that's stationary and immovable. And I've got the quotes to prove it if I'm asked to do so in the further discussion. So being an Aristotle...
Okay, so first off,
everything is
when it comes to this, whether it's flat or round as we have the same data, it's whether so this is kind of annoying. There's certain things that intuitively you would expect if it's flat. There's things that you would intuitively expect if it's round. Now, just because you expect those things intuitively does not mean that you would actually get them. So, for example, if it's round, I can't remember some of the cases that you'd expect intuitively. shit. Like, there are certain things that you would expect intuitively, though, if it was round. Now, Now, that doesn't mean that you actually get them, because your intuition can be pretty bad. There might be other factors in play. I keep on getting something, but then I lose it. So, for example, here's a great example. Intuitively, if the Earth were spinning, you would expect to feel emotion. Intuitively. But that's not what actually happens, because when you feel it... Because you don't feel it spinning, because there's that spin, the acceleration is so tiny that you wouldn't expect to feel it. You know?
The thing is running at such a steady rate, you're not going to feel it.
Yeah. And this is something
if you had a car on a road, and a perfect road, on perfect tires, almost floating on air, not changing in speed, you wouldn't even know the car was moving. It's the change in velocity that you feel, not the velocity itself.
Yeah, actually, Aries 106 says something very great. Intuitively, a piano falls faster than a feather. Right? Intuitively, or like in a vacuum chamber, intuitively, you expect them to fall at the same... at a different rate. But when it comes to actually understanding all the things that are in play, they fall at the same rate. So, you know, there's a difference between intuition and actual expectation of what a model provides. When it comes to the models, when it comes to the globe model provides things that you wouldn't...
Logic are very different.
What's that?
Intuition and logic are generally pretty different.
Yeah. So the globe model provides different things than what the flat Earth provides, and we can test those things and actually come up with why one is better than the other. Anyway, we'll continue on with what Jeffrey is.
Intuition is not very accurate towards reality, but it works.
Yeah,
towards general living. But if you want to have an actual understanding of reality, you have to do logic and science.
Definitely. All right. Well, Gordon Reiber said, "Was it a win or loss debate?" I don't know. So when it came to all the flat earthers in the chat, they were all saying that I lost, and you'd expect to see that. Whereas when it came to globe earthers that messaged me afterwards, they said, "Oh, you did pretty well." Now that may be it may basically mean that you lost, but you had you did well for this against a certain person or whatever. It could be what it means, but you know, it does tend to be that flat earthers will always idolize the leaders. Anyway.
In mindset, if I can use that word, if the data is exactly the same, and it is, I fall back on my powers of observation, on my powers of being able to see, to feel, and to experience. And I know when I stand on this earth that it's stable. I know when I stand on this earth that it's not revolving around the sun. And I had the opportunity or misfortune, however you look at it, to spend 3 hours locked in a room with Eddie Bravo. Guess what we talked about? We talked about flat earth. And as I apply observation to flat earth, and I don't know what else you guys have done, but I was a C-130 crew chief. I've spent thousands of hours flying at 30,000 feet, looking out over the earth. You know what I saw? Flat. I've been inverted at 50,000 feet in the backseat of an F-15, looking at the earth. And you know what I saw? Flat. The highest expressions of human culture say the...
I'd love to have Jeffrey have sit down with Wolfie. I'd love to see that. Because I actually got to talk to Wolfie 6020 last night. And I just realised that my name is set to Wolfie 3010 on Discord. But, you know, Because I wonder what the conversation... I wonder how the conversation would go. Because I've actually seen something that Tanner put into my Discord, Tanner withheld, as a highlighted comment from Hellfire Hammer saying... a comment from Hellfire Hammer saying, "Hey, I'd like to answer Jeffrey's call for a debate, please. How do we make this happen?" And Jeffrey responded with, "You only have 19 subs, not worth my time." And then the response was, "Not worth your time? You've been waiting for someone to take you up and you're carrying out because I'm not a YouTuber? That is quite pathetic. You let Nathan do all the talking and then you think you're some kind of debate heavyweight. No one who even follows anything about Flat Earth even debates even... No one who even follows anything about Flat Earth even heard of you until this debate you sheepishly piggybacked off of. I know what it is though. You saw my pick and your pilot had something to..." and then it goes on. But yeah, you know, I'd like to see what if he would debate someone like Wolfie 6020. Although I don't know if Wolfie 6020 is up for debates because I haven't ever seen Wolfie 6020 in a debate. So, but you know,
the Earth is stable and heliocentric. My observations tell me it's stable and heliocentric. Nancy Pelosi says we need to listen to science, science, science. I prefer to listen to Aristotle. I prefer to listen to Thompson.
But we do need to listen to science.
Yes.
He says...
In fact, Aristotle developed science.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, like... he says that Nancy Pelosi or whatever says we need to listen to science. I prefer to listen to Aristotle. He says on his computer, developed by science.
While reading by a lamp powered by an object developed by science.
Yeah.
The electrical grid.
Yeah.
Daugherty. And that's where I stand.
Thank you very much, Jeffrey. We will kick it into open conversation mode. So thanks so much, gentlemen, and the floor is all yours.
All right. So I'm curious. Planner walk. Seek truth. Speak truth.
So I was actually going to bring up one of the points that they made there, but Nathan unfortunately started talking before I really got to, and there was a small delay. So we probably started talking about the same time, but then yeah. So I was going to talk about their wrong assumption that it was only like 500 years ago that we discovered that the Earth is flat when discovered that the Earth was a globe when it was actually a long time ago.
Have you guys ever tested the Earth yourself?
Depends what you mean by tested the Earth.
Proven that it's a ball or that it spins?
Well, I've made observations which lead credence to it being a ball.
And those were?
Well, there's when I went on a plane, I did things with a level where I checked and I saw that the horizon does not rise to eye level, which a lot of flat earthers expect. On a plane, it was dropping a considerable amount below eye level.
You know the horizon's apparent, not actual, right?
Yes, I know that
is apparent. It's not an actual location.
But the apparent horizon is generally based off the actual horizon.
Okay, if the Earth was a globe, we would have an actual horizon approximately 2 to 3 miles out.
One thing that I want to, one of the points that I want to make is when it comes to observations, like you don't have to make every single observation yourself in science.
Yep, science is a community effort, not an individual effort.
Yeah, it's really weird. Like all these flat earthers seem to expect, do the observations yourself, and it's like, well, I don't have time to do every single observation myself. Like I am okay with someone else making an observation and me looking at that and going, okay, this is what this particular, this is what we see at this particular place or under these particular conditions, right? It doesn't mean that I then have to go, like with the Black Swan image, has any flat earther taken the Black Swan image apart from the ones that initially took it? I doubt Nathan Thompson has gone and taken the Black Swan image himself. So no, you don't need to go ahead and do every observation for yourself. It's just that you can use other people's observations. Stringer News 1 says, did Nathan provide the results of any of his alleged science experiments? No, so having a double standard for you was dishonest. Yeah, true that. But yeah, we'll continue on, see what he has to say.
We do have an actual horizon, and the apparent horizon is based off of it.
Oh, we have an actual horizon 3 miles out. That's interesting. Are you familiar with the Black Swan?
I knew he was going to bring that up. That is why I said that I do know that the horizon is apparent, because when we see the horizon, it is always what we see is apparent. Like, literally, when I look into a mirror, what I'm seeing, my reflection there is only apparent. There's not actually me when you go through the mirror. You know? So, yeah, when it comes to things like that, a lot of things are apparent. But a lot of everything that we see is apparent. It's just that we can say that it's based off what is actually there. And this is where he goes into this is where he starts going into definitions and yeah. So he does get a little bit Weasley here.
Oh, I am familiar with the Black Swan. We also have a apparent... Yes, and that has a lot of refraction there, leading to an apparent horizon that is very different to the actual horizon in that particular image.
So refraction is your answer for the horizon being 7 miles farther than we should see it?
Yes, because people can calculate when it comes to refraction where the horizon should appear given the conditions.
One of the great things that I like to point to when it comes to this thing is Mick West, right? Mick West did the calculations for refraction and showed exactly what you'd expect to see on the globe, showing the atmospheric conditions, or the using the atmospheric conditions that would lead to that exact type of image. So one person in the chat just asked, who's dumber, Nathan Thompson or Sleeping Warrior? I think that Sleeping Warrior, I think that he's trying to be dumb for attention. I think that Sleeping Warrior is purely in it for attention. I think that Nathan is also in it for attention. But I think that Nathan is dumb enough to actually go to a school and start trying to hand out flyers to kids playing on the playground. I think that when it comes to two people that are in it for attention, the person that does things that are actually illegal is probably the stupider one. So I'd go with Nathan.
Can you define refraction for the audience?
Refraction is when light bends due to the density of the medium that it is traveling through changes.
Got you. Excellent. So it's pretty much distortion, right? The light.
So my what I said there is absolutely correct. Refraction is just simply is when light changes direction. That's all. Like, I should have just said refraction is when light changes direction, but I decided to add because there are other reasons for why light may change direction, like gravitational lensing, but I knew that this debate wasn't going to involve gravitational lensing anytime soon. So it's essentially when light bends due to entering a different medium whenever you're talking to a flat earther.
Is bending, it's changing due to distortion in the atmosphere?
Yeah, we can say that.
So you're going to tell me when it's clear and no refraction, we see a 3-mile horizon Earth curve. But when it's not clear, guys, this is the whole globe argument. It's completely illogical and inverse to reality. They are saying that the more distorted, the more refraction, the farther we can see.
Now, this is I think I actually explained this. Now, maybe I didn't explain it succinctly, but I think I did a pretty good job in addressing this. So, Robert says diffraction is not distortion, and I think you mean refraction is not distortion. And you're completely correct. Refraction is not distortion. Like, I think that what he's thinking is he's thinking that when things are refracted, that it's more obfuscated or something. But that's not true, is it? Like, if I have a high index of refraction through glass, that doesn't mean that what is seen through the glass will appear foggy or whatnot. It just means that there's a high index of refraction. Like, they're two. I think what he's talking about is a different thing.
Now, do you understand how illogical that just sounds off bat?
I mean, when it comes to the black swan image, that has a lot of refraction, so yes, you would see, you'd be able to see further.
Okay.
Because light is bent down.
You're missing the point, okay? When the objects in the distance are distorted, you can't see them.
But they are. Like, that's the thing. They are distorted.
Distorted.
Yes, look at like
the temperatures.
What's that?
It is actually distorted. It's like the tower, like the towers, like the towers on the oil rigs. They are distorted, like a funhouse mirror.
Yeah,
like funhouse mirror. They are distorted.
Yeah, and he completely ignores that. So that's why I'm
changing. The light
smiling
is
right
bending.
there.
But you're saying when it does that, it looks flat. We see way too far. But when it comes clear, to the image, hold on, let me finish. But when it's clear out,
it does look flat.
you're saying the horizon's at 3 miles, we can see the
short
Earth.
distances.
Well, when it comes to that particular image, the objects are clearly distorted.
The argument is not about the objects. The argument is about the horizons. Please.
I hate when they do this. Like, the reason why I hate it is because it's one of these things where they're trying to obfuscate it. I don't know what my response. I can't remember my exact response to this, but essentially, I said that we can look at the objects to ascertain details about the image. Like, because here's the thing: if we just cut the objects out of the image, then what are you left with? You're left with an image that is just of a horizon. That's all you're left with. You're literally using the image to ascertain certain details, like where the horizon is, or is there refraction in that image?
Please stop trying to strawman an argument.
Well, I'm not strawmanning it because there is clear distortion in that image. That image shows distortion. If you're ignoring the objects, then you can't have a reference of where the horizon is. Whereas in that image, you use the objects, the platforms in this case, to say, well, this platform is this amount of miles away, so therefore the argument must be the horizon must be behind it. Whereas when you look at the platforms, they're very clearly distorted.
Not must be behind it. The horizon is behind it, Planner Walk, and I don't know.
So this is what he's doing here is he's equivocating. So when I say that when I said the horizon must be behind it, when I am talking about that, I'm talking about he's saying that the physical horizon must be behind that. Whereas when he says something like the horizon is behind it, when you say the horizon is behind it, you're talking about the apparent horizon. Yes, the apparent horizon is behind those platforms, but that does not mean that the physical horizon is behind those platforms. So, you know.
If you're paying attention to your argument, but your argument is that the horizon is a physical edge of geometric globe Earth geometry, and it would be at 3 miles. What do you not understand about this being way past 10 miles? And your argument is, oh, well, when there's more distortion and there's more, well, we can see farther and it looks flat, but when it's clear out, you can't see far, it's Earth curve. Right?
Yes, because when it's clear out, we actually see things disappearing bottom up. And hold up, what was I about to say there?
It's the opposite of what actually happens, Planar Walk. It's the opposite of reality, which is when there's...
No, it's not the opposite of reality, because when it is clear out, we see things disappearing bottom up. When it's not clear out, we see things being refracted with heavy amounts of refraction. You know.
There's more stuff in the air, like fog, evaporation, refraction, miraging. It's harder to see, not clear.
Well, as I said, it is very clearly distorted in that image. Now, you can actually look at other images of those same platforms, which show the platforms disappearing over the horizon.
Okay, so you're saying that refraction causes the horizon to raise up above the horizon.
That is correct.
The refraction causes the horizon to appear further in the distance, and it does actually cause it to raise up behind other objects because of the thing called looming.
So the horizon can be looming? Can you define looming for the audience? I know exactly what it is, and I'm going to pulverize your argument. But please define looming for the audience.
Looming is when the light is bent downward so that objects appear higher on the horizon.
Objects appear higher. Objects that you can already see. Now, my question, Planar Walk, for you is the horizon an object?
Yes.
So when it comes to this, I didn't know what I was walking into here. I didn't know that he was going to make this dumb fuck argument. And seriously, it is a dumb fuck argument.
Well, what is an argument? Well, what is an object? Is it something that physically exists?
Yeah. So he's about to make a really dumb fuck argument. I was not prepared for this level of stupid. I can honestly say that...
I'm not prepared for that.
So, let's listen. Oh, hey, Team Skeptic. Team, if you want to come on, you're more than welcome to. I think that you should have the permissions to join without me needing to kick someone out.
It is part of an object.
Horizon is an object. It's physical, and it's not apparent. So the sky actually touches the Earth? It's a physical...
So, yeah, as I said, I was not prepared for this level of stupid. The sky actually touches the Earth. Well, no, the sky doesn't touch the Earth, but the physical part of the horizon is the ground. You know, that is the physical part of the horizon, is the ground. I'm not saying that there's I'm not saying that the literal sky is meeting the Earth. I don't know what the fuck this. I don't know what the fuck this argument is. It's a dumb fuck argument, and whoever thinks that this argument is good is a fucking idiot. Took me a while to get the dinger up there. I need like a physical dinger so that I don't have to click over.
I have one.
Physical place you can go to?
All right.
Well, the horizon is part of a object. It's part of the Earth. So the Earth. So even though there's not a particular point where the Earth meets the sky, the Earth part of the horizon is an object. It is the Earth.
Okay, the horizon is not an object, and that's what you're claiming is looming. Now I just asked you to define looming.
The horizon is part of like what I said there is absolutely correct. Yeah, like he's acting as like I'm saying that I can walk over to that spot and you'll find the horizon where the sky is touching the ground. Yeah, it's dishonest and stupid, because first off, when it comes to on Stringer News, there's actually a dinger in the in the members thing that you can use. Just so you know. That's Team Skeptic Dinger as well. When it comes to the... So when it comes to the horizon, it is the point where the ground meets the sky. Now, the ground is the physical part of that, right? The horizon is just where we see the ground meet the sky. So, I'm not wrong.
It's optical.
Yeah.
It's part of the geometry. It's part of the optical geometry of what you're standing on.
Yeah. As I said, I was not prepared for this level of dipshittery.
The horizon is not an independent object. It's the result of something.
Yeah.
And you said it's when objects appear above the horizon. So you're saying it's when the horizon appears above the horizon?
Well, the Earth part, so below the horizon, you've got the Earth. I'm not saying that there's some arbitrary barrier that is loomed up. The Earth is loomed up, which is under the horizon, and the horizon is defined as where the Earth meets the sky.
Jeff, do you have anything else for this guy on Earth curve? Because he's saying that when it's distorted, we see farther, it looks flat, but when it's clear, you can't see you can't see far, we see Earth curve.
I like how he completely ignored my point about the... Like, he completely ignored my point earlier, where I was talking about the Black Swan disappearing bottom up. Completely ignored it. So, yeah.
I mean, that's like a level of abject ignorance I wasn't prepared for.
I'm not prepared for that.
I'm not prepared for that.
Well,
I like
prepared for Nathan.
Yeah, like I was honest. Like, to be fair, like Nathan may say that he was not prepared for my level of ignorance, although his level of ignorance is clearly higher than mine. I was not prepared for his level of stupidity. So.
I want to move on to Earth rotation.
Hold on. I just want to respond to that, because when it comes to the Black Swan images where the objects in the distance are clear, or
it's not about the objects. It's about the horizon. I don't know why. You...
So I think I mentioned this, but when it comes to it, like as I said, when it comes to the objects, we can use the objects to ascertain details. Like if the objects. So, for example, in one of the images, the platform habitat, I think it is a flat swan instead of a black swan. You know, the platform is squished. You know, meaning that there is definitely atmospheric effects that are affecting it. When it comes to another one, the platform is disappearing bottom first. When it comes to another one, the platform is this mess of distortion. We can use... Obviously, in each of these images, there is a different thing happening each time. So, if you want to use one to ascertain the shape of the Earth, wouldn't it be better to use the one where it is clearly clearer?
Yes, but we can use the objects. What's that? Speak truth, speak truth?
Sorry, no, I was going to say if the Earth was flat, was the horizon 3 miles away, it would always platform have. And I just can't see how people can't see that. How you have to have a horizon for there to even be an apparent horizon. Like I say though, flat Earth, the horizon would always be behind that second platform. That is the way you would view it. That you would never have a horizon as close as 3 miles away.
Just to be sure that we understood that, because I think that...
And Speak Truth did make a good point there, although I do have to... I will be clarifying this because he did cut out quite a bit. Unfortunately, he had bad internet, but hopefully he fixes it.
The connection's a little bit up and down, but Planner Walk, did you kind of get the gist of that? Could you put that in a summary just to be sure that everybody... Did you hear it?
Yeah, so when it comes to that, what he's saying is that when it comes to when it comes to the horizon, sometimes it's in front of the platforms. You can see the platforms disappearing over the horizon. And I was actually going to mention about when it comes to those days where you do see the platforms behind the horizon, it's very clear. You can see them. They're not distorted at all. Whereas in the Black Swan image, there is distortion happening. You can see that it's all distorted. And so the Black Swan image because we're using refraction as an argument, the Black Swan image is consistent with our argument.
Well,
I feel like I didn't clarify his Seek Truth, Speak Truth's argument enough there. So when it came to Seek Truth, Speak Truth's argument there, it was more if the Earth were flat, we would always get the observation of the horizon behind that second oil rig every single time, whereas we don't get that. That was his argument there, and I'm sorry for not adequately explaining it. Seek Truth, Speak Truth. Sorry if I rushed to inject a bit of my own argument into there.
Again, I'm a simple guy, but Black Swan, Red Swan, Pink Swan, Purple Swan. If I'm correct, Nathan, we're talking about an image that was of something that's over 10 miles away, correct?
Yeah, the horizon is over 10 miles away, and it should be 3 miles away on their globe Earth, which would have a physical geometric edge, but does not, and they just claim it's refraction causing the horizon.
Unless I'm completely missing the boat, we shouldn't be able to even see that object at nearly 11 miles away because of the curvature of the Earth, and it doesn't matter if it's refracted, it doesn't matter if it's fuzzy, it doesn't matter if it's blurry. If there's a curved Earth, we wouldn't see Red Swan, Pink Swan, Black Swan, any swan, right?
So there are phenomena that such as refraction, which can cause light to bend down, which makes objects appear higher. Now, when it comes to the light being bent downwards, the reason why the horizon gets sent backwards in the beyond those objects is because the further out it is, the more refraction that it is subject to. So the higher in the image these things are subjected to.
But plainer, that's very...
So when it comes to, maybe I could try and explain it more adequately than how I explained it there. So when it comes to, let's try and succinctly describe it. So when it comes to the horizon or something, or actually objects that are further in the distance, they have to travel through more atmosphere. So when you're traveling through more atmosphere that has atmospheric conditions that are very very different or very when it's traveling through more atmosphere that has conditions that will subject it to refraction, the further it has to travel, the more atmosphere that it will be traveling through that will make it refract. So therefore, the more refraction it will have, that it will be subject to. Hopefully that clears it up a little bit if anyone was confused about the point that I was trying to make there. And Jason Smith does make a good point. A camera only captures light and is not a measuring device. You would need a lidar or something that is actually used to measure distance. And that is correct. Like, a camera is not a measuring device.
Cameras are not reality detectors.
Yeah. And I still see Team Skeptic in the chat. Team, do you want to come on? If you want to, you're more than welcome to. Just in my server on Discord. You should, as I said, you should be able to join the stream chat. But I can understand if you're a little bit busy.
Very eloquent. Are you familiar with Occam's razor?
Yes.
So is your argument more simple, or is the fact that we can see it because it ain't round more simple?
Okay, let's see what my
if the argument that we don't see it because it ain't round was the actual, if that was the truth, then we wouldn't see objects disappear over the horizon at all.
But the only reason we see...
Okay, that was actually a... I do have to give myself congratulations. Sometimes I overcomplicate things, but I kept it really simple there. We see objects disappearing over the horizon, and, would we see that on a flat Earth? The answer is no, right?
No.
Because a flat Earth, you'd have to add in other things. So his Occam's razor thing doesn't actually apply, because on a flat Earth, you would need to add the assumption of things will be able to disappear bottom up. On a globe Earth, you need the supposed assumption, and I'm going to describe. Flunchy and McFly.
Like, Occam's razor also requires like the explanations to be both epistemically equal. Like they can explain the same things, but it does in different ways.
Hold on. So, team. Firstly, you should be able to override the max amount of people. If you can't, I can override the max amount of people. So I can. So if you aren't able to join the stream, you should be able to join Gaming Lounge, and I should be able to drag you in to it. But yeah, so when it comes to these two explanations, like flat earthers will say you can't override. In that case, I'll drag you in. So these two explanations, like flat earthers will say,
skeptic is in the house.
Yeah. All right. Hey, team.
His mic is muted.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, hold on one second. I
There we
can't
go.
hear you guys, so give me 1 second. I've just got to get all my routing back done because I changed a bunch of stuff up.
Yeah, and I'll turn you to the standard volume of everyone else. So yeah, what was I saying? So when it comes to the two observations of
Okay, y'all just go on without me for a second. I'll be ready in a moment.
All right. So when it comes to the observations, or when it comes to the explanations, so flat earthers will say perspective, globe earthers will say refraction, right? Now we can actually test these. We can actually test which one of these is in effect, and I love how everyone's just making.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh shit. Okay. Could you hear me the whole time or just at the end?
Oh, we could always. Yeah, we could hear you the whole time.
Okay.
Could you hear the whistling?
Man, I can't stay long. Yeah, I can't stay long. I only have I have a fantasy football thing I got to do tonight. So.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, that's not real then.
We're talking about flat Earth, right?
Yeah, we're
Yes.
talking about the debate that I had with Nathan Thompson
we're
and Jeffrey
talking about
Daugherty.
we're literally. I just literally joined into a conversation where we weren't talking about something that's real.
Oh, true.
So anyway, I got a little bit of time. So
Yeah. So we'll continue on with whatever Jeffrey and I are jabbering on about.
Objects disappear over the horizon is because they go out of our vision. I've got a nice camera, and guess what? I was born and raised on Clearwater Beach, Florida. I can watch a boat go over the horizon. Crikey, it's gone over the edge of the earth. But then you know what I do? I pick up my camera and I zoom in, and guess what? Boop! It comes back, and it comes back, and it comes back. Now, eventually, it'll get far enough away that atmospheric interference and humidity means I can't see it, but I can see that thing for a long damn way. And again, I really don't have a dog in this fight per se.
So I unfortunately didn't actually respond to this point because I think Nathan interjected before I got some time. But yeah, when an angular size gets too small to see it, you can't see it anymore. That is not the same thing as things disappearing bottom up. When something disappears bottom up, you can no longer see it anymore. No amount of zoom will bring it back. It's like, it'd be like me saying that when I hide my nose behind a blanket, like if I had a blanket, I don't have a blanket. If I were to hide my nose behind a blanket, then zooming up on it would bring it back. No amount of zoom is going to bring my nose back if I hide it behind a blanket. It's stupid to think that you would be able to bring it back.
How come you're hiding your nose behind a blanket?
I don't know, like...
You beg the question.
I do have reasons for maybe wanting to hide my nose behind a blanket. However, like I'm not getting into my sex life, so
You could always use your sweatshirt.
true.
If you have to hide your nose behind your blanket while having sex, you're doing it wrong.
Yes.
As I said, I'm not getting into that, so I do have my reasonings, but like I prefer not to get into whatever goes.
You like to Dutch oven them, don't you?
I don't know what a Dutch oven is, and I have
You don't know what a Dutch oven is? No, hold on. We got to get this fixed now. You don't know what a Dutch oven is? Then you don't know whether chicks actually like you or not. That's the way to tell whether a chick actually if you Dutch oven a chick and she sticks around, that's a keeper. Okay.
Yeah.
So what you do is one night, you got to beat it up first, right? You got to beat it up real nice and good, leave her wanting more, and then what you do is you just fucking hold a fart in as long as you can, right? Make sure it's nice and fucking thick. You don't want to go. You don't want one of those. You want one of those like one of those. One that's like there's no denying that it happened, And then what you do is you pull the covers over her head and you hold the covers down. If she runs, let her run. Okay? If she comes back, it was meant to be. If she never returns, it was never meant to be. If she doesn't run, if she wafts bathes in the particulates, she's a keeper.
I don't think I'm ever going to be Dutch
starts to rot. As her t-shirt starts to rot as she walks through it and turns brown from the particulates in the air.
What the fuck are you eating?
Meat tubes.
Right.
Lots of meat tubes. Well, whistling.
Basically.
If you don't want to do a Dutch oven, I understand. It's kind of fucking ridiculous when you think about it. There's another test you can do. Just leave a fat turd in the fucking toilet and then bring her back and say, look at this. How amazing is that? If she awes in the floater, then she's a keeper. If she's like, you sick fuck, why would you do that? Just let her go. She's not. She doesn't like you, to be honest. She just thinks that she likes your haircut or something.
Jessica G says Team Skeptic is that guy who carpet bombs elevators, and I think, yeah. But here's the thing: I don't think it would work with New Zealand people because we eat a lot of Marmite over here.
No one ever thinks it works until you do it, and it works. So,
yeah, but you don't understand. We eat a lot of Marmite. We have Marmite on toast every day, pretty much.
I learned all this because I had like a stage 5 clinger, and I thought, how do I get rid of this chick that just won't leave? She's asking to stay the night. She's saying stuff like, oh, we can have breakfast and lunch and brunch and this and that tomorrow. I was like, yeah, I don't really have the same sentiment. So I Dutch ovened her. And she was like, oh, wow, that's funny. And I was like, that's not the fucking response. I need you to leave. Like, what do you do after that? And I was like, okay, well, stick around for a few months. Then if you're gonna go through all that, great. Then I can just take dirty socks and throw them around anywhere. You're not gonna have a problem with it. Total keeper.
Like one person says, Dutch oven 100% chance of killing relationships. So I think it's more the Dutch oven is that point in which you see how far you can go, really.
Test the dedication of your partner, man. You always got to know that dedication.
Do you know what a hegassen is?
I think it's more of test the dedication. It's more of a test the dedication if you're not worried about killing the relationship.
No, yeah, you shouldn't be worried about killing the relationship. The relationship should be the last thing on your mind. You're worried about the partner. If you have a good partner, you have a good relationship. If she can't be Dutch ovened, you don't have a good partner. Chances are you're not going to make it through it like a long time.
Okay. I mean, I'm not going to take your advice. I feel like that would be terrible advice, but I'll just stick with, okay, I believe you.
It's just a little methane, bro. It's not even that big of a deal.
Yeah, like everyone loves sniffing methane. Like we all sniff methane from time to time, right?
Yep.
Just me?
If you aren't, you're doing life wrong.
Jessica G says, mind if I clip this Dutch oven segment of your video? I'm going to add it in with a compilation of Rad Vlad picking his nose. Go ahead! I don't think that I come off as bad in this. I think it's Team Skeptic that's coming off as bad.
Wait, why would I come off as bad? I think I come off as fucking sexy as fuck.
Well, do you have your mankini on?
No, that was sent to Belicharge.
Well, I'm sorry, but without that mankini, you're not sexy.
I can go buy another one. I go buy one that's got studs around the neck.
Oh, kinky. Anyway, we'll continue on and see what other things that Jeffrey is going to yabber on about.
All I know is that what I see that boat come back. It's not going over horizon. It's going straight. And only until it gets too far away for my technology to see it.
Hold up. Aren't these people the trust your senses people? Like,
Yeah, these are the more intuition people.
yeah, like, if you're trusting your senses, why do you need to use technology?
Because it doesn't contradict their worldview.
Yeah, like, why? You know, it's just something that I thought of. Like, if you trust your senses, why are you using technology? Obviously, you don't trust your senses that much. Not enough to just rely solely on them.
Does it disappear?
Yeah, you do realize things disappear bottom up on a flat Earth too, right?
Does it disappear first?
What?
No, they wouldn't.
What's
No,
that, Seek Truth?
terrible audio on that guy. But that's a bottom up fallacy. Things.
So what the fuck is a bottom up fallacy?
What is that?
I think
Yeah.
I think what he's trying to say is a bottom up fallacy is when you say that things disappear from the bottom up on a globe, and that it only happens on a globe. But I have yet to see a demonstration of things disappearing bottom up on a flat Earth.
Which philosopher discovered the bottom up fallacy? That's what I'd like to know.
I don't know. Like maybe, are we counting Nathan Thompson as a philosopher?
No.
We got
About as much as we're considering J.M. Truth to be a scientist.
maybe it's the philosopher. Maybe I've got to get in touch with the philosopher of nonsense, see if he invented the bottom up fallacy.
He's on my Discord.
Yeah, I know.
Of course you know.
So, yeah, but as Mike said,
it up as he goes along. I mean, why do people even entertain this guy anymore?
As Mike said, he's inventing fallacies. That's what he's doing. Like he's just like I was actually wondering, like right here at this point in the debate, I was wondering what the fuck, like bottom up fallacy. That's not even a fallacy. Like if you're gonna use fallacies, use actual fallacies. Like just don't randomly invent them because otherwise. Because I think what flat earthers think is they think that saying fallacy immediately invalidates their opponent's argument. I think that's what they think.
Probably.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll continue on and see what's said about it.
Disappear bottom up. Flat Earth too.
What's a bottom up fallacy, Nathan?
You can't claim that things are obstructed by Earth curve. That's why they disappear bottom up. Because they
That's actually a
disappeared
good point.
that way on a flat Earth too. You guys do realize that.
Why?
Do you expect things on a flat Earth to vanish top to bottom or sideways?
I'd expect them to get smaller into the distance until they're no longer resolvable by the human eye.
Oh, they do that, Planner Walk. Now, will you tell me why none of the Earth curve calculators online account for?
Now, he didn't actually answer why things disappear bottom up.
Yeah, he just said it was fallacy.
Yeah. And I like how
What was the beep?
Oh, he's got a censorship thing.
Yeah, you can just insert whatever word you want into the censorship part. That's. I find it really good. Like if you could just yell like really positive stuff at people, and if you use the buzzer, the censor buzzer, while you do that, they think that you're talking shit.
That makes sense. Like, say positive things about me.
All right. Planar walk, the most ever fucking is cut and at this point because since look at
I don't know about
I
this.
fucking planar walk.
You know, for a bit there, it sounded like you were dial-up. Haven't heard that sound in ages. But yeah, like he pulls out. What was he saying? Like, I don't want to rewind because I don't want to listen to him again. Oh yeah, he says that's what he says. He says that why does the Earth curve calculator not account for angular size? But it does. Like the Metabunk one does anyway. So let's see what he responds with.
Angular size reduction?
They do.
Oh, they do?
Yes.
Which Earth curve calculator is that? Because I've personally debated Metabunk, and that's not true. They do not account for perspective.
Yes, it does.
The only reason things are obscured or obstructed on an Earth curve calculator is, guess what, Planar Walk? Earth curve. It's the only reason for obstruction.
Well, the Earth curve calculator on Metabunk, when I find it, has a section there saying pure angular size results.
Yeah, I've debated that guy in Vegas. He says we can see the curve of Earth from 40,000 feet up, which Jeff Daugherty, I mean, you've been 50,000 feet. You didn't see the curve, right?
I was 50,000 feet inverted in a F-15, and no, I didn't see anything but flat.
Okay, so can anyone explain what he means by inverted and how that would mean that you'd see the curve? Like, does that just mean upside down?
Upside down, yeah.
Okay. So why would you see the curve more if you're inverted? Like,
I'm pretty sure it's upside down. Vertical would be straight up.
Yes, inverted is completely upside down.
Okay.
Because there's this thing that they say that, like, it has to do with surveyors. And I don't know the whole thing, so I don't know what it is. But you're supposed to take your survey readings twice, one right side up and one upside down, to validate your readings. I don't know the whole story behind it. MCToon does a great job explaining it, so I would look to him to get the full explanation. But it's something that surveyors use. So maybe that's what he's saying, is that he made the observation not only right side up, but also upside down, which wouldn't fucking make a difference. When the sun disappears, the sun is gone. Bottom line.
Yeah. I think I mentioned that, but they dismissed it. Oh, no. I know what Nathan brought out a picture, and rather than screen sharing, he just uses his phone. I find that funny. But yeah. We'll see.
Because he doesn't understand technology. He leads the largest research group on Facebook. Well, I don't know how to use Zoom. Fucking dumbass.
Although, to be fair, Wolfie 6020 hasn't really been introduced to Discord yet. Like, I think he recently did something with Discord, but...
Okay, hold on. Hold the fuck on. Hold on. Huge difference. Wolfie doesn't do this regularly for a living. Like, Nathan Thompson goes on, he hosts live streams almost every night. He goes on other people's live streams all the time. He knows, he should know what the fuck to do, but he doesn't because he's an ignorant, dumbass piece of shit human being.
Yep.
Yeah, I feel like it's the...
that's for damn sure.
It's the filming your screen type of energy. Although technically he is actually filming his screen. Like, because he's putting the screen up to the camera. So yeah, same energy. Same energy when they point the camera at the screen rather than just screen capturing using OBS or something. Anyway, we'll continue on to see what he says. And
Neil Tyson said you can't see the curve from 128,000 feet, but this
Oh,
website
yeah.
right now says we can see it from 44,000 feet. So maybe we should have Neil Tyson and Metabunk get together and decide at what altitude we can see Earth curve. Do you want to tell us, Planar Walk, or Seek Truth, Speak Truth, what altitude?
Hold up, James. James, can I?
The horizon is a flat line.
Hold on.
Horizon
Let's
horizontal
I
flat
do
line.
want to be sure that Planar Watt gets a chance to respond as well, and promise
James,
we'll come right back to you guys. Go ahead, Planar.
Did you invite Neil deGrasse Tyson into this voice chat? Onto this chat? Because Nathan's mentioning Neil deGrasse Tyson. I don't,
Yeah, he's the most
I don't
famous
see him
scientist
yet.
in the world with 6 million followers.
That's a Neil deGrasse Tyson fallacy.
And he stated, guys, that you can...
I love.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, like claps in the chat for Seek Truth, Speak Truth. That was probably honestly, that's probably one of the best lines of the entire debate.
Yeah, that was amazing.
Yeah,
That's a Neil deGrasse Tyson fallacy.
Planar Walk. You get 3 seconds. Look at the icon of my server.
Hold up, give me a second. Wait, hold on, where did your server go?
Plus, there's a huge difference in making a scientific claim and speaking, justly in science about science. When Neil deGrasse Tyson says,
Tyson is a science communicator.
I'm sorry?
Neil deGrasse Tyson is a science communicator. He's much like Carl Sagan and Bill Nye.
And me.
Bill Nye is an engineering degree, at least. Bill Nye is an engineering degree, and Neil deGrasse is like an astrophysics degree. So he doesn't know what they both know what they're talking about. But I don't know if they engage within research.
No, yeah, but what I'm saying is like when they make comments like that, they're not making those comments for you to be writing those down and studying them for a test. They're making those comments to generalize what's going on. And so when people like Nathan Thompson take that and say, "Oh, but they're contradicting each other. Oh my God, I can't believe that Neil deGrasse Tyson has 6 million followers." Yeah, because he is, like you said, he's a communicator. He's the one that's on the front lines of social media talking about science, not the guy that's actually doing the scientific
parts of science is communicating it to the general public, because there's no way that me as an individual can know all of science at all. We have to have general statements about it.
Yeah.
And that's what science needs, is better rhetoricians.
And also, like, one of the things that I didn't mention, because that's when you get into more complex stuff, is when it comes to the curvature of the Earth, sometimes it is observable in a plane, sometimes it isn't. It really depends on how clear it is. If it is clear, then you can see it. If it is not clear, then you can't see it from a plane. For example, one of the people I'd like to cite is Greater Sapien. Greater Sapien saw the curvature of the Earth from a plane. It was a very small amount of curve, but it was still enough that he could record it and show that the Earth was curving. That was because
bro.
Oh yeah, they like to say that, don't they? I know that Flat Out Hero said that it was fisheye lens. However, he was using like one of the latest iPhones, and he actually recorded at the start what was it? Whilst he was on the ground, to show that from the ground there wasn't as much curvature. When you go up, there's a fair amount of curve. There's a small amount of curvature. And Factard just says, Planar Walk, can you see the curvature from your deck? And no, unfortunately.
It's too small. His deck.
The curvature of the Earth is there from his deck, but it's not like resolvable by the human eye. That's the point. We would expect that any like system that isn't like any like system like globe like Earth shape that isn't like a cylinder. We expect that on both the flat or the globular Earth.
I'm actually waiting for Team Skeptic to say something.
I have been talking this whole time. About what?
I was expecting you to say something along the lines of... So he said something about the curvature of the Earth not being resolved by the human eye. And I was expecting...
And I can only resolve like it to like 1 arc minute.
Yeah.
Narcoman, or about 0.3 radians, I believe.
Oh, Jeff Roberts in the chat said what I was expecting Team Skeptic to say. Planet Walk's deck isn't resolvable with a human eye.
Oh. Yeah. I'm sorry, were you talking about your dick or your deck? Because I was talking about your deck, your wooden deck outside behind your house that you can make, astronomical observations from.
Yeah, I was talking about the deck as in like a wooden one,
A wooden, that doesn't make sense. You're still kind of being too sexually suggestive there.
Yeah, I'm talking about a wooden one. Sometimes it can have, sometimes it has to be propped up, like depending on how high that deck is. But,
So you're saying you got a Woody? Okay.
Yeah.
Shame on you.
Anyway.
On stream, got a Woody.
Anyway, we'll continue on. Nerthan is in the chat. Nerthan Thompson says, I'm sure Planet Walk has a very nice deck we would all like to see. Yeah, I know that.
No.
I also know that not only does Nerthan want to see it, Nathan probably wants to see it. Like, did you see how sexual he was on stream? He was like taking his top off, but unfortunately,
I don't know if you remember watching the last time when I debated him, but the motherfucker has a picture of me in a mankini on his phone.
And he doesn't.
Why would you do that?
He doesn't like memes of him when Fight the Flat Earth shows memes of him on screen. Huh, interesting.
Yeah, he tried to show that on screen like it was some kind of embarrassing moment. I was like, dude, are you kidding me? That's not embarrassing to me. Like,
you've literally
the weird part is, why do you have that on your phone of me? Of all the pictures you have on your phone, you have a picture of me on your phone. Like, you go around talking.
He
to
really likes you.
I don't like this guy right here. The guy in the mankini.
He really likes you, Team. Really likes you. He really likes you.
At least you know that. At least you know that you're living in his head rent free. So if you ever need a place to stay,
at least on his own shit.
So anyway, we'll see what else he has to say. Or what was he talking about? I can't remember. Oh, the Neil deGrasse Tyson fallacy is what Speak Truth said. As I said, best line of the debate.
You can't see Earth curve from 128,000 feet, and you could see yourself from the inside capsule of the Red Bull space jump that the Earth is a level horizon plane. Also, the capsule did not experience Earth rotating underneath, which is what I'd like to get to, because none of you guys have any data for Earth curve at all whatsoever. You just say refraction, which isn't.
No,
plus relative velocity.
I showed right at the start that there is Earth curve. Right at the start of it. And he just ignored it. Things disappear bottom up. Like here's the thing, right? I actually wonder, what does he expect Earth curve to look like? Does he not expect things to disappear bottom up? Is that not what he expects? Also, I showed a video, and in that video, I didn't mention this point, and I should have. There was a curve in one of the images, in a video, and that video was actually taken. I first saw it on Jism's channel.
Jism.
I saw that on Jism's channel, and I thought, oh, nice Earth curve there, my buddy. And so he completely ignored all the evidence. So, and when I offer a rebuttal to his evidence, he didn't even offer a rebuttal to my evidence. He just said, "Oh, this." A lot of what he's saying was refuted by my opening. So,
because that's the opposite of what actually happens. When there's distortion, you can't see things, and when it's clear, you can see farther. That's the basic, dude.
Did you not see my video which shows... What's that, Seek Truth?
Your video with the clown music? Are you joking?
No.
And he thinks that just because it has clown music that it immediately dismisses my video. Maybe I should mute it next time so that they actually focus on the video rather than listening to the music.
So that's probably the only thing that could keep their focus. Everything else is they're probably just, oh, it's too boring. I can't watch this. Oh, clown music. Oh, I hear the clown music. That's why I brought it up. He's like, you talking about that video? The one with the clown music? The only one I could ever fucking pay attention to?
Yeah. But when it comes to the clown music, the reason why is because it completely destroys the flat Earth. It's basically making fun of the flat Earth because it's ridiculous to think that the Earth is flat when you see that evidence. Bull.
I've been lurking and listening. You guys are awesome. Jessica G is awesome too. Fist, smiley face, police officer, heart.
And not only is Jessica G awesome and we are awesome, but you are also awesome. Cygnus, very hard to pronounce your name.
Cygnus TSP.
Us.
Cygnus TSP.
That makes sense. Cygnus TSP.
Cygnus.
And thank you for your super chat there. Anyway, let's continue on.
It literally showed
Felix.
You guys both admitted you have no data to present for Earth curve. You just keep saying, "Oh, that happens because of refraction."
He has no data to present for Earth flat.
Yeah, just said Earth's flat because I see flat.
Yeah, like, did he the thing is, we both
is not and personal experience is not the antidote of data.
The Earth's flat because the air got out of my tire.
I think what they do is they say data is the plural of anecdote or some stupid shit like that.
Data is not a synonym of personal experience of anecdotes, and anecdotes are not the synonym of data.
Well, what they say, or what I've heard being said, I heard Lauren Southern say this in a debate against Destiny, is they say something like, data is the plural of anecdote, right? And it's like, well, no. Data is not the plural of anecdote. Data has a lot more controls implemented to try and make sure that there's no biases. Because if you've got if you've got 50 anecdotes, right, that doesn't give you a full picture because quite often your selection there, especially if you're going into some data, you need to try and eliminate biases that may appear in your data. That's why calling up people on a phone will, for polls, will bias you towards people that actually have a phone. For me, I don't have a home phone, so surveying me like that isn't going to get my opinion. And there's probably a lot of young people that don't have a home phone. In fact, I only have a mobile phone because... What's that?
Thank you for calling me young.
You don't have a home phone either?
No.
Well, when I say young, I mean like millennial. And...
I'm a millennial?
So you're calling me old, are you, honey? You're calling me very old, are you? Because I use a landline, yeah? What you saying, yeah?
At least most not Gen X's and Boomers tend to have a landline.
Hey, fuck you. Fucking, I ain't no boomer. Fucking canceling my land service now.
Well, you're a Gen X, right? Or millennial? One of the two.
I'm a Zoomer, dude.
Excuse me, how old do you think I am? Like 25? I mean, thank you.
I mean, Gen X is... How old are Gen X's right now? Like, I feel like
generally they're like 45 or something.
Yeah. Like, Gen X's are getting pretty old. Like, I think that people have this idea that, like, boomers are still, like, only 50.
So is Team Skeptic approximately 36?
Gen X age range. Hold on. We're looking this up.
He diverted from the question. I asked if Team's weapon is about 36.
Oh, god damn it. I am a fucking Gen X. God damn, I hate you fuck faces. What does that mean I have to do? Hold on, let me see hold on. Gen X
stereotype.
Social responsibilities.
What you need to do is blast fucking Nirvana from your car or whatnot.
Generation X, poised to be the next big giver in philanthropy. Thank you guys. I appreciate the encouragement. Hey, Generation X, definitely. Why corporate responsibility matters so much to Gen Z? I'm not Gen Z though. Social contribution, Gen X versus Gen Y. What the fuck is Gen Y? Who the fuck?
Millennials.
Is that my competition? Those are my
millennials.
All right, Gen Y.
I'm Zoomer. I grew up with the internet. I live on the internet.
Yeah.
Most of us Gen X's pronounce people Gen Y as Jenny. Okay. So that's what we're gonna call you, millennials, Jennies.
One person says, "Who makes that stuff up?" And I don't know. Like, that's why I've been thinking about responding to Ben Shapiro for ages. Like, there's one video that people often cite, and I'm like, where he asks, "Why can't you change your age?" And I'm gonna ask him, Ben, why are you a boomer? And I have a justification for actually calling him a boomer. But
Ben Shapiro is an utter idiot.
Well, I haven't seen all his debates. Surely he comes off at least somewhat smart in some of his debates. Like, surely he can't be that much of an idiot.
He is not at all smart.
Skeptic, when you get the chance, why don't you fling some emojis towards me?
I don't have them anymore. I have to. The ones that I download from YouTube are like shitty. You know what I mean? They're not like I have to remake them. The only one I have is the Dinger. I think.
That's the start.
I think I sent it to you, didn't I?
Nope.
All right. Well, I'll have to find it for you. I'll get it to you eventually.
DM.
Anyway, we'll continue on with this and see what else is said, because I've forgotten half of some of the things that have been said in this debate.
Don't blame you.
Hey, we see way too far. The horizon isn't the geometric edge of a ball. We were all taught in school that boats go over the geometric curve. Now they don't because refraction.
Planar does it bother you? I'm sorry, my spoke out of turn.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, you can go, Jeff.
Planar does it, and this is just, I mean, I'm not trying to, it's not a gotcha, but does it bother you at all on a personal level that your beliefs are based upon the science and the pictures and the theories of other people? And not only are they not based on your experience and your observation, but they contradict your experience and your observation as a human on planet Earth. Does that cause you any waking moments at night?
Well, no, because first off, it doesn't contradict my experience.
I would ask him the question, does it bother you that everything you say is contradicted by not just observation, but all real sciences across the world? Like every real scientist across the world, every person that's smarter than in the top 1% of intelligence says you're wrong.
I think that would have been one person said, what the fuck kind of question is that? And yeah, like one of the things is that it was a loaded question, and they do actually do this a lot. And especially Nathan tends to say, it's a yes or no question. Well, I mean, does your wife know that that you cheated on her? Is also a yes or no question. Why can't you just give a yes or no answer?
Right.
It's a loaded question because it makes assumptions about certain things. And
what wife?
What?
What wife?
Exactly. You know, it makes the assumption that you've got a wife.
No.
And
the answer to that question is no, she doesn't. Whether you're doing it or not, or you have a wife or not, does your wife know? That's the question. So if you've never cheated on her, then no, she doesn't know that.
I do not have a wife. I do not have a girlfriend. I do not have a husband, and I do not have a boyfriend.
Okay.
Do you at least have a dog or a cat?
I have a cat.
Okay.
Yeah, well, at least you get some pussy.
So inappropriate.
You know, I've got to make these. I've got to make these comments from time to time. Otherwise, I'd be boring.
Oh
Well,
yeah.
That's what the guy said when he picked up the drill bit. This is boring.
True.
Here on Earth, I
Have you
see a
seen
lot of
Curve
things.
standing there in New Zealand?
All right, let's.
I have. I've been. One of the things that I see is I see the sun going over the horizon.
Yes or
and
no
on
question, I thought.
See, like, he says it's a yes or no question. Because I know that if I say yes, he's going to say he's going to lock me into a rigid definition. Well, I haven't directly seen Curve because I can't go out, or at least the places that I have been out to look. Like a lot of the stuff in the distance is unresolvable, or at least too small for me to make it out.
Let me ask you a question because I had this conversation, a very similar conversation to this one with Fight the Flat Earth, and I want to tell you how to answer that question. The answer to that question is yes, I see the curve. Okay. Why do you see the curve? Well, does the Earth curve, planar walk, or is it flat?
It curves.
Can you say with certainty? Can you say with certainty that it curves or is it flat?
I can say with a fair amount of certainty that it does curve.
Then you can also say that when you look out at the horizon, you're looking out at the Earth curving away.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
that is the correct answer. So like when Nathan does this, and I'm sure I don't know, I haven't seen the whole thing, but I'm sure he'll do this. He did it to me. He did it to Fight. I'm sure he did it to you. He asked, do you believe that the Earth is rotating underneath you when you jump in the air? And see, what he's trying to do is he's trying to get you to say, no, it doesn't rotate underneath me because I jump up and I land in the same spot. But the truth is does the Earth rotate? Yes or no?
Yeah, like
Okay, so when you jump in the air, the Earth rotates. It doesn't stop when you jump in the air, does it? You don't lose momentum. You carry your momentum with you. You jump in the air, you just land back in the same spot because the Earth has moved underneath you while you jumped in the air with your momentum.
Yeah.
So he wants to try to confuse you by the question because then you say, yeah, the Earth moved under. Well, why did you land in the same spot then? And you say, well, I carried my momentum. Like when he asked the question in Dallas, I said the same thing. Of course, I said, when I tossed this ball in the air and I had a ball or a bottle or something, I said, when I toss this bottle in the air, the Earth moves underneath it. It does. But the bottle carries its momentum with it and it moves too. It makes a parabola to an outside observer. But to me, moving with it on the surface of the Earth, the surface moved underneath the bottle carried its momentum, and it landed in the same spot.
Yeah.
And that's just, that's the way they try to trick you.
Yeah, like when you look at it, it's all relative.
It's like if it's like if I'm traveling in a car, throw a ball up, does the car move underneath that ball? I mean, yeah, but the ball carries its momentum.
Yeah, do you feel the 1/3 of a Newton that you less of weight at the equator when you're dealing with like a 1 kilogram object? The weight of that object is 1/3 of a Newton less than it is at like the poles. Okay, do you feel that? No, but is it there? Yes, it's there. So when someone says, "Oh,
yeah,
when you pick that up, do you feel that?"
Therefore, it is.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The problem there is that they're equating feeling it for therefore it is. That's actually,
exactly.
Feel it, therefore it is. Well, that may work for like general living. It's not an accurate representation of reality because we are very stupid.
Yeah, I mean,
they're too stupid. No objective reality.
If you trust your senses, apparently antifreeze tastes like has a very sweet taste. So. I mean,
it's lead.
The trust your senses argument is a dumbass argument to begin with because you say, well, what if I put you in a car, right? And I put you on the perfect, most smoothest road out there. If you're traveling at a constant speed, can you tell me what speed you're traveling at? No, you can't. You can only say I'm sitting still, or I'm moving at a constant velocity. Those are the only two things you could say from there. You couldn't even delineate whether you were sitting still. Let's say you were on one of those I can't think of the name of the machine now, the one that tests the horsepower where the cars sit in one spot and they just turn their wheels. Well, if you were sitting on the inside of the car, you wouldn't know a dyno machine. If you were sitting on on the inside of the car, you wouldn't know if that car was on a dyno machine or if it was driving at a constant velocity. You wouldn't know because you're trusting your senses.
Yeah. Especially
you
if,
can
like,
infer
You have to go beyond your empirical, like, evolutionary senses to go and understand reality with the pragmatics that you have.
So let me pose this to you though. Okay, let's say I put you in that situation on the inside of a car, and I have the windows blacked out, and I say, okay, you can roll down the window, or you can, take the black off the windows and look out the windows and use visual references to see whether you're moving or sitting still. And you look out and you see trees flying by you like crazy fast. You're like, oh my God, I must be moving, right? But it could be those trees moving.
Yeah.
You still even use your senses at that point to tell whether you were sitting still or traveling at 100 miles per hour at a constant speed. You just couldn't tell.
David in the chat says, trust your senses makes sense to an extent, but to Flurfers it means trust your initial interpretation of your senses even when it's been verified to be wrong.
Yes.
The thing that I trust is
That's called anti-rationalism.
That's
called anti-rationalism.
Yeah. I trust my senses to an extent, but what I trust more than my senses is data. Right? If the data shows that my senses are wrong, I'll take the data, especially when the data has been reviewed and by someone to so that they know what that data means. Especially when that review of the data has been peer reviewed. When there's peer-reviewed data that has been verified to arrive at a conclusion, that's what I trust. So, and Daryl Penner says any pilot knows you can't trust your senses, and exactly. I actually heard Wolfie 6020 say that last night. Any pilot knows that you cannot trust your senses. Because
that's actually how the people who died in the plane crash in Antarctica. I believe that's how they did it, because they were given faulty flight data, and then they tried to man their way through a storm, and they ended up crashing into the side of a mountain. I think it was either that one or the one that was in Chile.
I think it was
where it was pilot error, where he just tried to use his own manual flying to do something, and it ended up turning into a dramatic situation.
Isn't that the Erebus disaster?
The Airbus? Are you talking about the Antarctica one?
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure. I read about it when I was looking at some regulations involving something called ETAX, I believe that's what it's called.
Okay.
But anyway, it's ETOPS. It's the flight rating that planes have for how far they can fly now. And one of the reasons why they don't fly over Antarctica anymore is because if somebody crashes, and there's huge elevation changes in Antarctica. It's on average, it's the highest elevation continent on the planet.
Yeah.
So you can easily fly into the side of a mountain up there.
One of the things that I also want to... one person says... yes, they thought that Planet Walk had a weird way of saying Airbus. No, I'm talking about the Mount Erebus crash. And... yeah, I've heard a bit about it because...
Mount Erebus.
Yeah.
Bad data. Yeah, Mark Gare said bad. I believe when I started to say it, I was like, oh, wait, I think that was the one where they were actually given... the pilots were fed bad data, and it pushed them into like a really mountainous region. But that's why I said it might be the Chile flight where it was pilot error that led them to actually having crashing into the side of a mountain.
Yeah, but one of the things I do want to say is when it came to Wolfie 6020, he said that any pilot knows that you don't trust your senses, because if you were to trust your senses, then your senses can't detect any something like a change in
tilt of under 0.1 degrees, or under 3 degrees, I mean. I can't remember during which range. So you might be going along and trusting your senses, and slowly the plane starts to drift to the right by only 0.1 degrees ever so often. And then eventually, when you realize that you're on a 45 degrees tilt, and so you then try and correct it, and things go bad there. So yeah, there's heaps of like if I was a pilot, I'm not, by the way. I'm not following in my YouTube father's footsteps. I would not trust my senses. I would trust the instruments that are given to me.
I trust my senses to guide me, but not to guide me towards objective reality.
Yeah, I mean, like I was thinking that too when someone said it earlier. You know, you don't use your senses to make measurements. You use measuring equipment to make measurements, and then you use your senses to understand those measurements. You know, to take the data in for those measurements. I mean, the data is not going to plot itself. You know what I mean? You got to make the measurements with proper equipment, get the data points. Put the data points, plot the data points yourself. You have to be able to do that. You know, nothing is going to, a graph does not plot itself, basically. You know, someone else has to do that and make the data into something that's logical. You know, like, for instance, if you were to test the rate of fall of every object on Earth, you know, at sea level, let's say it was a perfect sphere, and you wanted to test it to make sure that it worked every single time. Well, the only way to do that is you would, you know, do the experiment, let's say 1,000,000 times, right?
There isn't enough Earths to drop 1,000,000 of them at 3 miles apiece.
But at the same time,
a lot of splats.
At the same time, you wouldn't even know that they were all the same without comparing the data once the complete experiment was done. You could then go back and you complete the data. You know, put all the data into something that's understandable and legible, and then you turn around and you come to a logical conclusion based on that data.
And
that
also,
requires your senses.
And also, like, when it comes to the whole trust your senses things and don't trust like images, like that gets into very quickly. That gets into sophicism. I can't remember what it's called.
It's like some sort of like solipsism.
Yeah, solipsism. That's what it is.
Or some sort of like basically it's like a certain type of denialism towards like to disprove your own internal model of reality as if it is actual reality. That is an actual reification fallacy right there. To think that flat Earth is the reality that you live in.
Yeah.
Rather than just a pragmatic thing.
Because when it comes to China, I don't know that China exists outside of images that I've seen, but I don't think that it doesn't exist. I think that it does exist.
I think a good way of explaining the reification fallacy would be like to say, okay, the UN map, right, the AE map, it has usefulness. It does have usefulness. That's why it's printed up. That's why it's you know, that's why it exists. If it didn't have any usefulness, it just would not exist. But it's just a model of something that's completely different. It's a two-dimensional model of a three-dimensional object. So while what the reification fallacy is to take this representation of something else and make it real in your world, to say, oh, look, they created this model of reality, of three-dimensional reality in a two-dimensional surface, and I'm going to take that model and say, well, we live on that because that model exists.
Or it'd be like saying that this elevation profile is the shape of the Earth. Like, as I've heard many flat earthers do before, like Nathan Oakley, for example. Like, that is literally a reification fallacy.
I love how he thinks that just because it's the same sea level.
Yeah.
With the if you use your senses though, like what I perceive with my senses, you might not be able to perceive the same thing with yours because you might be colorblind or you might have something else which
FTFE
makes your
did this
senses
with like
not work properly.
Spurkismo, I think. Or was that Brainy, I believe. I went on his debate with like FTFE and Brainy with Spurkismo.
Yeah, like when it comes to things, we might. You're exactly right. There might be that someone's colorblind. I know that I'm slightly colorblind, so my senses may be different to your senses, and then I hear the sound all the time. Like sometimes my brain just filters it out as well. Like there's a sound that I am constantly hearing, a high pitched sound that is constantly ringing in my ears, 24/7. Does that mean
you could always get some new filter caps put in there to fix that?
Some what?
New filter caps put in there to fix the preamp in your head.
I don't think it's a preamp issue. I think it's tinnitus or tinnitus, as someone said.
Yeah, it's tinnitus.
Tinnitus.
Tinnitus. Yes,
Yeah,
that's how you
tinnitus.
pronounce it.
I'm having such a horrible time with that right now, and I've never had a problem with it before, but I'm just hearing this. Take me to your leader.
As a strange solution that worked for me, I listened to extremely low frequency, but very loud.
I've just been pissing in my ear. See if that works.
And about 1400 watts, and it seemed to stop it for quite a while.
Yeah. Like, some people are saying things like stress triggers it, and 82 says tinnitus, thank you, Navy. For me, it's just something that I've always had. It's just been there, like, forever. You know, and that's why my brain just filters it out. Like, because you know.
Well, for me, it was working on an airfield in the military where F-18s and F-16s were constantly taking off, and the building that I worked at was located in the middle of like a 3-runway airport, and it was like a triangular shape, you know, like so there was 3 straight runways, but they were like triangular, you know what I'm saying, like a perfect triangle. But anyway, I would go in the middle and just watch these planes fly in, take off. I mean, it was a very boring job, but we got to do cool shit like that, and it totally fucked my hearing up. I mean, it is such a loud experience. You would never believe how loud it is to be close to these things as they're taking off. But it was super fucking loud.
Okay.
And I think that's why I have the hearing problems now.
Fair enough. All right.
I used to do PA quite regularly at tractor pulls. So try standing next to a 5,000 horsepower Keith Black Hemi or a Sassy Hemi that's putting out about 220 decibels. And you're standing 50, 60 feet from the stupid thing.
Oh, I just realized this question that I should have asked Nathan. I should have actually asked him 3 questions at some point in the debate. I only got to ask him 1 question, and that question was... I loved the answer to that question because the answer was so bullshit. I asked him, Nathan, what color is the sky? And
I remember this one.
I told him not to just divert or anything, and he gave an answer, which I wasn't really expecting. I was expecting him to say something like, I don't know, right? Which would have been telling, but his answer was even more telling. His answer was, it's blue because of the waters above the dome, or something like that.
What an idiot.
I know. But yeah. I should have asked him, if I had a triangle with sides 1, 1, and 1, what are the internal angles?
By now, every flat earther should get that.
Yeah, they should.
If they don't, they have no excuse if they don't.
And is 10 to the negative 17 a negative or a positive number? And what was the other one? Oh, how do you convert meters into kilometers?
Somebody's been watching Team Skeptics channel.
Yeah, I asked him. Wait, did I ask him why is water blue? I asked him. Did I say that I asked him why is water blue? I think I asked why is the sky blue. If I misspoke.
I think it was why there's a sky blue.
Yeah, I know that. I'm pretty sure I said why is the sky blue when I just mentioned it. But yeah. Anyway, we'll continue on because of taking a nice little break without listening to Nathan's voice, which is always good.
I've just got to give a bit of a context. So I see the sun going over the horizon. Now, to me, that is evidence that there is Earth curvature. Combine that with the time zones that we experience. So I'd say that my observations line up perfectly with what we'd expect to see on a globe.
Hey, Planner, can you explain what's going on here? Because the moon didn't...
Oh yeah, this thing.
Not set around the horizon and actually vanished into a dot and disappeared above the horizon.
Was that taken with a solar filter?
I took this myself. It was a time lapse, so I don't know why I would need a solar filter. It was of the moon, buddy. Why would I need a solar filter for the moon?
So a solar filter would have helped him out here, but or he could have just lowered the exposure on his camera. Like if I'm going to just switch over my OBS here so that we can see me. All right, here we go. Now I am going to with my camera. I'm going to go properties, and I'm going to go configure video because I can actually do something really nifty here. Alrighty. And we can go into advanced settings. Alright. Torch. On. Alright. Now, as you can see, I have a very big light on my phone. Right? Now, as I turn my phone around, that light gets smaller. Or, what I could do is I could manually go ahead and change the exposure. So, as I turn the exposure down, the light gets smaller. As I turn the exposure up, then, we basically get a whiteout effect. So maybe he should have changed the exposure. So there's other solutions that you can do. And I can also fiddle around with the gain here. This is actually very low, I've got the lowest exposure settings and the high gain up on high. I'll just switch it to auto because otherwise it looks kind of crappy. I don't know. Does auto look better? Does that look better? Okay. Someone said it's too bright, I can't hear you.
Yeah, that light is deafening. It's extremely deafening, that light was.
Hey, I want to say in the chat, I just posted a link. And that link is to the airbase that I worked at. So if anybody is interested in seeing, it's called oh yeah, you can even see where the TACAN is. Yeah, you can see my old fucking job site. Yeah, look, hey, you can see exactly how close I was to the runway as these F-16s and F-14s are taking off. Okay. Or I'm sorry, F-16s and F-18s.
So I've run.
Oh, you can even see. Oh my God! If you zoom in, you can actually. If you go just to the right of the airstrip, you can actually see all the the planes that are out on the area. We used to walk this area. Oh, it was so fucking cool. It was so fucking cool, man. I miss that shit now. I want to get back.
I thought you'd be under one of these things where it's like I'm not authorized to speak about this.
No, there's things on there I don't talk about, obviously, but there's this area you can openly discuss. I mean, there's satellite pictures. We're pulling up satellite pictures on Google Maps. You know what I'm saying?
I like.
But
there's the dome. Look out! We found the dome.
I do have
We're so excited.
I do have to say though, I like what John Rapp said about what I was doing. I was exposuring myself on stream.
Yes, you were.
Yeah. All right. Well, we've still got to get through the rest of this, so let's continue on. We haven't even made it halfway. Jeez, like, is this going to be like an 8?
Yeah.
Is this going to be like an 8-hour stream? Hopefully not.
Because there is quite a bit of glare going on there.
Oh, glare? Could you define what glare is? Then I'm going to tear this to shreds too.
Now, so when it came to glare, like, I wasn't sure of the particular reason why glare happens. That's why I had a bit of trouble defining what glare is exactly. Because, but like, glare is, if I had to describe what glare is, it is when the light is too bright for something, so therefore it spills it over. So when there's a bright light that makes it appear bigger than what it actually is.
Okay, glare is when the brightness of an object is so bright that it makes it appear bigger than what it actually is.
Oh, I see
What
that.
causes that?
Yep. That's why I had trouble, because he said what causes that. So I did describe it. It's just that he wanted to know what causes it. So let's see.
I'm not actually sure.
Oh, well, let me tell you. You got a pen? You got a pen and paper?
Hold on. Let's see if you give him a chance.
Nathan, just
to,
let me, Planer, I appreciate you as a researcher. You're here, you're doing a lot of work. You could be playing Halo or something. I appreciate you for that. I've got to the place, I'm an old guy. Maybe it's an age thing.
So 82 says overexposure of the sensor. Now, keeping 82's response in mind, let's see what bullshit Nathan says.
But I can't base my life and the teachings of where I live and beliefs of where I live based on somebody else's data. I want it based on my data. That's why I asked you that question.
Now, one of the things I didn't actually talk about, well, I didn't respond to that particular point, but like, when it comes to basing it off your own data, like, why, if you want your experiences to be based on your own data, why are you in a debate? Right? Because if you, like, seriously, if you want your experiences to be completely based on your own data, why are you in a debate? Why aren't you being like, okay, just, you know, go and get your own data and see what it comes up with? Because otherwise you wouldn't be in a debate, because a debate is essentially saying, I have some data, this other person has other data, or appears to have other data. Now, maybe the interpretation of that data may be different, but the debate is supposed to discuss data that may not necessarily be your own data. And David says it quite well. Why would I ever try to utilize things that other people have learned instead of starting everything from scratch? You know, like, yeah, like, I'd much rather utilize that things that other people have learned.
Fair enough, but I go off. If a lot of people have made an observation, especially if I can't make those observations, then assuming that those people aren't trying to deceive me, and that's why I prefer to go off independent observations rather than scientific, or than the scientific community.
So when I say scientific community, so when I say so what I'm saying here is, this is where I am trying to essentially say that I do prefer to use observations of ordinary people rather than being like, well, NASA, you know? Because, yeah, especially for the sake of debating with flat earthers, I prefer ordinary people observations instead of just going, well, NASA has this image, therefore the Earth is round. Now, we can actually go ahead and use NASA's observations, but if you're debating with a flat earther, using that kind of makes... They'll just say, well, you can't trust NASA. Whereas, for my point here, I was basically saying, well, you know, if there's a lot of people that have made the same observation that isn't NASA, then, yeah. And, oh yeah, one person says, did he make those glasses? My question is, who... It looks like Jeffrey doesn't trust his senses. Like, he's got glasses on. If you trust your senses, you would never use glasses. But yeah, we'll continue.
That Nathan likes to rip into, so that's like NASA, then yeah, I prefer to go off independent observations, and they seem to line up as
Yeah. Well, just one piece of advice from an old guy. There's an old saying about what happens when you assume, and you're too smart for that.
So,
when you assume you make an ass out of flat earthers, I heard that too.
Yeah, like they try and say when you assume you make an ass out of you and me, but like the bigger assumption, like there's two assumptions that you can make. You can either assume that A, millions of people are lying to you, or you can assume that B, people are generally trying to tell the truth. Now, my assumption is that flat earthers are idiots, and most people are generally telling the truth. The flat earthers' assumption is that the people that make videos in their cars are highly intelligent people that are smarter than a lot of people, and everyone else is either too ignorant to see the truth or intentionally lying. There's a lot more assumptions on the flat earth side. So I prefer to go with the one that's verifiable, and that's that flat earthers are idiots, which is, you know, pretty verifiable.
Ding.
Yeah, I need to keep my thing up a bit more.
I just yawned, and I got the like worst tinnitus when I was yawning. It was like,
so did it sound like a ding? Like, is that where your ding came from? Like you had tinnitus that sounded like a ding, and it's just like, I'm gonna make sure everyone else hears this.
I think it's just like a noise cancellation thing, you know. When I ding, it causes the tinnitus to go away for half a second, and then it's back.
That makes sense. Anyway, I'll
Well, we'll just have a dinger for you that runs every half a second.
Right.
Ding, 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 ding. Continuously.
Planner walk. I'm going to read straight from Synthetic Astronomy.
Just because, Nathan, pardon me.
Oh, wait. I thought someone was actually talking there, but then I realized it was James. Like, I forgot that James was moderating.
But just to be sure that I know that you had asked Planner Walk a question before, and that he had said he didn't know, but I do want to give him a chance if he had any speculations on it, just to be sure that you have plenty of time, and then Seek Truth, Speak Truth, just to be sure that you're getting in when you'd like to as well.
So I think so when it comes to glare, I'm pretty sure it's down to the lens, but I may be wrong on that.
Okay, it's well known that when a light of any kind shines through a dense medium, it appears larger or gives off a greater glare. So my question to you, Planner Walk, is when I filmed this time lapse, was the atmosphere getting denser and denser as the moon got closer and closer to me?
So the glare is from your camera lens, not the atmosphere.
So I probably should have said that the glare is from the sensor, because that's I probably got that wrong there. But thing is, I'm not as wrong as Nathan was there. Like, that's the important thing. I may have been wrong.
Yeah, you're wrong, so make it right.
I hate talking about optics and shit because I'm so ignorant to the topic, you know. That when they're like, "Oh, well, what's this caused by then?" I'm like, to be honest with you, I don't know, but it's not what you're saying for sure. Like, that's not it's not small and local. It's fucking. There's either atmospheric effects or, like you said, there's something going on with the sensor. There's something going on with the lens. A photographer would absolutely tell you, "Oh no, that's this. This is how you fix that. You eliminate your problem." And in that situation, I think what he's showing on screen is just an overexposure of the moon.
Yeah, like when it comes to like he's reading out of Zetetic Astronomy. Google that shit. Like, don't just like. How old is Zetetic Astronomy? Like, are you really relying on that for your? Yeah, are you seriously relying on Zetetic Astronomy for your science? Like, if you are, then honestly, you're a fucking idiot. And also, it'd be better to use Google.
There you
go. So it says. So when I see glare vision, it says glare is difficulty of seeing in the presence of bright light such as direct or reflected sunlight or artificial light such as headlamps and light. Because of this, some cars include mirrors with automatic anti-glare functions. Glare is caused by significant ratio of luminance between the task, which is being looked at, and the glare source. Factors such as the angle between the task and the glare source and eye adaptation have significant impacts on the experience of glare. And it says, glare can be reduced by reduction in brightness of the rest of the scene by constriction of the pupils. So that is essentially...
reducing exposure.
Yeah, that's essentially reducing exposure.
I think again, I'm not a photographer. This is why I hate talking about optics, is because I just don't understand the science that well.
Yeah.
Like I don't have time to become a photographer in my life and learn all of the science, so I just leave it to the professional photographers to talk about.
Yeah, and that picture of the moon from Nathan Thompson shows that he's clearly not a professional photographer. But yeah, there's also reduction.
But I shot it with my iPhone 7.
Yeah, shoot it with your P900 or whatever. Does he even have a P900?
He has a P9 over 9000.
You could look at the sensor in your camera. Is the same idea as the microphone in your DAC, and the circuitry that the sensor hooks to as your microphone preamp. If you put too much light into it, it will overdrive those components.
Yep.
Just like if you speak too loud into your mic, it distorts. Same thing.
Yeah. Another factor could be reduction in contrast. Or another thing is, it says glare can reduce visibility by reduction of brightness in the rest of the scene by reduction in contrast by rest of the scene by scattering of the bright light within the eye. Reduction in contrast by scattering light particles in the ear, as when headlights of a car illuminate the fog close to the vehicles, impeding vision at a larger distance. So that is what he's talking about. But the thing is, it's not the only thing. Reduction in contrast between print and paper by reflection of the light source in the printed matter, veiling glare. So I'm not sure what that is. I'd have to look into that a bit more. Reduction in contrast by reflection of bright areas on the surface of transparent mediums such as glass, plastic, or water. For example, when the sky is reflected in a lake, so that the bottom, below, or objects in the water cannot be seen, veiling glare, or bloom surrounding objects in front of glare. So, it seems that like the most common factor is the reduction in the most common one is the first two, and that is when it's just too bright that it's you need to reduce exposure. And
with the thingy though, if it's taking it on his camera phone, it might not be able to focus properly on the moon that it's trying to take the picture of.
Oh, definitely.
Which would then increase the size.
Yeah, like when I've tried taking photos of the moon with my camera. In fact, I actually, I think that what he's trying to do is he's trying to say, well, glare wouldn't be important because glare is caused by this, and we wouldn't expect this to be caused by glare, right? Now, what I've done is I've actually taken into account glare when making an observation, and like the video is probably bad if you go back to it, but it was an observation that I did when I was in Australia, and I'm glad I was in Australia for this because I wouldn't have seen it otherwise. And this was of the eclipse, the lunar eclipse that happened whilst I was over there a couple of years back, and I set up my camera to look at it, and what I had to do, I'm not sure what that is. What's that sound?
Somebody got a super chat.
No, that was my phone.
Ah, okay.
It was telling me that there was something better to watch than this.
Fair enough.
So, I'm just kidding, man. I'm not leaving. I'll be leaving in 30 minutes.
Okay.
No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, you're too gullible, man. Damn, fight back.
Okay, fight me. Like, let's debate on.
Wait, what was that? What was that? Hold on, that was a noise. I heard a noise.
I don't know. But anyway, like when it comes to when I was taking these observations, I had to reduce the exposure in my camera because otherwise the moon appeared like 5 times brighter than what it actually was. And Tommy just sent me an image of the sun with and without a solar filter. So let's.
Yeah, solar filter is really important to have when filming anything of significant brightness.
Yeah. So this is the sun without a solar filter, and this is the sun with a hold up, copy link, and this is the sun with a solar filter. Very big difference. Use a solar filter, guys, if you can, or at least reduce the exposure.
Now, hold on. What was his claim though? Because I still don't understand what Nathan Thompson's claim is here.
His claim is that
what was he showing on the pictures? What he was saying as the moon got closer, it got brighter.
Well, he's saying as the moon got closer to the horizon, it got smaller.
Okay,
and
so
therefore,
he's talking about So the atmosphere, when it gets closer to the horizon, the atmosphere acts as a solar filter to some extent.
Yep.
So it's going to block out a lot of the glare, and you're going to see a more defined picture of the moon. It's going to appear less bright, just like the sun appears less bright on the horizon than it does when it's directly overhead. It's not that the sun lost intensity or luminosity, and it's not that you got significantly further away from the sun. It's just that the direct path for the sun rays to get to you has to travel through more of the atmosphere.
Yeah, but let's see what else he goes on about, because I'm obviously the debate me is feeling some pain of how wrong Nathan is. Sure, it was happening throughout the debate, but I think at this particular moment.
Okay, if you want to pretend that, why is the moon so far above the horizon?
What?
What do you mean?
I want to see, like, hold up, what did I say, and then what was its response? I want to...
Planner walk is, when I filmed this time lapse, was the atmosphere getting denser and denser as the moon got closer and closer to me?
So the glare is from your camera lens, not the atmosphere.
Okay, if you want to pretend that, why is the moon so far above the horizon?
Yeah, I think my response is perfectly valid here. Like, why is the moon so far above the horizon? Because it hasn't gone below the horizon, you fucking moron. Like...
I still don't know what I'm looking at. Like, is he showing two pictures of the moon that he took?
Yeah.
But they're at the same time, relatively. I mean, they're not that much further, like closer to the horizon. Would he take those like 5 minutes apart?
Yeah, like, I don't know. Like, here's the thing. I think what he's trying to say is that because the moon's getting smaller, therefore it's actually receding away. Now, there's actually other problems with that, which I didn't get into. Like, there's no doubt that
if you were to take that reading with a solar filter, you would actually see that there is no change in size of the moon.
Yeah. Well, not only that, you would also see that there is a... not only that, you would also see that there is a... Fuck, I lost it. Hold up. Give me a few seconds to... Yeah, well, not only that, if you were to measure
hit the bong, boy. You might need it.
If you were to measure the time as well, you would also see that the supposed angular size of the moon, like that he's measuring right here, it's very telling that he didn't take the time of each measurement, because then you could go ahead and say, well, okay, why does the moon appear to not change angular size over this period of time, but then when it gets to the small amount of period of time where it's starting to get closer to the horizon, it suddenly drastically changes in angular size. You know,
Yeah.
that's not even talking about the overexposure, and the overexposure completely accounts for that.
Not to mention, Planet Walk. Why the fuck does the moon go behind the horizon to begin with?
Yeah.
If it's just overhead and it's flat, it would never, ever, 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 ever appear below the horizon to anyone on Earth. The only time that it would ever appear behind the horizon is when you were standing with a mountain in front of you between you and the moon.
Yeah.
But if you climb to the top of that mountain, there should be no obstructions for that moon to go all the way around the world and come all the way back to you. You should be able to film it. And same thing with the sun. It goes both ways with both celestial objects.
Yep.
If it was directly overhead, you would see it. It would act differently, number one. Number two, it would not ever go below the horizon.
Yeah. I'd like to see more to do with this, because like his data is it's just a picture. Like it's literally just a picture with no context. Like I could easily dismiss that on that basis. There's no information about the time that it was shot. Oh yeah, it's photoshopped because it has to be. You know?
Well, doesn't he go on to say that he's got a series of these pictures and you just put them in a meme maker to put them into something that the globe people could understand? So it's been digitally altered in the first place.
And Nathan Thompson's a perennial liar too, so
yeah,
like I don't know that I would accept anything that he puts forth.
Yeah. Like, I do agree with the chat. I should have memed this debate a little bit more, just given like some ridiculous answers, but you know.
Did you play my "Shut the Fuck Up, Nathan" clip?
Oh yes, I did. I actually twice. One was because I legitimately wanted him to shut the fuck up, and another one was because someone sent in a super chat saying "shut the fuck up, Nathan," and like. James didn't read the or maybe it was, I don't know exactly the super chat, but I'm pretty sure you can't swear, so maybe it said shut the F up, Nathan, and I hit the thing saying shut the fuck up, Nathan, or it's actually
shut the fuck up, Nathan.
Yes, that's so awesome of you. I'm so glad you did that. That's why I love you, man.
Yeah. So we'll see if we can get to that. I don't know when I needed to use that. I'm pretty sure it was halfway through the discussion or something.
What? What do you mean what? It's not a moon set. It's not a moon set. It's vanishing off in the distance. You don't see how that's relevant because you just talked about sunsets and how that only works on a spinning ball. Remember?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Here the moon didn't set. It vanished above the horizon. That's exactly.
It's literally 3 images.
Yeah, I have the video on my page. I took screenshots of the video and put it in the meme format so you guys can
Oh
see it,
yeah.
maybe, hopefully.
You're right. He did just say that. Yeah. So CGI because it has to be.
What did he say?
He said that the 3 images is from a video that he did, and he photoshopped, well, he put it in a meme format. So yeah, you're right about that.
Yeah, so it's altered.
Nathan,
image.
can you tell us why it did that?
Yeah, because the Earth's a level playing field, and the sun and moon move around polar center. So when you observe a sunrise or sunset,
They're
that's
giving
due to
each other
glare.
the Dutch
sun is
rudder
getting
right
farther
now,
away.
and they're looking at each other in the eyes while they do it.
Yeah, like
Nathan, can you please verify now why the Earth is flat? Please. Yes, the Earth is flat because of this. Okay, great. Sucking each other off.
It was
first 2 men I've ever known to 69 over a fucking Zoom call.
What's that?
I said these are the first 2 men I've ever known to 69 themselves over a Zoom call.
Yeah, like
Jeff's a bit too old for Nathan, isn't it?
You're right.
Yeah, like when it came to this, I think I would have. Like, I honestly think I would have done better if I had have just been against Nathan, because Jeffrey kind of threw me off a couple of times. It's like it seems like he was relying a lot on. Honestly, it seemed like he was relying a lot on Nathan, And when he piped up, it seemed to be somewhat contradictory to Nathan. So it was, there's two wrong things that I've got to address. And yeah, like Jeffrey would say one thing, Nathan would say another thing. It's like, I need to address one thing before the other. So yeah, but I feel like I would have done better if it had just been Nathan.
They're scissoring.
Sorry,
I was reading Stringer News 1. He said they're scissoring instead of 69.
Snip, 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 snip.
Anyway, well...
And now he's a girl. Snip, snip, snip. Now he's a girl.
I mean, yeah.
Or Natalie.
Yeah, he's already Natalie, so...
Maybe he's hanging out with this Jeffrey guy because Jeffrey has like a good supply on grandchildren or something. I don't know.
I mean, that wouldn't surprise me.
Like, oh man, Nathan, I got all kinds of grandkids around here. You can come talk to them about the flat Earth.
I don't know what Jeffrey's doing here. I honestly have no idea what Jeffrey was doing in this debate. Like, it seems like someone contacted
rebel
James.
Flag behind his head?
What?
Yeah,
it's
a rebel flag.
He's got a Confederate flag behind him.
Confederate.
Yeah.
And he's also got the and he's also got the other the old one with the circle of stars. Like, he's basically living in the 18th century.
Yeah.
Like, because he said that it's the year is like 1776 or something, and a rebel yell, like in his introduction. So yeah, like he's got a flag of a country. All I know is that he's got a flag of a country that doesn't even exist anymore. So, you know.
Where did James find that guy?
I think
that guy just. I need a platform to. Can you please let me come on and debate flat Earth?
I think that what happened is someone reached out to James, probably on behalf of Jeffrey, right? And then James reached out to Jeffrey and got him on for a flat Earth debate, and he also had him on for a moon landing debate. Now, I'm not sure how sincere Jeffrey is in his belief that the Earth is flat. I do know that his wording of it does mean that he may be a little bit uncertain about the Earth being flat. And so I'd gladly say to Jeffrey, hey, look, do you want to have a proper discussion about whether the Earth is flat, just one-on-one, you know? I wouldn't necessarily try to convince him that the heliocentric model is correct, but I would try and convince him that, hey, look, the Earth isn't flat. We've got these observations. Without a Nathan Thompson going, yabba, 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 and him needing, you know, honestly, Nathan needed to shut the fuck up.
Hold on. You just committed the yabba, yabba, yabba. Please
really, though.
Yabba, 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 I see you.
But honestly,
as he slides down the dinosaur.
Yabba, yabba, doo.
Yeah, yabba-dabba-doo. That's what Nathan is saying. He's got the right he's got the right beard for it as well. The right face structure.
If you do defeat Jeffrey, though, you'd have to make sure you do it with another pilot, because he will claim that he's the authority on being up in the air in an F-16 or something. Because I think he does that as well.
Pilot, or was he just a passenger?
He said that he was like a fighter pilot or something like that.
Has he ever presented any credentials whatsoever?
No, he didn't.
He says he was he says he was a crewman on a C-32, and then he goes to an F-16 or 50.
You sure it wasn't the passenger on Microsoft Flight Simulator?
Right. Okay, so
at best,
I would question those claims. Being a crewman is one thing, because anybody can do it. You know, like anybody at any. You could be an E1 to E3 and be stationed as a crewman on a big airline. You know, like a big plane. But at the same time, you can't be a pilot of an F-16 without having a college degree. Number one, you have to have a college degree.
And know it's round.
Yeah, and they do significant background checks, you know, whether they know about his affiliation with the Southern Rebellion movement or whatever. I mean, I'm sure this was a different time. He looks a little bit older, and maybe they wouldn't have looked at that too much. But nowadays, they looked way too hard into your background before just allowing you to fly a multi-million-dollar aircraft. I would question this.
Have to operate a bicycle.
I would question this guy. I would say, I'm not 100% sure you know what you're talking about.
Yeah, but then there's also observations like that show the curve of the Earth. Like one of the ones that I showed, again, was from JISM, and it showed the curve of the Earth. It had a very clear curve. So, anyway, we'll continue.
So, if you have a large puddle of it, it would show a curve. If you had a very large puddle of it.
Yeah, John Rapp says he talked like he was a pilot, pretty sure. And then let's see. Man Devil says, I think he said he went up in the jets as joy flights from the real pilot. See, I could believe that, Man Devil, because I know people that also did that. Like I said, I was stationed on an air base, and they did that all the time. Like they would do like I forgot what they're called, what the flights are called. On the ships, they're called Tiger cruises. They're just short little cruises that you can bring your family on. I believe that the family friendly cruises are Tiger cruises, but they have a similar program for jets where like if I wanted to go up in a jet, I could go up in a jet with one of the pilots at my base. But that I would believe that, but him saying he was a pilot requires him to have a college education.
Definitely.
And I don't. He has a college education.
I'm not sure what his
He
qualifications
claims authority over later on. I think he claims that he's the authority on being up in the air at this many thousand feet.
Mike 71 said incentive flights is what they call them. Hey, Mike, are Tiger cruises the cruises that family members go on? I was never stationed on a ship, so I just think that my brother had said it, and he was on the. She's been on a bunch of them now, but he was on the Enterprise for a long time.
Oh yeah, John Rapp made a good point. If I went up in a fighter jet as a joyride, I'd totally look for the curve. Sure, like first off, when he was in a jet, I don't think that he was a flat earther. I'm pretty sure that the whole Eddie Bravo thing was very recent. So I don't think that he would be looking for the curve if he was in a fighter jet. And then there's also, maybe he's being gaslit a bit, where he probably did see, if he went up now, he probably would see the curve, but because it was so long ago, I mean, he can be like, well, actually, I'm not sure if I saw the curve. And I think that's probably what's going on here. There's a number of things. And that actually brings me to another thing, when it comes to trust your senses, well, yeah, even if you do trust your senses, how about your memory? Can you trust that? I mean, technically your memory is another sense, but, if I sure as hell don't trust my memory.
What did you eat last week for breakfast on Tuesday?
Peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I have those every fucking day for breakfast.
Might have been toast or something. I actually have no clue.
That's the only reason I remember. It's not that I remember, that I know I had a peanut butter and jelly sandwich for breakfast. I've had one every day for the past month.
Me, lots of coffee and 2 or 3 joints.
All I remember is that on last Thursday I had seafood chowder. That's for tea. That's all I remember. I don't remember anything else when it comes to my food.
Seafood, I eat it.
I know that joke. As a Billy T joke. I'm on a seafood diet and seafood, and I eat it.
Bingo.
Yeah. But yeah, like when it comes to your memory, like why wouldn't you trust that? In your memory, like you may think that, oh, I remember seeing the flat. And it's like, well, maybe it's because it's hazy. You know, I never trust my memory.
I'm sorry, bro. I have to run. I
Okay.
just realized it's close to my fantasy football time. I appreciate you having me on, and yeah, guys have a good night.
All right,
take it easy, Glenn.
Take care.
And he says, "I'm out."
Later, Pika.
See you later.
I don't think he said that.
No, he didn't. I'll say it for him. I'm out.
I haven't left yet. I'm out.
Ah, there we go. There we go.
And he cuts halfway through it every time.
All right. Well, we'll continue on because we still need to get to the shut the fuck up, Nathan.
The atmosphere is getting denser. The most dense atmosphere is at sea level. We live in a closed dynamic system. The gas is inhomogeneous and anisotropic. It's different in all directions and constantly moving around. So it changes, and more at sea level. So that's why you see a sunset at sea level. But when I go 10,000 feet above Denver, you don't see a moonset or a sunset. It fades.
Citation needed. Like, firstly, you'd probably be able to see the like if you went 1,000 feet above Denver. Then you'd probably see the moon start to sink eventually if you were to wait long enough. Maybe he doesn't have that attention span. Like, that's my bet. I'm betting on that he just doesn't have the attention span to watch a moon set. That's all I'm betting on.
Fades away and vanishes off in the distance. But
So it's much like watching a ship sail away from you.
Exactly, because things above you vanish just like things below you vanish.
Yep.
Off in the distance, getting smaller and smaller. It's due to perspective, not Earth curve. Planet
So,
walk.
firstly, I've got to dispute that because when it comes to these things, you've got to make sure that you actually, you've got to make sure you actually use things like solar filters if you're filming the sun. And people have gone out with solar
That
filters.
was the moon!
Hold on, we got to give him a chance to respond.
Holy shit, he keeps telling me I need a solar
Listen,
filter for the moon
it's-
at night,
you can-
dude.
Well, but
Holy
Nathan,
moly.
you can always.
So when it comes to that, like,
Technically, you do need a solar filter for the moon because the surroundings is so dark in comparison.
yeah, like I'd say that you'd probably need a not necessarily a solar filter, but you'd need to adjust your exposure. Like, he's an astrophotographer and he doesn't adjust his exposure. Adjust your exposure, Nathan. Like, even I know this. I'm not a professional photographer, and I know all about reducing your exposure. I know all about, I know that if I want to take photos of the stars, I have to increase the exposure. If I want to take star trails, I know about things like frame stacking, or I know that you can do either frame stacking or you can just do a long exposure shot. Like, if you wanted to, you could do this long exposure shot for like 8 hours if you wanted. But, you know, like, I was mostly thinking about the sun, but, like, if you're doing the moon, exposure, goddammit. And I might have mentioned that.
Respond after he's finished, but we do have to let him finish.
Yeah, or, you know, use something that stops the moon from changing angular size due to glare, right? Because that's what's making it appear to change its angular size is glare. So if you use something that just stops it from appearing to change its angular size, like either if you're doing the sun, a solar filter. If you're doing the moon, maybe I think it's raising the exposure, lowering the exposure time on the camera will help, and then filming that.
See,
rather than whatever images that you've got there, which have glare on them.
Yep, I was just covering how the horizon, things don't always intersect the horizon. It depends on your altitude and the atmospheric conditions. But Planet Walk, I mean, Jeffrey, do you want to talk any more about these guys, about Earth?
I actually would love to see, right, if he has ever made an observation of the sun or whatnot, where it clearly just, like, where it clearly just gets too small to see. Now, I know that there are some videos where it appears to, due to it going into the clouds, but, like, on a clear day where there's no clouds in the sky, if you can see that, I'd bet that it wouldn't. Specifically on a clear day, though, because I know that they'll bring up cherry-picked observations where it's where it's going down and then where it's going down and then it sort of disappears because clouds are in front of it or whatnot. There are those cherry-picked observations, but most of the time, if it's clear, I'd be willing to bet that it, it just goes over the horizon. And I've seen the sun going over the horizon. Like, you can't argue that it never goes over the horizon because it does. Not only have I seen it myself, I have seen other people taking videos. Even people that never even care about flat Earth have seen the sun go over the horizon or even rise over the horizon. Like, you cannot argue that it doesn't. So yeah.
Because I want to move on to how they think the Earth spins 1,000 miles an hour around an imaginary axis.
I would like to hear that and talk about that too, especially after spending 7 years of my life flying around in airplanes. And boy, it'd be a lot easier if we could just go up and let that thing.
Oh, he says that he's spent 7 years of his life flying around in airplanes. Okay. I'd like to see his certificates or whatnot, but
move underneath us, but anyway.
Excellent.
Before we get onto this topic, I would like to just say something because you picked the first topic because there's something that you got terribly wrong.
Oh yeah,
both of your guys.
Oh yeah, like Nathan was trying to direct the conversation. Like he he was trying to dialogue tree me so that he had planned responses. But there was something in their introduction that I needed to point out, and this is it. This is intro, and that is when it comes to the Earth being globe. We've known that for a couple of thousand years at least, and you made it sound like it's something that was recently discovered about 500-ish years ago.
That's what the science says.
So no, it wasn't discovered 500 years ago. And it's not what. Well, technically, there were scientists that did. So the history of this is that there were scientists that did try to discredit religion by making it seem as though religious people until about 500 years ago thought that the Earth was flat. And essentially it was a disparagement against religious people. So the idea is that it was, oh, you're religious? Well, your religion thought that the Earth was flat 500 years ago, And it was essentially a way to try and discredit religious people by associating them with scientific illiteracy. And yeah, like as David said, he brought into the Christopher Columbus myth. Yeah, exactly. Like when it came to that, we had already figured out that the Earth was a globe. Like the ancient Greeks saw ships disappearing bottom up. That's how they figured.
Before then as well, though.
Yeah. Now, I don't have all... Now, they do ask for citations on that, but I don't have all the citations at hand. Like, if I were to Google it, it would probably come up with something like...
Is it Aristophanes?
Yeah, there was Eratosthenes.
Like, way before Christ.
Yeah, there was Eratosthenes, and there was the... So yeah, there was Eratosthenes, and then there was other people that saw that there was a circular shadow on the moon during eclipse, and they thought that the only shape that could cause that was if the Earth were a globe. And I tend to say that they're probably right on that regard. Anyway.
When did Copernicus publish his findings about the globe Earth?
So, first off, Copernicus didn't publish findings about a globe Earth. It was about heliocentrism.
Yes.
That was about
90, wasn't it?
That was about heliocentrism, not the globe Earth.
Okay, so are we willing to concede heliocentrism then? Was believed until 500 years ago?
So he made a mistake. So he said, are we willing to concede then that heliocentrism was believed until about 500 years ago? Like, I'm pretty sure that's what he said. Like, let's rewind.
Yep. Yeah. What he said 500 years ago.
Heliocentrism, not the globe Earth.
Okay, so are we willing to concede heliocentrism then? Was believed for until 500 years ago?
So yeah, he said heliocentrism was believed. What he means is geocentrism, obviously. But you know, I just thought that was interesting.
Well, I'm willing to concede that geocentrism was believed until about 500 years ago. Geocentrism is not the same as the Earth being flat.
Can you concede
Okay, what's Nathan going to say?
that this is all a bandwagon fallacy and you have no science?
It's not a bandwagon fallacy. I'm literally just pointing out their mistakes here. Like that's, you know, they made a mistake in their introduction. Like it's their claim that I'm disputing. I'm not saying, oh, we all believe that the Earth is a globe, therefore the Earth is a globe. I'm saying you're wrong about the Earth being believed to be a globe. If anyone's doing a bandwagon fallacy, it might be Nathan for saying, well, we all believed the Earth was flat until 500 years ago.
Scientific evidence of the globe?
How is it a bandwagon fallacy?
You're
I'm literally
saying
just...
Everyone back in the day knew it was a globe, and every ancient civilization, Ptolemy, the Mayans, the Celtics, the Phoenicians, were all calculating based on a flat Earth, eclipses, making sundials, doing astroarchaeology, lining up the sky to megalithic...
So I'm pretty sure half of these things can be wrong, but it's such a gish gallop that I can't go ahead and address every single thing that he's saying here. And besides, it's like, why are we relying on ancient civilizations? Like, again, like, that's what, you know, like, why would you rely on ancient civilizations? I'm relying on modern day stuff, like, for my initial observations. The ancient civilizations, having believed that the Earth was a globe, is basically saying, well, your conspiracy about the Earth being a globe wouldn't make sense if it's being developed over 2,000 years.
Structures on the Earth? You're
with exceeding accuracy.
right now. You're joking yourself, right? You realize you're joking.
I'm not saying... So what your argument was that it was Copernicus that found out that the Earth was a globe.
No,
and I'm saying
not a globe. And all I said was he dedicated his book to the Pope.
Okay, so your argument was that Copernicus said that the Earth was a globe and was the first, well, was at least one of the first people to say that. However, people have known that the Earth is a globe for much longer than that. I was correcting you on that.
How did people know it? But Copernicus was one of the first ones to say it 500.
So, this is where he completely misunderstood my argument. So, it wasn't that Copernicus was the first person to say it. It was that Copernicus was the first person to write about heliocentrism. Like, he's making this is the thing that I find annoying about flat earthers. They believe that they've been lied to by NASA and that. And they say, yeah, they believe that they've been lied to by NASA. But what they don't realize is that they actually believe a lie that's been put out by scientists, and they eat it up 100%. It's like they
love their conspiracy theories.
Yeah, like
love them.
The lie that was actually put out by scientists was the lie that only 500 years ago we discovered that the Earth was a globe. That is a lie that scientists put out there. Like, and like flat earthers, ironically, they actually believe the actual lie. That's the irony of the whole situation.
Years ago. What, they just all kept it quiet? It was like a hush-hush?
No.
Globe Earth, it's like Fight Club?
I guess we're asking for data, Planner Walk. Do you have data that backs up that assertion?
So when it comes to back in the time of the ancient Greeks...
Jeff.
What?
That's a no. I don't have any data. I'm going to continue rambling.
So the reason why I didn't present data is because that would mean that I'd have to Google it, right? I don't know what search terms to enter because, like, usually people aren't trying to... And the first thing I'd get is a Wikipedia article, which should say, oh, that's a Wikipedia fallacy, even though Wikipedia has the citations in the description. But, like, I mean, I could... And besides, when you Google, like, Googling is really inconvenient unless the other person is talking, because if you Google, I'd have to go, first I have to think of what is it that I'm going to be Googling. So, when was the Earth discovered to be round, right? And So I can go here. The earliest documented mention of the spherical Earth concept dates back from around the 5th century BC, when it was mentioned by ancient Greek philosophers. In the 3rd century BC, Hellenistic astronomy established the roughly spherical shape of the Earth as a physical fact and calculated Earth's circumference. This knowledge was gradually adopted throughout the Old World during late antiquity and Middle Ages. A practical demonstration of Earth's sphericity was achieved by Ferdinand Magellan and Juan Sebastian Elcano's circumnavigation. I have no idea who they are. And it was, the concept of a spherical Earth displaced earlier beliefs in a flat Earth. In early Mesopotamian mythology, the world was portrayed as a flat disk floating in the ocean with a hemispherical sky dome above. And this forms the premise for early world maps like those of Anaximander and Hecastus of Miletus. I probably butcher Hecataeus of Miletus. I probably butchered the pronunciation. But yeah, it's just not true that we believe that the Earth was flat until 500 years ago. We have Eratosthenes is the big one, but we're gonna get to that. I believe I do mention it.
On about my empty claim.
Well, this is something that you can look up. I could probably look it up, in fact. But when it comes to these things, it's been known since the time of the ancient Greeks that the Earth was a globe. They worked it out based on... The first speculation was based on eclipses. Then Eratosthenes actually measured the circumference of the Earth doing an experiment. And then people have known that the Earth was a globe for the next couple millennia.
No disrespect, but I need when and where. I need data, please.
So firstly... when and where is very hard to find. I have looked for when and where, and all I can get is estimates. Where, I think it was Cyan or something, not sure, but it is very difficult because of, it was a long time ago, So it was
That
about...
was an excellent bandwagon fallacy planner, but could we skip to you proving your rotates, please?
So first off, it wasn't a bandwagon fallacy. I'm just stating that.
Claiming everybody in the past believed it was a globe is...
Okay, this is annoying because it's not a bandwagon fallacy if I'm just what I'm doing is I am stating facts, right? That is not a fallacy. When you state facts, I'm not saying the Earth is a globe because everyone believed it's a globe. I'm just stating... you're wrong about your claim that 500 years ago, people thought that the Earth was flat. That claim is wrong. I'm disproving it with facts.
It's a bandwagon fallacy. Can you prove the...
No, I'm just disputing one of your claims with a separate claim that people knew it was people worked out that it was a globe. I think it was 900 BC that they first speculated, but there was only speculation until about 500 BC, in which they did measurements to actually figure out that what the size of the Earth was, at least.
Oh, really?
One thing I forgot to mention in this debate, and I should have mentioned it, is the Greeks saw ships disappearing bottom up over the horizon, and that's one of the things that they used to work out that the Earth is a globe.
They measured the size of the Earth?
Yes, they used... Eratosthenes did an experiment with sticks, or with a well at least, to figure out, okay, this is the... and they knew how far away the two wells were, and they calculated based on that.
Are you aware with what affirming the consequent fallacy is? Because you're using it now.
What's that?
So
No, you're not.
I think affirming the consequence is where you take... Oh, and thank you, Citizen Gold, for the super chat, for the $5 super chat. So, when it comes to affirming the consequence, right? Affirming the consequence is where you have... If a then B, B, therefore A. And I actually, later on in the debate, I take very careful considerations to not fall into the affirming the consequence fallacy, to not use that. I'd be very careful later on to avoid affirming the consequence. But he dismisses it in a different way. So affirming the consequence is A, if A, B, B, therefore A. But these things can actually be rearranged. So you could go, instead of the claim being, so you could go A, therefore B, right? And that would be one of your predictions. But your other prediction might be C, therefore D, right? Now, you could get B as your result, and not D. B and D being opposite observations. D, therefore not C. Or no, not D, therefore not C. So, that's a important distinction. So if I say something like, on a flat Earth, we wouldn't see this, or on a flat Earth, we would expect to see this. We see something different, therefore the Earth is not flat. That's a way to avoid the affirming the consequence. And that's why I actually try to frame things in a way to actually avoid affirming the consequence. All right.
Well, even Neil deGrasse Tyson admits this works on both models.
Oh, another Neil deGrasse Tyson fallacy. That needs to be a meme. Neil deGrasse Tyson fallacy. I'm going to. I'll have to seek truth, speak truth, right? And see if he can create or at least I can create it for him and just let him upload it and have him sell Neil deGrasse Tyson fallacy t-shirts, because that is, I still think that's golden.
Bull.
I'd buy one.
Oh, forgot about Super Chat. I'm Natalie Zagala.
Thank you, John Rapp, for $2 Australian. Yeah, I do have super chats, I do have super chat enabled, should I say? And yeah, Natalie is a goer. Is that how you pronounce it? I'm not sure.
Now, Aristophanes, he presupposed a distant sun and then assumed parallel sun rays, which isn't what we see. We see crepuscular sun rays, and the sun isn't distant, it's local. That's why we have varying temperature variations. The North and South Pole are not analogous.
Wait, did he say the thing yet? Did he? Let me go back.
Works on both models. Now, Aristophanes...
What's that?
Well, even Neil deGrasse Tyson admits this works on both models. Now, Aristophanes, he presupposed a distant sun and then assumed parallel sun rays, which isn't what we see. We see crepuscular sun rays, and the sun isn't distant, it's local. That's why we have varying temperature variation.
Oh, and the reason why I laughed there is because I have disputed the claim that crepuscular sun rays prove the Earth is flat many times. It is the stupidest claim in the Flat Earth book, and that's saying something, right? I intended to, it's a claim that debunks itself.
I can't understand why they still use it. Do you know?
I don't. They're idiots. That's why. They're fucking idiots. There's no other way to say
Idiot
this.
There we go. Don't forget the idiot ding.
Yeah, if you think that crepuscular sun rays prove the Earth is flat, or at least prove the sun is just above the clouds, I guess that means that crepuscular sun rays coming from behind a tree proves that the sun is just behind the tree. So I'll get someone to go behind the tree and, oh shit, what's that? There's no sun just behind the tree. It's behind the clouds further. Oh, that's interesting because according to my senses, it was just behind the tree. But I wonder if there's another thing that flat earthers don't like to mention for why it might be, for why crepuscular sun rays appear to diverge. No, it's not fluorspective. A perspective. So, that's why it really annoys me. I like what Citizen Gold says. Oh shit, what's that? As they burst into flames because they stood too close to the sun. I love that.
How can Nathan assert what Aristophanes was thinking and how he did it? Because his actual way of how he calculated it was lost, and it was only through third party or another person years later trying to figure it out.
I'm not sure. Like, I think that he did calculate it, and it was the roughly accepted thing. I don't know if it was replicated.
Because was it Cleomades who described how he did it? Yeah, like how he did it, but the actual way that he did it and how he came to do it was lost.
Maybe. I'd have to see. Like, I don't know the validity of that claim. Again, as I said, I'd have to see. If you've got any citations, you can drop them to me afterwards, or even right now if you have them on hand.
Yeah.
And I'll take a look at them.
What time did we start? About 5 o'clock, was it my time? About 4 hours ago?
Yeah, we started 4 hours ago. We still haven't gotten halfway because there's just so much wrong. Like, this is the problem with these debates, right? There's so much wrong in what they say that it takes more time than what's allocated for a debate to actually address all of it. So when it comes to this debate here, like, James allows only 2 hours for a debate, right? This stream, I would not be surprised if we're going for another 4 hours after this. Now, I would like to hope that I'm not.
Yeah.
But
I wonder if we could get Kashmir in here.
What?
Or Cyber Zero. Kashmir or Cyber Zero would be pretty good.
Possibly. Like, there is a spot for someone in the stream. Like, but anyway, we'll move ahead and. Yeah, as Little Wolf said, so much dumb in a small amount of time.
North and South Pole are not analogous with fauna, flora, drastic temperature.
Okay, this is something that I didn't even bother to address because, like, it was just nonsense. Like so this thing, I've addressed this multiple times. Simon Dan even addressed this recently in a video where he said different conditions, like the conditions are different up in the northern hemisphere, down in the southern hemisphere. So when it comes to the northern hemisphere, like there's different geology which would change the conditions in which would be experienced in that place. Like, that is something that it doesn't take a genius to figure out, Like, geology affects the climate. Like, if you don't believe me, then if you don't believe me, then, well, first off, you're an idiot. But secondly, like, what's the difference between the Sahara Desert and the places in Africa that are close to the sea? There's a big difference in geology, which is why you get different climates. Doesn't take much to figure out.
Variations.
Okay, Stringer News 1 has a good comment. So much dumb, so few brain cells to spread it across.
So
dumb doesn't require brain cells at all.
What? What's that?
Dumb doesn't require brain cells. All you gotta do is spread that on a shit sandwich and it works just fine.
Yeah. Alright, well, let's continue on because...
You can tell us he did it with shadows and sticks, but that is a begging that is affirming the consequent fallacy. It works on both models. Even the most popular scientists in the world had the balls to admit that.
So this is one thing that I keep on asking him about. It's going to be painful, guys.
Wish you would.
So did you hear what he said immediately after that?
He said it works on both models.
Yeah, but did you hear what he said immediately after that?
Did you hear him say it works on both models?
I did, but you're literally taking it out of context. Did you hear what he said immediately afterwards?
So it works on both models, according to Neil.
But did you? Okay, I'm just going to say what he said immediately afterwards because.
Yeah, because like I had to say it because he's basically saying he says it works on both models. Who cares what else he says afterwards? So it's like, well, you're clearly showing your dishonesty here because if you can't say what he said afterwards, you're clearly taking him out of context. And I think my voice cracked a little bit there.
Are you surprised?
Not really. We've been live for 4 hours, and I've probably been talking for at least 2 of those hours. Wait, no, I've been watching for like 1 of those hours. So
When it comes, what he said immediately afterwards was that if you were to add a third well, then you'd see that it only works on the globe.
Did he add a third well in that original study?
No, he didn't.
And that,
still assuming parallel sun rays and distant sun.
Remember what happens when
no.
So people are saying that puberty is on its way, but when it comes to this, like, in the initial study, he didn't add a third well, but again, we've got the benefit of having the internet, and we can do things where we measure the angle to the sun, like 20 people all at the same time, and we get the results that only work on a globe. And do I bring that up? I think I do. We'll see.
So when you add a third well, you find that you get results that only line up on a globe. And people have actually gone ahead and done it with not just 1, not just 2, not just 3, but
not
about
you,
20.
Right? But not you, right, Planet Walk? Not you.
Genetic fallacy right there. Oh, you haven't done it. Yeah, well, why do I need to do it? Like, why do I need to go ahead and do everything? Like, honestly, this is annoying because it's like, oh, I guess I should just waste my fucking time going ahead and doing all these experiments that you can't be bothered to do because apparently I don't have a life that I want to live without the worry of, oh, is the earth flat? Like, I don't. That's the reason why I don't do a whole lot of experiments, because you know what? I have a life.
Hey.
Hey, Chrisma, how's it going?
Hey, it's going on. I'm just getting in and out of the bathroom all goddamn day.
You just stepped into a nightmare, Chrisma. Really?
Mandeville just said that.
What was that about?
What?
What was that about having a life?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, there's a reason why I don't go ahead and do. I don't do all these observations that other people have done. The reason being is because I have a life. First off, I can't be fucked going to some place to make long distance observations. I could probably go to, I don't know, like, oh shit, who's ringing me? I can't answer right now. I don't know who was ringing me. Hopefully that wasn't important. But anyway, yeah, when it comes to
Nathan Thompson.
Yeah, when it comes to observations, I could go to, I suppose, Rotorua, right, and make long distance observations, but like the amount that it would cost me, first off, I don't have the money to go to Rotorua, let alone to buy a camera that has zoom. Like, fuck, what are you expecting? Like, I only have the money to use other people's observations by using the internet. Some people say that I could see the southern star rotations, and I do see the southern star rotations, but I can't point a camera at them and be like, "Yep." I can't do that because I don't have a camera that's good enough. I don't have the I don't have the money to do that, and also I need the time to do that, and I'm generally spending most of my time trying to work on my games so that I can eventually sell it. I don't have them, then maybe I might have the money, but if I had a successful game, then I'd probably be like, okay, I'm going to make another game. That's different. Planner Walks...
speaking of games, Planner, I've got my mechanical band pretty much completely programmed to play that song, that MIDI song.
Okay, cool. Anyway, I'm going to continue on with this because that was a bit of a rant from me.
Didn't do any of this.
Not me.
Yeah, okay, of course. This is part of the religion, guys. I just want you to suck this all.
Yes, but Nathan, what have you done? Have you done it? So Citizen Gold just asked, do you have a linkage to the game dev site? I do have versions of the game available in my Discord. I am working on getting closer to another release, which honestly I'm hoping... currently as it is, it doesn't seem very different on the surface of it, but underneath
Will it run on a Pi?
It is very different. What's that?
Will it run on a Pi?
Not yet. But I do have the ability to export it to Linux, so it might be able to run on a Raspberry Pi.
Well, if it runs on Linux, it should run on a Pi because most Pis run on Linux. So.
Yeah. So it should.
Yeah, I'm running Raspberry at the moment.
Yeah.
But yes.
Anyway.
Mine runs Unix, but still.
Yeah.
Oh, sweet.
Anyway, we'll continue on with this.
It's all regurgitation. It's all parroting. It's all, these other guys did something with shadows and sticks. They can't look at the floor and determine it's curving. That's a problem. So it's got to be sticks and shadows.
Hold on.
There's a reason why you don't look at the floor. If you're looking at the floor, then you got to look at the entire floor, right? If it's if I look at the floor, that's 6,000 kilometers across, I'm not going to be able to tell if it's curving just by looking at the floor when I'm standing on it. I'm too small. Right?
It would be like asking an ant to describe the surface of a basketball.
Yeah. And the ant would be like, oh, it's flat. Be like, no,
Yeah,
I can see the entire thing. That basketball certainly isn't flat. They'd need to use some other kind of observation, maybe the fact that the surroundings change as the basketball is spinning around, or something like that. Or maybe if they get off the basketball.
Or if they could measure the distance from their observation point to another observation point in the sky, and then talk to someone that's on another part of the basketball and have them do the same thing.
Yeah.
Then you'll have the measurements of the triangle. Then you can determine this, actual, like Aristophanes did.
Yeah, like Sly Sparkane did. In my introduction, there was a clip from Sly Sparkane that I sped up for the sake of time, which showed that the measurements, they don't line up on a flat Earth, but they all line up on a globe. Wonder why that is.
Yeah, we live on Taurus. It's a Taurus. That's what it is.
But anyway, we'll continue onwards.
All right.
So are you saying that?
I'll make sure that Planner Walk gets a chance to respond, Nathan.
Yeah. Are you saying that 20 different people all conspired to come up with results that only match the globe? 20 different people.
People all affirmed the consequent.
So first off, they didn't affirm the consequence. All it was they measured an angle, right? That's all that they did. And I mention that?
They assumed parallel sun rays and assumed a different sun. Okay, so Planner Walk. hoping you have some scientific evidence the Earth rotates. Yes or
Okay, so firstly, I just want to say that when it came to those 20 different people, all they did was take a measurement, and then those measurements were compiled into a thing to show whether the Earth was flat. And when it was when the Earth was flat, they all came up with weird angles that didn't line up. When they measured that the Earth, when they compiled it to a globe, all those lines that they came up with were parallel.
Got it. We live on a globe. Does it rotate or not?
I should have been like, that's when I won. Like, literally, like, I've won. Like, people say that I didn't win the debate. He literally just said, okay, we live on a globe. Boom!
Yeah,
I won.
Yeah.
I did not realize that I won that much. Yep, I won. Like, I actually gotten. Can someone clip that, right? Because
Did I actually hear Nathan Thompson ask the question, does the Earth rotate?
Yes. I think so.
Yeah, he did. He did.
Holy
yeah.
shit.
He asked, does the Earth rotate?
And this
he
is
said, okay, we live on a globe. He said, okay, we
I
live on a
missed
globe.
that the first time I watched it.
Yeah, but yeah, like, yes, we need to clip that essentially. Clip it, spread it far and wide.
Exactly.
The timestamp was about 56 minutes and 20 seconds. I'm going to put a. I'm actually going to leave a comment saying.
Yeah, I don't know how to do it. I wish somebody would.
Oh, what? We can say
server too.
We can now say thanks, Nathan. Thanks, Natalie.
I can't. I can't say that. No, it don't come out properly. I can't say that phrase. That's just not right to say that phrase.
So I'm just going to make sure that it is that.
Yeah, you're right on the top of the video. So I mean,
we're parallel.
Got it. We live on a globe. Does it rotate or not?
Okay, so 56:21. Got it. We live on a globe. Right.
Do you live on a globe? Does it rotate or not?
Comment. And pin.
Somebody in the chat post that little sample to my Discord, The Last Monster. Please.
Or NASA Black Side Area 69. We would love to have that clip to add to our
Or
little
Team Skeptic server.
Because Cypher would love to have that clip. Cypher would love to put that on the soundboard.
Or if it's on one of our servers, you'll be getting it. I'll make damn sure of it.
Like, I do know that it's cherry picking, but like, honestly, the amount of cherry picking that he did in this debate, like,
oh god,
like I feel like I'm allowed a free cherry pick. So
every one of his arguments is a cherry pick.
Yeah. Although, I mean, I don't know. Like, is the Bob of cherry pick? I don't think it is. I don't think Bob's saying we measured a 15 degree per hour drift. I don't think that's cherry picking.
Well, we play the whole thing in its context. It's not cherry picking because you have to play it out of context if it were cherry picking.
Yeah. And like him saying a drift, a 15 degree per hour drift, technically is out of context, but like the context makes it. Supports the argument, you know, like
the context, because he actually goes over how they bought it and everything, and usually when FTFE or team plays it, they play the entire clip, where he's saying how he bought it and how they got it, and
definitely. Anyway, we'll continue onwards, and this one is the one which I think I probably didn't do as well as I could have.
Yes, it does.
Excellent. How fast does it rotate at the equator?
It rotates at 15 degrees per hour.
And in miles per hour, how fast is that?
Okay. I forgot that I added that thanks, Bob, there.
Thanks, Bob.
Yeah.
Thanks, Bob.
And Cypher's on it. Yeah, Cypher's getting it.
Yeah. Because Because as soon as I said 15 degrees per hour, I think I said it too quickly. I think I said thanks, Bob, too quickly, but, you know, it was in there.
Who cares?
Oh, who cares? I care, because 1,000 miles an hour is relatively fast. Now, does the atmosphere move with the Earth, or does it move separately?
Big numbers.
Creating what's called a core.
That's when I started to meme him.
Coriolis effect. And yes, that's the speed of a bullet. That is a big number. It's quite fast.
So there is a Coriolis effect, but that's
What is the Coriolis effect? Can you define it for us, please?
What's that?
Sorry. Mumbling at myself, bitching them out.
Okay.
Sorry, spoke out loud.
A Coriolis effect is when there are two reference frames and when something moving within one reference frame moves along another reference frame. That's
I think that description there was so if something. I think that's an adequate description. So I should have. So when it came to the next part, I did mess up by saying it moving from one reference frame to another. But when I'm pretty sure it's moving along a reference frame rather than when it's in another when it's also in another reference frame or something like. It's very hard to describe, and I think a scientist would probably have a much easier time describing it than me.
Well, then, so when the hot air balloon goes in the second reference frame, right?
Okay, so yeah, like he actually said second reference frame, not me. Okay. Thankfully, I didn't fuck it up as bad as I thought I did.
It's no longer on the Earth. It would move separately from the Earth, right, Planner Walk?
Would
It's yes or no.
Okay, so first off, when it comes to a hot air balloon, that would be subject to atmosphere, so things like wind.
So yeah, like I'm completely correct here. It would be subject to wind, and the wind would actually be far. And I think Seek Truth, Speak Truth. Don't forget about him. He's part. I think he actually mentioned something very important. But when it comes to a hot air balloon, like the wind would be far more effective on the hot air balloon than any other force. Like the Coriolis would have little to no effect compared to the effect of the wind.
He also got the whole thing about if it's ballistics or powered. Because if it's ballistics, of course it's going to escape the Coriolis force because of the precise speed it's moving at, which is fast, relatively fast, according to dependent on the reference frame.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
sorry.
I later actually mentioned ballistics, and he says that's not Coriolis.
God! But ballistics, if it's ballistics you're talking about, you have to account for Coriolis. Whether if it's powered, you do not account for Coriolis.
Yeah. Definitely.
Like a hot air balloon would be considered powered, so it's powered flight. It's not a ballistic flight.
But we can.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was just going to say, but we can still account for it, and like. There is something that he brings up that he should have actually calculated, because if he had have calculated it, it wouldn't have mattered anyway. I'd have actually had to have changed my argument, though. But, you know, he would have actually come off looking better by calculating something, rather than just being, oh, this happens. It's like, okay, yeah, but did you calculate it? Did you do the maths? Did you, numbers here?
Planar Walk, he's a flat earther. Did he do the math? Excuse me? He's a flat earther. Math and flat earthers do not mix.
Exactly.
They're anathema to each other.
It's like the Coca-Cola Corporation and Pepsi. They do not go together. They really don't care for each other.
But if you mix them, they taste really good mixed together, though.
Blasphemy. That's just outright blasphemy. That's true blasphemy right there. There's no worse crime than that right there. You just, that's just.
And here I am being a hipster, drinking neither Coke nor Pepsi.
That's better than mixing them.
I'm drinking Coke mixed with cherry Pepsi. So.
Oh my word.
Okay, well, let's not start a debate here. Let's continue on reviewing this debate.
The humanity.
So
the humanity.
the Coriolis effect on the hot air balloon would be minimal. The hot air balloon doesn't go that high up in the atmosphere for it to have an effect on the hot air balloon.
The Red Bull space jump went up 228,000 feet. It ascended for 3 hours and landed back in New Mexico. So you're going to tell me that Earth rotated under the Red Bull space jump?
That's ballistic flight.
So
that's ballistic.
When it came to the Red Bull space jump, like I made a mistake here. Like I made a mental mistake, not a so the mental mistake that I made is assuming that it would, because I forgot that when it came to things like when it's up there, I've got to account that for the fact that it's already drifted away and it would never catch up. That's the mental mistake that I made. However, none of this matters. Like, none of it. Like, we could actually skip this whole thing because there's a simple response to this. Where did it land? Oh, it landed landed to the east, right? Okay. How much Coriolis would you expect to see on a globe? And he would say, oh, well, how much? And I'd be like, no, this is your claim. You calculate it. You know, if you're going to come up with something, you should actually give your own calculations.
Yeah, because if it were a flat Earth and it went straight up, you would expect it to come straight down and land in the exact same position that it shot straight up from.
Well, yes.
On the flat Earth.
Yes and
on
no.
Flat, non-moving Earth.
Well, yes and no. Like they landed to the east, and that completely nullifies any point that they're making because it means that it means that obviously it didn't go straight up and straight down because obviously there was a force acting upon it. Now, if you want to argue that force, if you want to argue that Coriolis, why can't that force whatever force was acting upon it to make it move to the east? Obviously, it wasn't Coriolis; it was some other force. So, what other force was it? I mean, there's a couple of forces it can be, and why can't it be something other than Coriolis or whatever? And Mandeville does say that's not Coriolis. True, but like this is
thermal currents, maybe causing wind.
Most likely winds. Now, why can't that deflect? Why can't the winds move at the amount make up for I don't know any quote unquote Coriolis?
So firstly,
how high do you have to go to rotate under you? Because Neil deGrasse Tyson said it rotates under footballs.
So that is like when it comes to rotating under footballs, that is like I think it was like a millimeter he calculated, like a millimeter. Like you're not going to.
You're still going to make the field goal at that amount of distance off.
Neil was. I think he was being a bit jokey in that when he said that.
Yeah.
I don't think he seriously intended that the rotation of the Earth is the reason they ended up getting that field goal.
Yeah. Unless it hit the.
I don't think he was being serious. I don't think he was being serious at all.
Unless, of course, it hit the post, in which case, okay, then you know. But yeah, like Jessica G says, the Neil deGrasse Tyson fallacy again. Like Nathan loves to use the Neil deGrasse Tyson fallacy.
Yeah, and how much they hate him, and yet they love to use him. Like they don't see a problem there.
Yeah. Like Little Wolf says, love how they quote Neil deGrasse Tyson with all this, but not the shape of the Earth. Like, it's like they think that Neil deGrasse Tyson is the supreme like everything arbiter. The supreme arbiter of the final boss of the globe Earth, and if they defeat him, then they defeat the globe Earth. It's like okay, like you go and debate Neil deGrasse Tyson, and I don't think he's going to debate you.
I think Multi Tom actually challenged Neil deGrasse Tyson to a debate. I'm like, dude.
Like Neil deGrasse Tyson he's not going to debate a flat earther. Like I can tell you right now.
No.
And it seems like they substitute. It seems that they substitute debating Neil deGrasse Tyson for debating people like me, right? Because I'll gladly step up to the challenge. But when you're debating me, you're debating me. You're not debating Neil deGrasse Tyson. Neil deGrasse Tyson is not in the room. I have my own claims. Right? So, anyway, let's...
Is anybody familiar with the person... Huh? Who?
What?
From about half of our servers. The guy that's called Huh? Who?
Ah, okay.
You know him?
No, I don't know him.
Oh. I think he's probably interested in popping in, I think, with according to his text to me here.
Alright, well, anyway, we'll move on.
Well, first off, you have to do some calculations. Do you have any calculations of how far it should have moved?
I don't think it should move. I don't think the Earth rotates. This is your argument.
Yes, you do need calculations because that makes it falsifiable. If you do not have the calculations, like, sure, technically it could be on me, but, you know, like, if you're making a claim that's specific to it, a claim of something that should happen, you should have the calculations first and foremost. Like, you should be the one that has the calculations for how much it should be if you're making a claim that you think should be false. You know, like, whenever I do something to do with Flat Earth, and it's and there's a particular number, I try and make calculations, or like when it came to how far above the Earth the sun should appear at all times. I made the calculations myself, saying that it should appear about 7 degrees, no, not 7 degrees, 21 degrees-ish above the horizon at night in New Zealand at midnight. It should appear 21 degrees above the horizon. It never gets... it's never 21 degrees above the horizon at night. It's always below the horizon. You never see the sun at night. And I did the calculations myself. Why? Because the calculations prove that you're wrong. If you want to prove someone wrong, the best way to do it is with calculations. Otherwise, you look like a fucking idiot. Anyway, let's move on.
You're supposed to have some kind of data for it. Now you're going to reverse the burden of proof and ask me to prove that the Earth is rotating planet rock? Come on, buddy. Come on.
Well, it's not... I'm not changing the burden of proof. I'm not changing the burden of proof. It's your claim that that on a globe Earth, this should be happening. Right? Now... the claim there needs to have the data. Like, how much should it be happening? Because I wouldn't dispute that it is happening. The question is, how much? And is that being offset by the... amount that it is... The other things... other factors. Now, if you have the numbers, then we can have a discussion. If you don't have the numbers... then fuck off.
You're gonna have to do better than that.
So firstly, I haven't done these calculations, and I can't do the back of envelope calculations would take a while for us to do.
And it does take a while for us to do. I took like 10 minutes the other day to work out the amount of effect that would be, and this is not even considering like the. There's something else that I need. The calculus for an object rising up into the sky and then doing that. Like, that didn't even consider that. This is just if the object was in the sky for 3 hours, and I did the calculations. It came out to about 33 kilometers-ish that it should have drifted, and that's only if it remained in the sky for 3 hours. That's not considering the fact that as it goes up, it's not always, in the sky and all that kind of stuff. So, and it also didn't account for its latitude. But again, like, none of this is relevant. Like, would it be offset by other things? Yes.
So firstly,
how long have you been studying this? Why aren't you satisfied? Why don't?
Okay, so with Jeffrey's response there, it's because people don't use this argument often. So Nathan Thompson is the only person who's enough of a dipshit to use this argument.
Don't thought you'd want to do your own research.
I want to.
I
Okay,
need-
I,
I do-
just Nathan, 1 sec. I do want to be sure that Planner Walk has a chance to respond because
I apologize.
Also, no, not a problem. We just got to be sure that Planner Walk and then Seek Truth, Speak Truth, as well. That each of you can respond now, just because we've heard from each, both Jeffrey and Nathan.
Yeah. So when it comes to these things, when it comes to the calculations, these calculations would take a bit of time to do, and I could probably do the calculations. But secondly, there are also other things that would have to consider when it comes to this as well. Like, was it directly up? If it was, then you guys might have a point, and then would have to work out. Okay, does the offset because when it comes back down, it would be offset back in the same direction.
Now this is where I made the mistake because
you'd pretty much expect it to land.
Now, I made a mistake here, and but it was a mistake with the way I was thinking, and I shouldn't have made this mistake. I should have been smarter than to make this mistake. So, I will admit that I made a mistake.
Nearly the same place
Or it's like
on a globe.
2020.
You just said Earth has a Coriolis, and there's 2 reference frames.
Yes, but that is more. Those are more apparent when
One
you're.
reference frame now, and you'd expect things to go up and come back down on the globe.
Well, no, when it's going up into the reference frame, and then when it comes back down into the reference frame, it's going the same speed both times. So you'd expect it to end up in roughly the same place.
I did bad on this point.
It moves. That's the thing you're trying to prove. So you're begging the question.
No, this is what would happen if it's moving.
What would happen if the Earth was spinning?
Yeah,
If Earth
I
is
did
spinning,
bad.
it's presupposed
I
it's
just
spinning.
really bad
What would
here.
happen?
Nathan,
You're
okay,
joking,
let's be
right?
sure we hear from both Planner
not-
Walk and Seek Truth, Speak Truth before we come back to the flat team.
So when it comes to I'm not saying this is why it's spinning. I'm saying this is what would happen, what we'd expect to see if it is spinning, right?
But you're
And
wrong,
so I can
Planner
give other
Walk.
things as to why it's spinning, if you want me to do that.
Does the Earth rotate under hot air balloons, helicopters, and drones, or not?
So one of the things that when it comes to
yes or no answer,
One sec.
guys.
Firstly,
One sec.
Hey,
Nathan.
does the
Nathan,
Earth
Oh, here we go.
rotate under a water
All right,
balloon?
I hate to mute you. Okay, okay. So basically, what
Thank
we're
you,
going to
James.
do. Hold on, 1 sec. What I'm going to do, Nathan, they can't hear you. I hate to do this, but just to restore order for a second, what we're going to do is just be sure that we get to hear Planner Walk.
I think. Oh no! I think that's where I played the. I think that's where I played the "Shut the fuck up, Nathan" clip.
Yeah.
Oh bugger!
Oh, it didn't play through?
Yeah, I think that's so I think what James did is when he muted, he actually muted the entire panel.
Oh.
So I would have still been hearing him, and the clip wouldn't have come through when I played it. So, oh no, that's disappointing. That's
superimpose it.
What? But let's see if because I think Nathan might have heard it and did a thing. So
fully answer that question, and then also Seek Truth, Speak Truth, just to be sure that he has a chance to ask any questions or give any responses to those questions.
So, firstly, when it comes to this, Coriolis applies more to ballistic trajectory. If you want to use ballistic trajectory, be my guest. Go ahead and do that. But if you're not going to use ballistic trajectory, so when something goes up, it's entering into the second reference frame. But when it goes back down, it's entering back into the first reference frame. So you'd expect.
And I
it to
described
land in
this
roughly the
badly
same
as
place.
well.
When something's ballistic trajectory, especially when it goes north or south, then you would expect it to veer off course. And when it comes to the
you heard it
manuals
in the live
for,
show?
when it comes to the manuals, then use for...
So maybe I
what's it called?
didn't.
Gunships, I think it was. Then
It
you can see
sounds
that
right.
they have accounting for Coriolis.
And then Seek Truth, Speak Truth, if you have any answers
Send
as well.
that
or
to
questions.
Kashmir as well, because I don't have the right thing to open it with.
But anyway, like I think that description was probably I think what I said there was probably the best rebuttal I had for this particular point, because I was right about ballistic trajectory, right? But they don't use ballistic trajectory because because they see that they're wrong, right? Oh, apparently they've got. Apparently, Pikapup has the "We live on a globe" thing. Or got it. We live on a globe. So nice.
Yeah, Kish Meredith. CH. I don't know how to pronounce your name.
Anyway,
pronounce your name, Kish.
Charisma.
Krishma.
Yeah.
I butcher names rapidly. I'm as bad at names as flat earthers are at understanding the globe.
Damn, that sucks for you, man.
And someone says I definitely heard "Shut the fuck up, Nathan" at some point during the live stream. I know that it will have come through later on, but with the part where I
heard it later on.
But in the Q&A time when he said "Shut the F up, Nathan," that's what James said while reading the super chat. I actually pressed the "Shut the fuck up, Nathan" button, and and that's when Nathan did something. But maybe that wasn't. Hopefully that wasn't the time where I pressed it, but just now. But I feel like it was. But we'll see.
Are you still with us, Seek Truth? Let me see if you have.
He's too quiet.
Oh yeah, like
it's really, really low. Seek Truth, Speak Truth. We can. It's like really
this is a little
you,
unfortunate. Like when.
Yeah, he had a tech fail.
Move closer to the mic.
I think what he needs there is maybe to get a
like
better.
It's almost as if you're almost muted.
So maybe get a better mic or check the settings at least. Like I think it would be.
I think it might be due to some settings on Windows.
Gotcha. Sorry, Seek Truth. We still can't hear you.
Yeah.
What we can do is
what I'll do is I'll see. Ah shit.
Still not yet.
He was talking.
That's a lot of them.
Yeah, I'm plugged in now. So
Perfect.
if there's any feedback, let me know.
You got it.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, like I was saying, like sticking to the atmosphere, as the atmosphere does stick to Earth. Again, we forget just how massive the Earth is compared to how thin that atmosphere is on top. Everyone, like that image that was shown by Nathan, obviously kind of just shows you like the atmosphere is nearly as big as the Earth. Do you know what I mean? When it's tiny in relation, it would be, again, I know people hate scaling things down, but my mind makes it's easier for me to understand. The Earth the size of a basketball, the atmosphere would be about 2 millimeters thick. It's absolutely tiny, and there's no reason why that wouldn't be dragged around with the Earth.
Well, there's no reason it wouldn't be dragged off into space, but we'll get to that in a second. That's my third point. We're still talking about Earth rotating, planar walk. You said they go up and land. You said they go up and land in the same spot. Now, is that what you're saying?
You expect that to happen, roughly.
No, we'd expect it to land in a different spot because you said earlier Coriolis was 2 separate reference frames. So when an object goes in the atmosphere, it would be in a separate reference frame and would land in a different position. That's what we should expect on a globe. You're just caught up in the doublespeak where you say it has a Coriolis, but things go up and land.
So the problem that he has here is that he's not accounting for any other forces. Like physics isn't quite as simple as he's making it off to be. And Citizen Gold says, wait, dragged off into space. And I suppose it's better than being sucked off into space, at least. As I usually say, so.
I think I'd rather be sucked off into space.
Probably.
Is space female?
Don't matter to me.
But,
sucked off.
Anyway,
sucked off in space? No.
Yeah. We'll continue because I want to see if I actually see what points we make.
Straight down, which is no Coriolis.
So first off, you've got to consider that when it comes back into the first reference.
I am hating how I did the I'm hating how we got stuck in this argument for so long and I made so many mistakes. I see every time I make a mistake. Whereas Nathan probably doesn't see exactly what mistakes I'm making.
Frame, right? It would basically be coming back to match the speed of the Earth.
That's presupposing that it moves, the thing you're trying to prove. So you're begging the question again. Do you have any proof the Earth rotates because, hey, get this, if it's not rotating, you throw things up, and guess where they go? Straight back down. So it works on both models. Did you have any evidence that proves that the Earth is spinning and, in fact, doesn't work on a stationary Earth?
Okay, here we go.
So when it comes to the
here we go.
The spinning, let's take Bob's 15 degree per hour drift.
Here we go.
So do flat earthers do all
Finally.
the science for you, or just proving your
Finally, into the 15
No, yeah, just saying that obviously the ring laser gyroscope is used within modern navigation. It takes in consideration, obviously, what is going on, and it does get a 3-axis 15-degree-an-hour shift, which obviously shows the three motions of the Earth.
You realize they were using ring laser gyroscopes, or they just started recently using ring laser gyroscopes. Before that, they didn't use ring laser gyroscopes. You know that, right?
Yeah, but we weren't all floating around before we discovered gravity.
Gravity was never discovered, it was pondered. We can discuss that in a second. But every
That was a
commercial
great
military
one.
aircraft has on board an instrument that only works on a flat Earth. It's called the artificial horizon or attitude indicator. Gyroscopes have two important properties, guys: rigidity in space and precession. The most important property of a gyroscope for the pilot is that it keeps its rigidity in space. The problem with the spherical Earth model is that a plane with an attitude indicator showing straight or level flight would cause the plane to fly off into outer space. Airplane flight is level. Jeff flew for many years. The FAA trained.
So when it comes to airplane flight, it's actually not, because they need to point their nose up, because otherwise they'd just fall to the ground, right? Like, it's too... You got to maintain...
Jeff flew.
I think so. I'll rewind, unfortunately.
Cause the plane to fly off into outer space. Airplane flight is level. Jeff flew for many years. The FAA trains pilots on what's called a target generation facility, where they assume a flat and stationary Earth to train pilots. That's not just to make it easy. That's because they actually fly over a flat stationary Earth.
So Nathan, I've got a question for you. Have you heard of? There's these things that I can't remember what they are called.
So this is where... Jason Smith seems to get Nathan's tactic, is to throw a lot of stupid at you in intent to frustrate you and confuse. Don't be so tough on yourself. Yeah, but then again, there's sometimes where I should know better. But that's the great thing about. It's not like this particular moment defines what I believe, right? Or defines every position that I hold. It's just a snapshot.
No, it's too late. It's too late. You believe in all this.
Bugger! I'm gonna be a fucking idiot forever.
Airplane fly off into space. That'd make space flight a lot cheaper.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. Yeah.
But there's this annoying thing that seems to pull these airplanes back to Earth. What was it called again? Oh,
Pushytrons?
Gravity!
Gravity!
Have you heard of fucking gravity? Gravity! Gravity!
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, that thing.
Well,
that thing, yeah.
Yeah. We'll go ahead here and...
but they basically keep the pendulous veins. Yeah. Have you heard of pendulous veins?
Yeah, that's all new. They didn't have that for hundreds of years. That's only when they roll, there's no wobble when the plane comes back to normal. So it's for very few aircraft. It's not on every aircraft, and they didn't use it for 80 years. They used mechanical gyroscopes, guys. And
I'd like to know, is it actually true? It seems that he's getting all his information from Zetetic Astronomy, and it's well, maybe they did actually have pendulous veins back then. I don't know. I can't dispute his claims, because his claim, I don't know if he's right. I don't know if he's wrong either. So,
He actually believes in that synthetic astronomy bullshit.
But also one thing that when it comes to Glass Monster, there is dingers in the chat, because there is some emojis. There's a planet ding emoji, and then there's also some bell emojis for the people. For the non-members, you use the bell emoji. I don't have a
ding.
Ding.
Come on, chat. Ding. This is Glass Monster. Telling all chat to hit the dings.
Flat Earth Roski, Flat Earth Aussie Roscoe is going dingo.
Dingo.
What kind of
dingo ate my baby? The dingo ate my baby.
Well, that's what happens in Aussie.
I wish dingoes would eat flurfs.
Yeah, like as Man Devil said, okay, that one was pretty funny.
Only a few bells. That's it.
So, Stringer News 1 says, small planes still use mechanical gyros for artificial horizon, but they didn't have them for hundreds of years because the airplane is only 120 years old. Yeah, like... Yeah, but when it comes to this, it's like, okay, like, firstly, like, I'd like to know, like, how it was set up, you know, and actually, but the main point is that the gyroscopes, the ring laser gyroscopes, the ultra precise gyroscopes, they do have a 15 degree per hour drift.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, maybe the old gyroscopes didn't, but the new ones do. That is the point. Anyway, let's see how he...
Mechanical gyroscopes do not drift. So my question to you is, do flat earthers do all your science proving the Earth rotates or not?
So you're just going to ignore Bob's observation.
They get too
Bob
damn
played with a brand new ring laser gyroscope, which isn't what they've used.
What's that?
They get too bloody much friction to pick up something that subtle.
Yeah.
Man, he's stupid. Ding.
Yeah.
You're stupid.
Anyway, let's see if because I do think that I try to eventually get him to actually talk about Bob's observation, because that's my evidence. It's not all it's not mechanical gyroscopes. I'm not saying that I'm not claiming that they'd pick up the spin of the Earth. It's Bob's gyroscope. You know, the one that's ultra precise, the one that would definitely pick up the rotation of the Earth. So anyway.
And mine does too. And I got one. Exact same thing. Picks it up fine.
And a ring laser gyroscope's a man-made apparatus, not a naturally occurring phenomenon. So did you think that there was anything in nature showing the Earth rotating, or just...
I hate when they bring this up, because first off, it separates us from nature, right? Like when, you know...
When science says it's the study of the natural world, they mean natural as in not fucking supernatural.
Yeah.
That's all the word natural means. Planes are natural. Gyroscopes are natural because they study natural phenomena. That's because they don't study the supernatural. You're not going to take a gyroscope to find the existence of God, are you?
Yeah. I think I actually mentioned like the P900 or P1000 later, saying, okay, I guess if you're doing science, you can't use like a camera, you know?
Yeah,
because
yeah,
that's
you
not
said
a.
that, and then he said it's. Yeah, then he said something along the lines of it's.
Yeah, he just
taking
said,
pictures isn't science; it's an observation.
Yeah, it's like, well, what do you think? Like, observation is part of science. Like,
yeah.
But yeah, anyway, let's continue on.
Thingamajiggies that we can build that you don't have and you've never played with.
So when it comes to thingamajiggies that we build, they can be more accurate than other instruments. And the ring laser gyroscope
Hold on,
is
we
more
have to let him.
accurate.
I promise, Nathan, we can give you a chance to respond, but we do have to let him finish.
When it comes to a ring laser gyroscope, that is more accurate than your mechanical gyroscopes.
Man-made devices are not science. Did you have any scientific evidence the Earth rotates, or just thingamajiggies?
So we can use man-made objects to do science, because we use man-made objects.
This is when we get to discover how scientifically.
Hold on, Nathan. Nathan, let's give him a chance. I appreciate your passion, Nathan, but just to be sure that there's equal time, I do want to let Planner speak.
And Nathan, have you ever used a camera to take long-distance observations?
Here we go.
Yeah, never claimed it was a scientific experiment. That's an observation, which is the first step of science.
Oh my God!
You've got science is just
Yeah.
No, it's not. It's not to look at an apparatus
You're
and then
taking
assert what
an observation with a damn camera. You're taking an observation with a gyroscope, or you're taking an observation with a level or plumb bob or any other instrument you can throw at it.
Yeah.
It's still an observation.
Yeah,
And this guy's stupid.
But even then, like I still talk about how we can actually syllogize it in a way in order to actually ascertain things, because I don't stick to a rigid definition of science. Like, that's the difference between me and me and flat earthers is flat earthers have this rigid definition of science that allows them to basically dismiss anything that they don't like as not being science. Whereas me, I'm like, okay, well, this definition here of science makes sense in particular circumstances, but doesn't make sense in every circumstances. Like, if you're going to just go trust your senses, you haven't done a science experiment to prove that the Earth is flat. You have never done that, you know. Especially definitely by their things, because they would say that the cause of something has to be has to affect the independent variable, and you have to wiggle the cause. Well, did you wiggle the flat Earth? Nope. Like, that's going. If you say that the flat Earth is your cause, then okay, you haven't wiggled the flat Earth. And they seem to say the only way you can find out something is by doing a science experiment. So by their definition, they cannot prove that the Earth is flat. They cannot prove the shape of the Earth by their definition.
They would know science if it fell out of the sky, land on their face, and started wiggling.
True. But anyway, we'll see what I say.
Cause of the deviation is science is cause and effect. You need a hypothesis. No hypothesis has
here we
an
go.
independent and dependent variable. You isolate the independent variable and determine it's the cause of your dependent variable, the effect you observe in nature. Now, I don't know about you, Planner Walk. I've never been walking in nature and stumbled across a ring laser gyroscope. Have you?
So firstly, you've got things wrong, because when it comes to science, firstly, you've got to come up with a hypothesis for why certain things happen, and then when it comes to the hypothesis, there should be a natural consequence of that hypothesis. So, for example, the natural consequence of Earth spinning, or at least, actually, we could say that there would be a natural consequence of Earth not spinning, which was what Bob was doing, why he ordered a ring laser gyroscope. So the natural consequence of Earth not spinning is that there would be no drift when it comes to a ring laser gyroscope. So that would be your hypothesis. Your independent variable there would be time. So over amount of time, you'd expect to see no drift if the Earth is not spinning.
Your independent variable is your cause.
No.
No, your independent variable is not your cause?
The independent variable is an influencing factor in the dependent variable.
Which would be a cause, okay?
No, an influencing factor is different to a cause. The cause would be the mechanism behind which, so basically why your hypothesis, behind which the independent variable influences the dependent variable.
The hypothesis should also contain a prediction about its verifiability. For example, if the hypothesis is true, then 1 should happen when 2 is manipulated. The first blank, the 1, is the dependent variable. It depends on what you are doing in the second blank, and the second blank is the independent variable. There should be no other variables in the experiment that may affect.
So here's a problem that I didn't pick up on. Like, when I say that the independent variable is an influencing factor, right? What I'm meaning is it influences the dependent variable. Like, so that means that there would be you expect to see some kind of correlation between the independent and dependent variable. Now, when it comes to that, you have other variables that may also influence the dependent variable. However, those would be your control variables, the variables that you don't change. So, you know.
That's right. They are fixed. The dependent variables are in fact fixed.
Yeah. Anyway, let's continue on.
Hey, Cypher wants to know if he can join in.
I'd have to kick someone out because it's a 4-person stream. I'm trying to limit it because otherwise people talk over other people, and I don't like when that happens. Yeah.
I can jump out.
Only if you want to. But if you jump out, then Cypher can join. But so it's up to you. It's also up to Cypher, I guess. I imagine if you jump out and Cypher doesn't join.
You better.
All right, let's go.
The independent variable's time?
Yes.
Okay, so you proved time, not Earth rotation, time.
Can I ask a question?
Yes. If your independent variable was time, you prove time.
Also, his citation did not say that the independent variable has to be the cause. His citation literally did not say that. It can't get more stupid than that. He literally read out a citation that did not say what he's trying to say that it says. Fucking hell, he's a numbnut.
We know that.
Yeah.
That's a given, isn't it? Can spam?
Pretty much.
Morning, Kitty.
Morning, Cypher. Or,
How is everyone?
It's actually afternoon here in New Zealand, so afternoon.
Well, of course, yes. You're in the future. Yeah, you're in the future. That's right.
Yeah, afternoon on the 7th of September.
10:14 here.
Well, I've been listening to this for about an hour or something now, and I already need new facepalm protection. I've gone through the oven mix I put on when I made coffee this morning. Like, how dumb is Nathan? Also, Ross, you're a fucking dunce.
Is that
I think I said that earlier. Like I'm sorry, but anyone that lives in the southern hemisphere and thinks the Earth is flat really needs to have their brain checked or washed or rinsed out and replaced.
But they've already been brainwashed by the flat Earth.
Well, that's true. Yeah. But they'd say the same thing about us.
Yeah, like John Rat has gotten it right, and I'm going to actually in future debates I'm going to actually try to avoid getting into semantics. I'm going to say whenever they bring up the scientific method, I'm just going to go, that does not change the observations that we are making. These observations happen. These observations are a natural consequence of Earth rotating, and if they would be a natural consequence of Earth's rotation, the existence of these observations immediately shows that the Earth is not stationary. And that's what I need to do for future debates, rather than getting into semantics. And because it's what they do to derail the conversation. It's a derailing tactic, essentially. Because obviously Nathan is too much of a fucking moron to actually have a honest discussion. So,
A little bit, yeah.
So
you expected him to have an honest discussion?
Yeah.
You expected that?
Yeah, don't go into a discussion with Nathan expecting it to be honest.
And like the thing is, I would consider having another debate with Nathan, but it would have to be one-on-one. Right? So if Nathan reached out to me, and it's easy to reach out to me, Nathan. My email isn't hard to find. It's where most YouTubers' emails are. I could possibly organise a debate, right? But I do have a few concerns because I know that a lot of people would be like, "Why are you hosting Nathan?" But I'd be trying to host.
Exactly.
The only reason I'd host the debate is so that I could put forward a case. But then there's also the problem that I think a lot of my audience would not like me hosting Nathan, and I can understand that. But at the same time,
And the only way you're going to properly get it edgewise is you'd have to have an automatic mute button.
Oh yeah, but then I do get the feeling that it would devolve into shouting at some point. But I'd essentially I would be a little more aggressive than I was.
Hey, if you do that, I'll mod for you.
Okay.
I'll be completely impartial.
Okay.
I'll be completely impartial, and
I think we'd be happy to host that on the black site for. Like, we don't do a lot of debates or anything like that. But I mean, if you wanted to do something like that, where Nathan doesn't have power one way or the other, like neither of you will have mod mute or anything like that. So yeah, we'd be happy to do it on our channel for you if he was willing to.
Yeah. I won't use my mod if I'm on that black site in a situation like that. I will not use it.
Okay, yeah, that sounds like I
would have to just leave the button to you.
I mean, we're smaller and everything, but I mean, it may also tempt Nathan into, being a little stupider because he thinks he can get away with it because he thinks, it's not going to be seen as much because we're a smaller channel, but it'll be there for the future.
Yeah, there's always going to, here's the thing, there's always going to be that clip of Nathan saying,
"Oh yeah,
the Earth is a globe."
Now, yes.
So yeah, even if he's on like bigger channels, he says some pretty stupid stuff.
Yeah, that's true. I'm not paying him to come on our channel though. Fuck that.
Although
he'd have to pay me to come on.
I'll pay him no attention. That's about how much I pay him.
Did you hear me? He'd have to pay me to come on my channel.
Yep. I think that's what we'll do. We'll put up an entry fee for him.
I don't think that people. Although actually, there is one way in which I'd host him another way, right? And that would be if I was hosting a debate between Nathan Thompson and Kent Hovind. Because I want to.
Oh my god!
I would love to see that debate.
Yes.
I know that it may.
Now that I would pay for.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I would.
Just let us all stock up heavily on oven mitts and face padding and those helmet things you wear during hockey.
I'm in the world for this.
Yeah, I would love to see Nathan versus Kent Hovind, and
that would be interesting. Yeah,
I'd love to make that
That'd
happen.
be interesting.
Like, I'd basically be like, all right, it's Nathan versus Kent. Let's go, because I'd be impartial anyway. I don't know who I want to win. If anyone wins, it's a win for me. You know? If
how often would each of them interrupt
the entire audience? In that instance, the entire audience wins.
That's a good point. But
and
the question is, how often?
Oh, what's that?
Sorry, I was just going to say, how often do you think one or the other would stop the other one to interrupt them and call them an idiot and say, "Oh, that's not right," or something? That would be a cluster train wreck, man. That would be glorious.
Yeah, like with Mark Beiser,
characters completely beat to pieces by the end of it.
Yeah, Mark Beiser said only if they both had their SpongeBob and mallets, and like I'd say, make sure you bring your sponge. Like, I'd literally say to Kent Hovind,
and you know what you call
bring
it?
your SpongeBob.
You know what you call it? You know what you call it?
What?
SpongeBob Face Off or something like that. Something with SpongeBob in the title. SpongeBob Brawl. SpongeBob Brawl. There you go.
Sponge Brawl.
Sponge Brawl.
Sponge Brawl. That's it. That's it.
So those are the two conditions under which I'd have Nathan on. Like if there was an impartial, I guess an impartial moderator, and it was 1v1, because I don't want, because Jeffrey, I don't think he intended to derail, but sometimes he did derail a little bit. And it's kind of...
Well, Nathan talked over Jeffrey quite a few times too, so...
When I actually... Like, sometimes I spoke over Speak Truth, and when I did that, I actually... I think just about every time I said, what were you going to say? Because, you know, I realized that he didn't get much time to speak in this. But, you know. Anyway, we'll continue.
Yeah,
we'll continue on.
I got a good one. Nathan Thompson and G-Man versus Planar Walk and Glass Monster.
Somehow I don't think G-Man's going to go near a partnership with Nathan Thompson again after... because I went with FTFE over the Nathan Thompson G-Man debate that they had. And there's a few points when Nathan's saying stupid stuff and G-Man's sort of looking around going, "Oh, hell, what have I done?" Like, even G-Man realizes how stupid Nathan Thompson is.
Yeah, like, is G-Man a flat earther, or is he just an anti-evolutionist?
No, he's not. No, he's not. That's the thing. And that's when Nathan Thompson starts talking about flat earth during that debate, that's when G-Man starts looking around going, "Oh, I think I've made a bad decision here." Like, you can see the look on his face.
Yeah.
Okay.
But do you think that'd be epic? Get that on the black site?
Possibly.
4 of us?
It's FTFE's stream, so yeah, I can go back and clip it out, actually. I'm putting together all sorts of highlight videos out of that thing. Yeah. It's been a massive source of derp. It's awesome.
Yeah. Derp.
Anyway, we'll continue on with this debate review, because we're still We're only just over halfway.
Not Earth rotation.
No, because there is a hypothesis.
Hold on, Nathan.
The hypothesis is the important thing.
Your hypothesis is flawed because
All
you
right,
have a
Nathan.
naturally occurring
We do
phenomenon.
this, but we do have to let him respond.
So when it comes to science, the hypothesis basically says
I'm getting a bit of echo, by the
basically
way.
detailing the relationship or the expected relationship between the independent variable and the dependent variable. So the independent variable would be time, and you'd say that because the Earth is, so when it comes to Bob's things, he would say because the Earth isn't rotating, then we should expect no change in the drift of the gyroscope.
That's just a bold declaration.
Hold on.
What?
Let's just be sure he's done.
So what? So what Bob says? Is Bob in this debate?
One
Are
sec.
you debating
Nathan,
Bob?
I do have to be sure that I do want to. Let's be sure that Plannerwalk had enough information.
So what I was saying there was, I wasn't saying Bob said this. I was saying this is what the hypothesis would be for Bob. And by the way, I'm getting a bit of echo from Cypher.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I was getting a bit of echo.
I have my headset. Hang on. How about? Let me
I don't know, like.
try again. My headset's flipped up. I don't know what. Hang on.
I
got that muted.
Okay, let me see if well, it doesn't seem to be coming back through now, but yeah. So it seems maybe you fix it.
Discord has been acting weird with that audio the last week or so. Really weird.
Yeah, but like, when it comes to this, I forgot what I was going to say, but I'm pretty sure that the point was something along the lines of, I wasn't saying this is what Bob said. I was basically formalizing Bob's ring laser gyro into what can be considered an experiment, because like you can formalize these things, right?
I mean, well, that just speaks to the cognitive dissonance that, flat earthers seem to have. Nathan and Bob were sitting there after they'd done that clip for Behind the Curve at Bob's desk saying, well, it looks like it's rotating at the moment. I mean, it says to us it's moving. What's going on there? It's moving because you're moving, because the Earth's moving. Like through the solar system. Yes, it is 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, but guess what? That's not that fast when you've got a 24,000, nearly 5,000 odd radius.
True. And they
15 degrees an hour. Pretty slow.
Yeah, and they don't seem to understand that. But anyway, we'll continue on with this.
Come on. And then it looks like Jeffrey had something to say.
I just have a question for either Planar Walk or Seek Truth. Excuse me for mispronouncing your name. Do you feel that Albert Einstein had a pretty good handle on science and method and hypothesis and everything we've been talking about? You feel Einstein had a pretty good handle on it?
Probably, yeah.
Okay, and I know I'm going to butcher his name, but Henri Poincaré, do you think he had a pretty good handle on it as well?
No idea who that is.
I don't know who that is.
Well, let's just stick with Albert Einstein.
Still don't know.
Then. If you agree that he had a pretty good handle on it, then how do you feel, given what you've been saying for the past few minutes, when Albert Einstein said that I have come to believe that the motion of the Earth cannot be detected by any experiment?
Okay, so apparently Tommy just... I like how Tommy was probably typing that in advance. Right, let's copy link. So
you can copy Zelda.
How in the world did you get in it?
Wait, what? Oh, because she's got mod powers.
Wow.
Which overrides.
Wow.
Hi, I'm Nick's friend.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm just going to turn you down.
We are not Nick's friends. We just hang around him because he's like a bad smell. We're like flies.
I was wondering why he didn't answer a call earlier. I'm like, oh, he's in another call already.
Well, because I'm streaming.
Oh shit. Okay, sorry. Bye.
You can stay in.
Yeah, you can stay.
You can destroy Thompson too.
Oh, she left. But yeah,
It took me so long to find the end call button that you said you can stay, and I was like, wait.
Right.
Okay. And then I accidentally clicked the end call button because I was still looking for it.
Anyway, I'm going to talk about this. I've got to mention this thing here because Tommy just sent me this saying, the quoted part is, since then I have come to believe that the motion of the Earth cannot be detected through any optical experiment. And the next line is, though the Earth is revolving around the sun.
Yep.
And there's also, if you go a bit earlier, it says, while I was thinking of this problem in my student years, I came to know the strange results of the Michelson's experiments. Then, soon I came to the conclusion that our idea about the motion of the Earth in respect to the ether is incorrect. If we admit Michelson's null result as a fact, this was the first path which led me to this to the special theory of relativity. Then since then, I've come to believe that the motion of Earth cannot be detected through any optical experiment, though the Earth is revolving around the sun. Now, there are, Albert Einstein may not have known about ring laser gyros, or how we could use ring laser gyros to detect Earth rotation. Right? And
they've existed in the 20s?
And also, what is he talking about when he's talking about the motion? Is he talking about linear motion? Is he talking about rotation? What motion is he talking about? But yeah,
that's a good point. But yeah, when was the ring laser gyro first invented? I mean, I don't think anything like that was around until, the 90s even. Maybe earlier, but I don't think it was used for, aviation until, more recent memory. They used to have mechanical gyros.
Yeah, ring laser gyros was invented in the 60s. They used HE lasers that didn't exist until then. Okay.
Yep, so well before after Einstein's time, yeah. And yeah, he wouldn't have known that, we'd come up with cameras that we can launch in a little, in a box the size of a matchbox.
I think when it comes to this, I may be talking about the motion of Earth around the sun. I think that's what he's talking about there.
Yeah, that's entirely possible, I think.
Yeah, and that doesn't dispute the motion of the rotation of the Earth, but we'll go back to the debate and see what I said about that, because I think I mentioned that it's probably taken out of context.
Yeah, it is. It definitely is.
There was
talking about the motion of the Earth.
Yeah, I think it was something to do with general relativity. I'd have to look and see exactly what that quote was. But when it comes to that,
and it was about general relativity.
There are experiments that can show the motion of the Earth.
Well, Henri Poincaré said that a great deal of research has been carried out concerning the influence of the Earth's movement, and the results were always negative. So, guys, with all due respect, you're smart.
So, what was that person he just quoted there?
Henri, the friend. Hang on, I'll look that up. If we can get a name, Henri Philippe or something like that. Philippe, go back a little bit.
Henri.
That can show the motion of the Earth.
Well, Henri Poincaré said that a great
Henri Poincaré.
I think I know.
If you can, because I don't know who that is. I can honestly say that I have no idea who he's talking about there, and it might be that it's taken out of context again. Yeah, but anyway, we'll continue on to see if there's anything else.
A deal of research has been carried out concerning the influence of the Earth's movement, and the results were always negative. So, guys, with all due respect, you're a smart individual, but guys that had a lot more scientific knowledge than you do are flatly disagreeing with you, and they're not even in this debate.
I'd hate to bring out fallacies, but that is I'm pretty sure that's appeal to authority or.
So quoting Einstein is inappropriate for this debate?
Well, I don't know the full context of that.
So I don't think it's so much appeal to authority. I think it's more quote mining. Yeah, I don't know if that's a fallacy, but at the very least, I think there might be a quote mining fallacy, but
it's a dishonest debate tactic, that's for sure.
Yeah. Henri Poincaré. Let's see who that is. French mathematician, a theoretical physicist, and he was around between 1881 and 1912. Rotation. The controversy over the rotation of Earth, Henry Poincaré. Okay. It's a PDF. View PDF. I've got to pay for that. Fuck that shit. I'm not. Okay, let's see this. There was something about flattening in here. Flat. Okay. The conventional elements and physical theories were often misunderstood by Poincaré's contemporaries. For example, his affirmation that neither of the two propositions, the Earth turns round and the Earth does not turn round, is more true than the other in the kinematic sense. It's not a rehabilitation of Ptolemy's system, but the consequences of that in physics, the empirical systematic underdetermination of theories is limited by unifying considerations. Quote, a physical theory is by so much the more true as it puts in evidence more true relations. So the Earth turns round has a richer context expressed by the flattening of the Earth, the rotation of Foucault's pendulum, the gyration of cyclones, the trade winds, and who knows what else. However, in proper physics, that is, in optics and electrodynamics, the conventional elements that seem to further the weekend. Okay, so it seems... So, like, literally, Poincaré had evidence that the Earth rotates. Like, that's the funny thing. I've, like, literally... there is evidence here that, like, he points to evidence that the Earth rotates. Right? Am I missing something here? Like, what am I missing? Oh yeah, like, to be fair, like, String of News made a good point, like, earlier on in the chat. Getting Plainwalk to agree that Einstein was a great scientist was absolute. It was a setup to authority, basically saying, oh yeah, this guy is smarter than us, so therefore we should rely on what this guy says. Whereas it's like, well, have you considered that maybe his words were out of context? I'll still agree that he's probably smarter than both of us. So in that case, I can do appeal to authority, and he believes the Earth is a globe. Checkmate.
There you go. I mean, well, let's look at the progression of technology, and we'll take phones as an example for this sort of thing. So we started off with mobile phones that, you know, you had to carry around in a briefcase. Nowadays, we've got computers that we can fit into our pockets because people have built on the previous work of others and made them smaller and better and more efficient, more, technology packed. They've given them better battery lives. Like, science builds on old science. If something new is discovered that, discounts a previous theory, that's what we'd start going with. Like the discussion about dark gravity, replacing dark matter as a thing in the model at the moment is going on. They're talking about naming, dark matter, or renaming dark matter, dark gravity or something like that. I'm not up on, the actual discussions of this, but, the discussion is that, changing the theory from, calling it dark matter into a dark gravity theory will explain a few other things that we've got questions of at the moment, but also is going to, ask more questions once we figure out what it actually is, or, have a better understanding of it. So, the past helps the future by, discovering and, messing up. Like, most scientists aren't going to go eureka every single day. Most scientists are probably going to say something like, oh, crap, or bollocks, or damn this machine, or something like that. Like, science is massively filled with mistakes every single day. And that's how we learn. Make mistakes and build on them.
Well, as AB Science says, like, he's gotten a degree. He's gotten a degree, right? And there's something very funny that happened after he got his degree. He was hired to try and disprove science, because that's what science focuses on. Like, if you can disprove someone else, then holy shit, you get in journals. Like, if you were to disprove, if you were actually able to disprove that the Earth is a globe, right? If you were able to prove that the Earth isn't a globe, then
you would get a Nobel Prize.
Well, you would have journals lining up to publish your work. The reason being is because they would sell a lot of copies, you know? Like, because a lot of people would read the journal going, holy shit, the Earth is not a globe, you know? But, you know, you don't have flat earthers lining up to publish their quote-unquote research, because first off, their research isn't enough to... And Nathan even admits that he hasn't written a paper or anything. Their research isn't enough to get published in a journal. And Nathan's excuse is he's not a writer. It's like,
well, neither is Anthony Riley, and he tried to slip something into a university to get flat Earth, you know, recognized and taught. Yeah. How did that go? Still waiting to hear about that.
Yeah, and when it comes to me, I'm not a writer. I've written reports. God damn it! Like I've had to write a report based on a website that I helped build. I've had to write a report based on a game that I was developing for a diploma in audio production, because you know, well, so that was a completely different game to Flurfia, by the way, and it sucks. I tried to learn Unreal, but like didn't work out quite as well as I would have hoped, and didn't have any 3D. No, I had to buy some assets, and so yeah, that didn't work out quite as well as I would have hoped. But you know, these are things that you have to do if you want to get anywhere with your theories. Otherwise, it's just a hypothesis.
Games written by I'm not going to say your name. I'm just joking.
Oh, you'd actually get more results if you were to go games developed by Planar Walk. You'd actually get my Unescapable game, which is a fun game. For people that play it on Let's Plays, it's definitely fun to watch people fail. I'd love to see Team Skeptic fail at it, because he would fail at it. So anyway, let's continue on.
Shout out to Michael for watching the stream.
Well, I don't know the full context of that quote. The full context of the quote is really important there.
Okay, so you're punting. I get it.
That was a cherry pick thing, I think. I've heard Fight the Flat Earth that's been brought up with him before. I don't know the explanation properly, but yeah, Einstein's been kind of taken out of context, and I think it was something to do with like the.
Well, why don't you study it, and then when you know, come back and tell us instead of speculating on what you think, when I've got a clear statement from what many people would argue is one of the greatest scientists ever.
One of the things I do want to ask is why Nathan is just flatly dismissing evidence that the Earth rotates.
That's not evidence. It's not scientific evidence, at least. You're affirming the consequent. You're saying, look, the light deviated in a ring laser gyro. The only reason...
So, do I mention this? Because I actually carefully constructed my argument to avoid affirming the consequence. I very carefully did that. You'll notice that I said that if the Earth is flat and non-rotating, then... if the Earth is not rotating, then we shouldn't see a drift. We don't... we see a drift, therefore the first part is not correct.
if not P then Q, the Modus Tollens sort of thing that they used with the Black Swan.
Yeah, it's the exact same reasoning. And mine holds far better because, you know, there's no unstated assumptions that are, well, I don't know what the unstated assumptions would be.
And that happens is Earth rotation. James, that's affirming the consequent. Okay? It's a fallacy, not scientific proof.
So, firstly, when it comes to that, the hypothesis would be the Earth, if the Earth is stationary, then we would expect to see no deviation.
You
right?
don't have a hypothesis because you don't have a naturally occurring phenomenon. The cause of a ring laser gyroscope is always man, because man made the ring laser gyroscope, buddy. So
you don't need a naturally occurring phenomenon.
Ring laser gyros are not naturally occurring. Yes, correct.
But you don't need a naturally occurring phenomenon to do
you
science.
don't need to observe
Hold
a
on a second.
naturally occurring phenomenon for science.
All right.
Really?
Exactly.
Let's
because there is when it comes to things. Sorry for interrupting, James. But when it comes to these things, there's things like chemistry or better yet, medicine. Which
here we go.
Naturally occurring phenomenon.
Here we go. Wait for it.
Occurring phenomenon is there for radiotherapy curing cancer? There is no naturally occurring phenomenon there. Whereas they do tests. What was that, Jeff?
There's absolutely naturally occurring phenomenon. If you say you're using a therapy and the tumor goes away, that's naturally occurring phenomenon. If it doesn't go away, that's also naturally occurring phenomenon.
But we don't occur radio waves curing cancer in nature.
Okay, well then it's not natural science, and you can't use it to prove the Earth rotates. Do you have any proof the Earth rotates, Planar Walk?
So are you just dismissing all of radiotherapy?
This isn't a debate about
The
radiotherapy.
Earth rotates. We're here having a debate on the shape of the Earth and whether
I think I'm doing well
where
here.
You are in La La Land. We're not here to talk about drugs. Okay?
Well, I'm just using.
You can tell.
It's called an anecdote, I think,
or not,
an anecdote where I'm saying.
Wait, is it an
Also,
anecdote?
more triggered. Nathan comes in triggered. Nathan then goes for it. He's kind of like Davros. He starts at 11 and goes up to 17.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, is it an anecdote that I'm... no, it can't... an analogy.
No.
That's what it is. Like, so what I'm using...
It is an analogy.
Yeah, so that's what I actually meant. I'm using an analogy to basically say, well, let's see if this holds, right? If this holds one way, then it will hold another way. Then it should hold another way. If it falls apart, then it is... if it completely falls apart, then, you know, it's correct.
Then it won't be analogous.
Well, yeah, then it will be incorrect. But if it holds, then we can use it. So...
Yep.
Oh,
makes sense to me.
Oh no, no! Flat Earth Aussie Roscoe is a moisture baiter.
Oh god.
Oh, is he thinking the air is nothing but liquid water as well? Spurs does that.
No, he's saying that maybe water isn't H2O. He's a moisture baiter. Like, you know where that comes from, right? Like, you guys have seen Conspiracy Cats' old videos here.
Yep.
Oh no.
Just be careful of that dihydrogen monoxide poisoning.
Yeah. Oh god.
It only hits people that can't swim.
Why Aussie Roscoe are you a moisture baiter?
Stringy News 1 put it right. Moist.
Moist.
Anyway, let's continue on.
Yep.
If you are taking something like when you say that this doesn't fit this because of this particular aspect, we can apply it to other things and see if it follows. So if it doesn't follow with other things, like let's say radiotherapy, you basically disagree. If your statement cannot be applied to something else, then your statement is flawed. Do you understand that?
Not really, but
I'm just waiting for you to prove the Earth rotates. I don't need any more.
I like Jeffrey's response there. Do you understand that? Not really.
Not really.
Please, can I finish?
Well, I need to rewind because I want to see what Nathan's going to say here. Because
I'm dating a first grader.
Maybe.
not really, but
I'm just waiting for you to prove the Earth rotates. I don't need any more of your philosophical rambling. Okay.
let me share this with
I mean, my philosophical rambling is part of like an argument. Like, am I just going like? I've already proven that the Earth rotates, but you are disagreeing with it because of your philosophical perceptions, right?
Yep. No evidence is ever good enough for a flat earther, or, it's never good enough to win, and I'm putting it in the air quotes here, to win a debate. You've lost before you even walk into one of these things as far as I'm concerned. But as long as you can make your opponent like Nathan look as stupid as possible during that, so much the better.
Yeah, I think
because when... go ahead.
I was
Sorry.
just going to say, I think I have actually successfully made Nathan look stupid. Now, obviously, obviously the people that follow him aren't going to think that he looks stupid, but to anybody watching that's a globe earther, he looks stupid right now. Now,
to anyone with half a brain that, knows science, he looks like an idiot, yes.
Yeah.
Because, whenever FTFE did that, well, FTFE and Team Skeptic did that debate with him and the G-Man, yeah. That's what their whole goal wasn't to win the debate. They just wanted to trigger Nathan. That's the whole reason.
And as I said earlier, you can tell just from looking at G-Man's face when he wasn't aware Nathan was a flat earther before they did it. And then Nathan starts talking about flat earth, and you can see G-Man go, fuck, what have I done?
Yeah.
What have I done? What mistake, what have I done allying myself with a flat earther? Even he doesn't believe that it's flat.
Yeah, and I think that it's always good to the stupider you can make Nathan look, the better. And sometimes that is a little bit. You just have to let him talk. But sometimes it's a little bit difficult to make him look stupid to his own audience because his own audience always think that he's right, so they think that he is intelligent. And so
Yeah, Nathan's audience is far less intelligent than him as far. Well, and I hate saying, I hate doing that to a group of people that I don't even know. But anyone that's following Nathan Thompson and encouraging him and giving him support, in my eyes, is yes, pretty gullible because he's a con man. He's nothing but a con man. There's so much evidence you can find online of people complaining about Nathan having actively conned them for either money, place to stay, general life stuff. He's that much of a leech and a master manipulator. He gets away with it. He just seems to have this gift of tricking people into following him and supporting him and loving him. I don't get it.
I don't get it either.
I don't think a lot of people get it, but it is one of them things where, say what you will about Nathan, at least he has a personality. I think that's what probably a lot of people are. Why a lot of people like him.
All he has, though.
Yeah.
That's really all he has.
And
yeah, it's a pretty shitty personality too.
Yeah, but with a personality, you get a lot of people that will think that what you say is true, or they might believe you.
And that's the other thing too. I don't think there'd be a lot of them that have any of the I'll say backroom experience with Nathan on things like Discord channels and stuff like that, where he comes into a room spewing vile garbage at everyone, calling them blue. He treats everyone around him like shit, and his followers. It's weird. It's like a cult thing. People love to see the leader treating the normies like shit.
Yeah, I think that it comes down. I think that's when it comes to a lot of people, they like to see someone ripping into someone else, and that's basically the whole idea of debunking as well. People love to see, whether it be me, whether it be Simon Dan, whether it be Team Skeptic, whether it be FTFE, they love to see us just ripping into a flat earther. And of course, there are some people that will say, why the fuck do you swear all the time? Right? Although they don't say fuck. Because, that would be hypocritical. There are some people that say, oh, you're being too mean. You've got people that say, you got people that just flatly disagree with you. But a lot of people love to see people being ripped into. And I think that's what a lot of people like to see Nathan Oakley, Nathan Thompson for, is they like to see they like to see the person that they support win, and the only way that the person that they can support, the only way that flat earthers can win is by yelling and talking over someone else. And
I think part of it's an underdog thing too. They like to support the underdog.
Oh, definitely.
And, Flat Earth is definitely the underdog in this fight.
Yes, definitely. Anyway, let's continue on to see what... Because we do have to get through this, and hopefully
yeah, we're getting there. We're trying to.
Yeah, hopefully I can get through it within the next couple of hours before it really reaches 8 hours long.
Scientific evidence would be
dismissing my evidence.
And hypothesis. So you start with the observation, then you formulate a hypothesis, not build something and then conjure a hypothesis. It's observation in nature, then hypothesis, then experiment. Now, if you can't meet that criteria, you could just be honest and say, I don't have a naturally occurring phenomenon that proves the Earth rotates. You could do that, or you could just waffle on some more.
So when it comes to this naturally occurring phenomenon, you don't necessarily need it. When it just comes to you need a hypothesis for which there would be a natural consequence. If that hypothesis accurately describes what happens with your independent and dependent variables and whatever, then you will have a result that may either provide evidence for your assertion or disprove your assertion.
If you don't have something happening in nature, you don't have a dependent variable, because that is the thing happening in nature. Now, Jeff, I'm done. This guy's scientifically illiterate. Let's move on to second law of thermodynamics.
I like how he just is like, oh yeah, this guy is just scientifically illiterate, without giving me even a chance to respond to that. But although, to be fair, we would have just been going around in circles, because I am still... Oh yeah, like, it is an ad hom. Like, I miss that. Like,
yeah,
because he's not actually really refuting my point. He's just saying, oh, this guy's scientifically illiterate, and he still hasn't even addressed, like, why does the gyroscope move 15 degrees per hour? Why does it move, Nathan?
Why does it move at all?
Yeah.
To be fair, he likes to do that a lot in debates. I've noticed that just brush aside someone, whenever they have a valid point that he can't answer.
Well, that's what they all do. Let's be honest. Because Kimo did that to, does that to people all the time. Did it to us last week. He chased Craig around all last weekend to get exposure on his celebration stream, and did nothing but this the entire time. So it's not just a Nathan Thompson thing. It is a flat earther, thing that they do. Because it's the only way they can, and the hand waving thing, makes them feel good. It's like, oh, I don't have to worry about that. I'm not even gonna, like, they just literally put it out of their mind as soon as they hear it, because it disrupts the worldview that they've built.
Yeah, but
like, denial is their only thing that they've got, really.
Yeah, but next time I debate. Like, if I do get the chance to debate Nathan again, I'm going to say, I'm essentially going to try and stick to the points of, it doesn't matter, this has occurred. Until you address why it occurs, then you're an idiot. I probably won't use those specific words.
Ding! Yeah, but, that's a good idea.
Yeah, but I'll basically try and nail them on that point and say, hey, look, this occurs.
Yep.
You have no explanation for why it occurs, because we both agree that a gyroscope maintains rigidity in space. This gyroscope, like, if we agree that a gyroscope will always maintain rigidity in space, then why is it appearing to move? Why is it appearing to drift? That's probably because something's moving, like, maybe, I don't know, the Earth.
It's not in the same spot that it was a second ago.
Yeah, we're getting a 15 degree per hour drift. The same kind of drift that we'd
Bob.
to see if we're rotating it. Nah, but it can't be that.
No, it must be the heaven energies. Quick, stick in some bismuth.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll continue on and see.
ask one last question, okay?
So you're just going to dismiss
Later
it?
Walk, you were very impressed earlier about 20 people doing an experiment or 20 people sharing those results. You thought that was really powerful. If I were to right now give you 20 names of multi-PhD level physicists that state that the motion of the Earth has never been proven, would that be equally impressive too?
I'm still waiting to hear about these people and their
yes
names.
or no? It's just yes or no.
Okay.
Yes, I'm just going to...
Another loaded question here.
Yep.
Another loaded question.
Yep.
If I said to you, I've got 20 of these people that are, highly decorated in the field of science, what would you say?
Yeah.
I would have said first,
what's
give
their
me those
names is
people.
what I'd say. What's their names, credentials, and where are the papers that they're actually saying this?
Yep. Say, actually prove it, or move on with the question because that is a loaded question.
And it's not only a loaded question, but it's also an appeal to authority. Like, two
It's also
fallacies in...
malformed, too.
Yeah, it's...
also a malformed
Yep,
question.
you're right.
Yeah. Two fallacies in one. Boy,
Yep.
do they... For mentioning fallacies...
If anyone's going to be able to pull that off, it's these guys.
Yeah. Like, if anyone's using fallacies, it's the flat earthers. Like, they love to say, oh, you're using a bottom-up fallacy. But...
Burden of proof fallacy, or something like that.
Yeah.
Or shifting the goalpost fallacy.
Straw man fallacy.
Ad hominem, which they don't even know what a fucking
No, they don't know how to use an ad hom.
Yeah.
They think an ad hom is just an insult.
Yeah, it's not an insult. Like, I can say, well, let's give an example, right? Like, let's say I say to Nathan, the reason why your observation is wrong is because you did not adjust the exposure on your camera for the moon, you fucking muppet. That's not an ad hom fallacy, because the you fucking muppet is just an extension onto the argument that I'm making. It's, at best, you could say that it's poisoning the well, right? At best.
Yep, agreed.
Yeah.
But you can't say that it's an ad hom fallacy. 36 said, you're wrong because your face is ugly. That is an ad hom.
That's an ad hom, yeah.
That's an ad hom, yeah. Yeah.
Like I could say Flat Earth Aussie Roscoe is wrong because he's a dumb flat earther that lives in Australia. That's an ad hom.
Yeah. But if I say, and also, if I just call someone a fucking muppet, that's not an ad hom. That's just an insult.
Yep.
If I say to Flat Earth Aussie Roscoe that he's stupid, I'm just insulting him. That's not an ad hom.
Well, I think Peterson just coined a new one, the Nathan Thompson fallacy. We're gonna have to. That's a Nathan Thompson fallacy you're doing there.
I actually will have to continue making this game that I started on. I should probably shift the files over to my computer, but there's this card game that I started working on a while back, never finished it, which some things that you could use as different fallacies. Like one of the things is there's a fallacy. There's a... which basically lets you negate a fallacy card. There's also the...
I thought there already was a fallacy card game out.
Oh, no, this is completely different. This is where there'd be things like... Conspiracy Cats has the ability to create Dell tokens. And...
Oh, God.
And Simon Dan allows you to... has an ability basically allowing you to play certain cards like Conspiracy Cats, Soundly, and myself for a lower cost.
Okay, yep.
Yeah, because he's the SEAL Team 6 leader, but he's also got a bit of a higher cost than other cards. So, and also the cost of your cards is determined, or the cost of your cards, you've got to pay basically debate tokens to play them. Now, if you have no debate tokens left, you lose the game.
You should call them shield points.
Well,
you win through shield points.
Well, you can also play cards like Nathan Oakley. Like, if I go to Google Drive, I know that I have Google drive. So I know that I have a couple of cards in there. Let's just got to log in. All right. Oh wait. Drive. There we go. I was wondering why it was.
Come to Google Drive, home of our overlords, Google.
Alrighty. Let's hope that this doesn't. Hopefully, there's no problem when I paste this in here. Cool. You don't see all my porn on Google Drive. That's good. So
you on the live stream, I'm just downloading it now.
So yeah.
Oops, I wasn't supposed to say that, was I?
So yeah.
Yeah, it's on the live stream live now.
Here's the arguments. Argument from ignorance is choose a debater your opponent controls. They must use that debater for this round, and that's a fallacy card. There's the fallacy. The effects of target fallacy card are neutralized, so it's basically a counter. If by whiskey, if for this round your debater this round gains the ability of the debater that your opponent uses this round. Then there's reload, which is just an argument card. Each player draws 2 cards. And that doesn't cost anything, and it affects both people. So basically, also, drawing a card gives you a debate token as well. So whenever someone draws a card, they get a debate token. There's also debaters. This is the fun part. So there's Conspiracy Cats when it loads, because these cards are pretty high res. So yeah, Conspiracy Cats cost 6 debate tokens to play, and you get...
Well, I already can't believe this game because you have Simon Dan as a debater. Everybody knows he does not debate.
I know, but it's...
That is true. That's an oxymoron, having him in...
Oh, I just thought of a new card you could make up.
Yeah?
Hang on, I just thought of a new card. The mass debater. And put
you cut out there.
because he's always in...
The master debater.
You call it the mass debater.
Ah.
and put someone in that's always trying to get into a debate, or like Spurs or Nathan. Actually, you could put Spurs and Nathan on the same card because they're always trying to get into a debate somewhere.
Yeah.
To get themselves publicity.
Yeah, but this has a ability saying once per turn you may pay 3 debate tokens to put a Del token card into play. And then there's the Fight the Flat Earth card, and it has 5 debate tokens, and in this one it has the ability, in debates against Flat Earthers, Fight the Flat Earth gets +1 argument points for every other globe earther in play. So he has a very low argument points. He has high conversion points. His conversion points is 8, and I didn't want to... but he's got 2 argument points, which is basically how strong they are. So, you know, and I think Fight the Flat Earth is making Flat Earth Roscoe physically ill. Good, look at him.
Good, yeah, keep going, keep doing it.
Good.
Anyway, we'll move on because the next card is...
It's going to be a 12-hour thing.
Flat Out Hero. Flat Out Hero, the only ability is to give you 1 debate token every round. And they've got 3... they have 3... well, he costs 3 debate tokens to play. He doesn't have any argument points. He doesn't have any other abilities. He's got 3 conversion points. And yeah, it's got some flavor text just there saying, what's a tangent line?
Okay, on that one, you should put down the bottom with a little asterisk next to it. Owes Wolfie $100,000.
Yeah.
I might have a card called Wolfie saying when this card enters play, any card's title called Flat Out Hero must be removed from play.
Oh, ouch! That's a good one.
Yeah.
Or I know if Wolfie will have an ability saying... Yeah, Wolfie will have an ability saying you may... if Flat Out Hero is on the field, you may pay him for no debate tokens. However, when he enters the play, all Flat Out Heroes must be removed from the game. You know?
Yep, love it.
What's the next one? Nathan Oakley. So this one says fallacy arguments cost half of their required debate tokens to play. And then there's the ability called Mute. If Nathan Oakley is debating and you have less than 5 debate tokens, you may pay 2 debate tokens to half Nathan Oakley's argument points and reduce target debater's argument points to 0 until the end of the round.
Brutal.
So that, although one of the drawbacks with Nathan Oakley is that he does not give you any debate tokens. Like he does. So that is a drawback.
With great power comes great responsibility.
Yeah. Then there is Simon Dan, who costs 6 debate tokens. He gives you plus... I'm probably actually going to reduce the amount of debate tokens that he gives you. SEAL Team 6 leader. Members... spelling mistake. Members. Members of SEAL Team 6 cost half their required debate tokens to play.
Is that a misspell? Members?
Yeah, MEMEBERS.
Yeah, no, that's no. I don't think that's a typo. I think you actually meant to put that in there from the reading that.
No, I'm
members.
I think it's
members.
Yeah, I actually meant members. And then there is Scotty Storm, who says you may remove this card from play to skip the debate phase of this round. Yeah, doesn't really have any that's the only benefit. Basically, you can skip the debate phase of a round if you so wish. But there's also there's Sleeping Warrior. After you draw, you may look at the top card of your deck. You may put that card on the top of your deck or keep it on the bottom of your deck or keep it at the top. So
Sleeping Warrior. I thought you meant Leaky Warrior.
Yeah. Well, that's
Leaky. You changed that.
That's actually a fairly good, fairly useful ability though. I'd use them. Then there is Young Blue Skeptic. In debates against Flat Earthers, Young Blue Skeptic may gain the argument points of any chosen Globe Earther you control. So that's also a fairly useful ability.
I can see that. Yeah, I can see that being handy.
Yeah. Then there is...
Is there a Cream Skeptic card?
No, those are all the characters that I've got, all the debaters that I've got. But then there's also experiments, and there is only one experiment currently. And that is the Laser Over Water experiment. Your debaters get +1 argument points during a debate.
Plainer, I think you need to spend some time with us at the Black Site so we can help you improve these things and come up with some weird ideas for them.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure we can come up with some fucking ideas that you can use.
Then there's the Road of Denial card, and it is it costs 10 tokens. When this card enters play, you must remove all of your remaining debate tokens. As long as this card is in play, you cannot lose the game. If you have more than 3...
thanks, I just lost the game, yeah. Fucking hell.
Yeah.
I literally only just gotten back into play.
If you have more than 3 debate tokens at the end of a round, this card is removed from play.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Yeah, so essentially, it costs 10 debate tokens to play, and you must remove all of your debate tokens, right? So essentially...
It strips everyone else, or is it you that plays it?
Only you.
Okay, yep.
So, but it stops you from losing the game. But if you have more than 3 debate tokens at the end of the round, you must remove it from play.
No, that's fair. It's balanced. I think that's a fairly good one, actually.
Yeah. So essentially, you've got to make do with... You've essentially got to have no more than... you've got to use as many tokens as you can each round. So yeah, it can be somewhat overpowered if you use it correctly, but it'll be see. There's also staple segments, and there's only one there, called Dell Antics. And it's to play staple segments, you need to have a particular card in play. For example, Dell Antics, you need Conspiracy Cats in play. Remove all Dell tokens from play. Put an argument counter on a Conspiracy Cats card for you control for each Dell token removed from play. So that essentially means that when you use this, you have to remove all your Dell tokens, and you might get something like 5. Like if you have 4 Dell tokens in play, you'd give Conspiracy Cats 4 argument points, or 4 argument counters.
Yeah, righto.
Yeah, and which would increases arguments. So then there's also tokens, which is the last one, and there you've got your Dell token card, and that's a 0/1, and it just has flavor text saying no, or should I?
Yeah, that's gold.
Or should I say? Give me a second.
No.
1,000.
No.
Yeah. No. Yeah. So those are the cards that I have for that.
Yeah. Nice.
Very
nice.
What I think it was the fallacies that I brought up that got us into talking about that. But yeah, those are all the cards, and you could probably actually have a fairly interesting game with just those cards. But I'd probably like to have at least 60 cards before I 60 different cards before I go ahead and be like, all right, Simon Dan, let's have a game. Because I will be having.
Well, we can help you come up with some new cards. Well, yeah, set some time aside, and we'll help you out with this, because we've got a whole heap of crazy things that we can use.
Yeah,
we're about to launch a line of Nathan Thompson brand. What is it? A toiletries kit for Nathan Thompson. It's going to have half a bottle of dish soap, a steel scouring pad, stuff like that. A packet of wet wipes. Dry, of course. They're going to be dry. So useless. Yes, the Natalie Thompson bathroom kit.
Okay, yeah. I'll probably have a few interesting cards that I'll come up with, and then once that's done, I'll because I do need to make sure that I have myself as a card and Soundly as a card, because those two. Are going to be those two are going to be very interesting. Here's something. Maybe
does that Nathan Thompson bathroom kit come with a slightly used ding dong?
I don't know. Like, I'll have to work it out. But one idea that I just had here is maybe I could have a cloning factory card in which it allows you to have.
Oh, that would be nice.
It allows you to play 2 of the same cards, because one of the rules is like you can't have 2 Planar Walk cards. The only cards that you're allowed to have 2 of on the field are token cards.
Hey, I know a channel that runs a cloning facility. You might have heard of them, NASA Black Site Area 69. They've got all sorts of. They've got an entire factory dedicated to that.
Yeah, I might actually.
Awesome. I like that.
I still say switch over to chipmunks. Squirrels just aren't cutting it. You need chipmunks.
Yeah, FTFE just had a cold shiver just then.
Yeah, I might make a card called Black Site Area 69, right? And it'll be like this. And it'll be a debater card, but it will say this card cannot debate, right? Right.
I love it.
That's good. I like it.
It'll probably have like a ridiculous number of argument points, like probably like 7 argument points, but 1 like conversion point, and. Then what will but it will have it'll have a separate ability saying you may play 2 of the same card.
Clone card.
Yeah. Basically, the ability will be Clone Factory or something.
Love it. Yeah. Right, we'll help you work on the details of that for sure.
Yeah. Or
now you can play 2 of the same thing. Just play Heath and Planar Walk at the same time.
I will have to create a Heath card as well at some point, although I don't know what to do for it. I might actually have the Heath card.
This is an egg.
I might actually have the Heath card like. I'm not sure. I'm thinking of
Heath card would be because like as you are like Heath is sort of a blend of you and what was the other one we came up with?
Professor Stick.
There's another. Yeah, Professor Stick. That's right. Yeah, it was.
Stick,
you were a meld of Professor Stick and Heath.
Oh yeah,
like Nathan Thompson. Nathan Thompson was a failed Nathan Thompson clone. I don't know why we even tried to do that in the first place.
Yeah,
but it worked out well. Like it did end up with a good result there.
It was your idea.
I might also have a yodeling card as well.
Oh, the yodeler, yes.
Yeah, and that will be a card that you'll only be able to play if you have Simon Dan in play.
Well, there we go. Put in the chat. Simon Dan, passive aggressive yodeling, negate target debate card.
Yeah. But yeah, I think that people would really enjoy that, and I'd make sure all the cards are free to use. Like so,
you would need a Rubik's cube too for MCToon, of course.
Yeah, I'll also need to have a McFlatty card as well.
What about
Yep.
photograph of a water heater?
Oh, yes, oh my god, there's so much material.
Yes,
there is so much material.
Yeah, there is a lot of material.
The Daniel Pratt's water heater, not him. The water heater.
Yeah, not him. Yeah. Just don't worry about him. Just have his
water heater.
Yeah. That'd
be a good debater card, actually. That'd be a good debater card, actually, instead of like just this water heater.
I might have a object card, and the objects can't be used for debates, but they'll have like a specific ability. For example, Daniel Pratt's water heater. You'll be able to look through. You'll be able to look through your deck and find a Daniel Pratt card and put it into your hand.
Why would you want it in your hand, though?
You know what the better idea would be? If you had a Daniel Pratt card that you could use, you should make the water heater block whatever Daniel does, because he's chained to that water heater and can't get away from it. So I think that'd work.
Oh, yeah. I've actually got an idea. So for Daniel Pratt's water heater, you may search your deck for a Daniel Pratt card and put it into your hand. If Daniel Pratt would be removed from play, instead remove the water heater from play.
Yeah, that works.
That works.
Yeah, and that'd be a really good way to have to sort of use flat Earth cards. So yeah.
Wait, Stringer News actually put up another one. Can see through refraction, or what's Nathan's thing with diffraction? Where he didn't know what diffraction was, or convert meters to kilometers. Planar, we're going to steal you for a few hours this week and work on this shit.
And they says, can you stop saying dick? Oh, sorry, I just said dick again. Oh, shit! Anyway, I think we do have to continue with this.
We had a good break from that.
Yeah.
Back to the stupid.
Yeah, back to the stupid.
To say why it's different. So when it comes to the 20 people providing...
It's like, do you want to supersize that or not? It's yes or no, Planar Walk.
So there's a reason. So the answer is no, but I'm going to say why it's a no. The reason why it's a no is because people saying the Earth is flat is different to 20 people saying that the Earth is flat is different to 20 people going out and getting results that all corroborate with each other.
But let's.
So when I want to get like an audience poll, like, is that a decent answer? I think it is. Like, someone saying that the Earth is flat is different to someone saying, "Oh, this is a result that I actually got."
Definitely.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah. I agree. Yeah. I concur.
Okay. Oh, Christopher
Yeah,
Hogan says
it's
says
a solid
no.
answer, actually.
No.
Well, and you're right. Like you could have 20 people saying, "Oh, Earth is flat," but then you get 2,000 people saying, "Well, we measured it to be a globe."
Well, even if we say, let's say that you've got 50 people saying the Earth is flat, and you've got 10 people that have measured it to be a globe. Like, there's definitely a difference there.
Yep.
The difference is that those 10 people measured it. Oh, so the question was, would you be equally impressed? So he said you were impressed earlier about the 20 people getting results from an experiment. Would you be equally impressed if 20 people said that the Earth was flat, or 20 people with PhD saying that the Earth was flat? And
yeah, that's right.
The difference is that one of them has measurements, the other is just saying something. So
yeah, and as I said earlier, I'd want to know, what the PhD's qualifications are, their expertise to make that statement. Where are their papers? Where's the documentation that we can read through and scrutinize?
If the PhD is like a chiropractor, I would not trust him on that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like, there are a lot of people that call themselves PhDs without having ever opened any sort of, book.
But there is one person that I'm pretty
relates.
sure is a PhD, or has a PhD, and that is PhD Tony.
Yes. I'm pretty sure, yeah, he does, because we've seen the documentation on his wall.
I also am pretty sure that AB Science has a PhD as well.
Yes.
But, although, if he were to show that, it might dox him, so not too keen on.
Katz is secondary or primary school teacher?
I think it's secondary school teacher.
So, yeah, well, obviously he's got qualifications. May not be a PhD, but he's obviously got qualifications, in the field.
So they says
why would you be teaching kids otherwise?
Yeah. So they said PhD Tony is a real PhD, but I'm not sure he is a real Tony. And yeah, good point. Anyway,
I mean, I've never seen any proof of Tony, so.
Yeah.
So what would Nathan's profession actually technically be classified as?
Clown.
Yeah, professional clown, so. Anyway.
Child predator?
He's a clown, but he's not. It's like, when you say, who's that clown? It's like implying, he's a clown, and B, he's not a very well-known clown.
Yeah.
Like Bozo or Krusty.
Ding dong.
Anyway, let's.
On to the final point there, Nathan.
Yep. Because
we'll be going to the Q&A pretty soon here, folks. So let me know.
You're in charge, James. You just let us know.
You got it. It'll be in just a couple of minutes. So if
I'm not leaving.
But we've got to skip through.
I'll be right back.
Well,
you got it. So what we'll do is
skip through
just 1 minute, James, for the last topic. Planner Rock, can you demonstrate gas pressure without a physical container in a vacuum?
So I can demonstrate a difference in air pressure in these things. So if I go up,
that's
in the
no. I
Nathan,
can't demonstrate gas pressure without a container.
We got to give him a chance, even if it's not a yes or no. We got to give him a chance to respond.
So one of the things that I don't like about these particular arguments is they can't get it through their heads that they have never ever measured gas pressure being contained next to a perfect vacuum. Right? They've never measured that because a perfect vacuum doesn't exist. No matter where you go, there is always pressure. Now, now, I can basically say that. So I can basically use that and basically say, no matter where you go, there is always pressure, right? And that is true for the globe model. Even if you go into fucking intergalactic space, there is still a tiny amount of pressure there, right? Oh, and the person with the Confederate flag is Jeffrey Daugherty, and or Doherty. I'm not sure how you say it. But
Dougherty. Yeah, Dougherty.
Yeah. But yeah, no matter where you go, like, there's always pressure. You have never measured no pressure, right? So a difference, all you're measuring when it comes to something like a container is a difference in pressure in the container compared to outside the container. Now, what is there when it comes to reality? There is a pressure gradient. So,
well, hang on. Before we even go into that, if they want to look at gas pressure next to, well, not a perfect vacuum, because as you said, we're never going to get a perfect vacuum. But if they want to look at gas pressure next to a vacuum, look at Jupiter. Get a telescope. Natural, observable. You can view it with a couple of mirrors and a tube. And you can see the gas swirling around on Jupiter. Not only that, you can see its moons orbiting the thing too, which cast shadows on it. So if these things up in the sky are just and this really pisses me off when they try to, discount astronomy and observations we make of the sky as not being able to be used to figure out what we're standing on. It absolutely can, should, and is used to do such a thing quite accurately. That's how we, ended up with the solar system model that we've got now.
Bull.
But not just
James
that.
debates aren't moderates properly. Your community should stop providing James with content until he can prove he can moderate.
I want to be fair to James because moderating is definitely hard. Honestly, James does have a better way to moderate than I've ever had to moderate, because it's very hard because I've tried moderating debates where I didn't even have a mute button. So that is very hard. Now, to be fair on the person who sent the super chat, Stephen York, to be fair, as I said, James does have a mute button. But it's still pretty difficult to moderate because, especially if you are on one side, you don't want to you don't want to feel like you're always muting the other side, especially. What's that?
Yeah, sorry. I was just going to say, I just like to point out that a debate like this is far from what a normal debate would be. A normal debate, the moderator is usually just sitting there to take notes and maybe speak up if someone overspeaks, and that'd generally only be during the free for all where you both sides actually have the talk where they discuss the things between each other, and the moderator might step in and say, okay, well, that's not really relevant, or it's very rare that a moderator would need to step into an actual debate happening. These things are more like parodies of debates, or clown shows. These are fucking clown shows, and we are the fucking if we're going into a debate with one of these people, the spotlight's on us because we're the star of their clown show, basically.
So here's the reason why I call these things debates. I know that they are not debates. I know that they're not debates, but people, when it comes to a debate, they have a certain, honestly, if we were to have an actual Flat Earth debate, if I set up a proper Flat Earth debate with someone, people would be bored out of their fucking minds.
Society was a debate group, and they called themselves that because they wanted to discuss stupid ideas in a serious debate setting, so that people doing it could practice for an actual debate.
Yeah.
Yeah, when it comes to
it was never a serious thing. Yeah.
No, it was never a serious thing. It was just a name they picked because it was ridiculous.
Yeah, well, actually, when it comes to just about any form of internet debates, they are never actually debates, right? They are generally a structured, depending on what
discussion.
debate. Structured discussion. Things Nathan Oakley calls his show a debate. It's not a debate. Even modern day debates, sometimes they emulate the rough form of a debate, but they're not actually debates. And I know James may think that I'm talking shit on him, but I think he knows that it's true.
Oh, and when I say these things aren't debates, I'm blanket applying this to anyone that says they're having a debate with a flat earther online. It's more a discussion. It's more an entertainment show, really. Yeah. These things, like when you look at them, you a lot of the times I go to watch a flat earther get triggered and trapped and make an idiot of themselves. It's been a very rare occurrence that I've seen a flat earther sort of make any valid point and make their opponent look like they failed it, if that made sense.
Yeah.
Like I've not seen a flat earth debate where the flat earthers won.
Yeah. And
TLDR.
When it comes to like these debates, or these quote unquote debates, like they are probably the better way to discuss these things because first off, like the problem with discussing them in a proper debate format is that most of the points wouldn't be addressed. Like that's like as one person pointed out. In a formal debate, in normal debates, there are often a list of questions from both sides given in advance. This is more a discussion, or Rex Kenny said, "This is not a debate. This is a talk. In a debate, you have turns and only talk about one subject," and that is true. If there was a flat Earth debate, we wouldn't be talking about like how many subjects have been brought up. Like 4 different subjects that I can recall off the top of my head have been brought up in this. In an actual debate, you'd be sticking to one subject because that is you want to reach a resolution on that particular subject. Whereas flat earthers like to gish gallop. Anytime that a gish gallop is brought into a debate, it is no longer a debate. So that's why
creationists do the same thing.
Yep.
Creationists do the same damn thing.
Yeah. So this isn't a debate, but the reason why it's called a debate is because people like
for that.
is because people like to watch these so-called debates, and if you didn't call it a debate and called it what it was, then you wouldn't get all the views and all that. So
we've gotten well into the semantics of the word debate, and
like it's like when it comes to. It's like when it comes to anything on YouTube. Like
this whole thing reminds me of one thing. That's not a debate. This is a debate. I can't do an Aussie accent. Could Cypher say that because I cannot do.
Egg. That's not an egg. This is an egg. I've still got to make that video. I swear I'm going to get a Crocodile Dundee outfit. I'm going to get an ostrich egg. I'm going to play that clip, and then I'm going to film myself saying, "That's not an egg." Pull this thing out from behind my back and go, "This is an egg."
Yeah, but these things I don't consider them actual debates, and I feel like a debate on flat Earth would actually be pretty boring, mostly because
it'd be over in 5 minutes.
Well, mostly because the flat earther would have to stick to one subject, and I actually get bored with just sticking to one subject, especially if it goes on for 2 hours. So
that, and like I said, it'd be over in 5 minutes. I mean, honestly.
Yeah.
He says 6.5 hours into a stream where we're going over debate.
Anyway, well, let's continue on with this.
Let's get going with 6.5 hours. Yeah, let's shut up now.
So if I go up in the atmosphere, then there's less pressure up there.
That's a Snoop Dogg fallacy. You don't have to get high or go up in the atmosphere to do science. Can you demonstrate gas pressure?
I did find his Snoop Dogg fallacy funny, right? I know that he's making up bullshit, right? And I think I feel like when it comes to the Snoop Dogg fallacy, that might be a little bit of self-awareness there. I think I feel like it's a bit of self-awareness. But
I agree.
Snoop Dogg
without a container, because without the container, yes, you can. Show me.
Yep. So right here, there's a gas pressure of 105.
What's that?
Wouldn't something that is actually self-aware require a brain?
Probably, but I mean, technically, 3 brain cells can be considered a brain. Like it's only one of those brain cells that is self-aware. It's like,
man, you're generous.
Like when it comes to like, you've got one brain cell which is thinking, "Why the fuck am I here?" And the other brain cells And the other 2 brain cells are just going derp, 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 derp.
That's a reification.
I'm getting a first grader.
That's a reification fallacy. You're presupposing a brain.
Hang on, Anthony Riley has something to say about this.
Because there's no science for a flat Earth, and none of us are expected to know this kind of stuff. We're making this stuff up.
Oh dear.
I
don't know.
Yes, you are.
There's so many memes there. I need to like collect all the memes and like put it into a flat earthers.
Hang on. I'll send you the sound clip files I've got.
I need to put it into a flat earthers don't think that the Earth is flat, or flat earthers know that flat Earth is bullshit. But yeah, we'll continue on.
I've got one of QA saying that he knows Earth is rotating as well.
Yeah, and then there's the clip of Nathan. Oh, I've got the clip of Nathan saying, yeah, it's a globe. What was the exact quote?
I don't know if you've heard this one.
Yeah, absolutely. You can touch the flat Earth. You can
I've seen
see
that.
the flat Earth. Every leader, let's take Saddam Hussein. Saddam Hussein was on the verge of revealing the flat Earth, so they killed him.
Yeah, but then there's the
he hates that one.
Yeah, but then it's got it. We live on a globe from Nathan.
Yep.
So, yeah. Anyway,
I've got to do that. Yep.
Let's
I
continue.
was editing that. Yep. I'll edit that while we listen.
Kilopascals, and when I go higher up in the atmosphere, there is a lower pressure.
That's circular logic. You're assuming that there isn't a container. I'm saying that there is a container, and you're trying to prove there doesn't have to be one. So
first off, you're assuming that there's a container.
No, I'm not assuming. It's every observable phenomenon ever with gas is that it's contained.
So first off, that's assuming that he is assuming that the pressure in the atmosphere is contained by a container, right? Because has he ever seen a container around it? He's just assuming that every pressure within every difference within pressure in the atmosphere has to be held by a container. Yes, and a non-physical. It doesn't have to be a physical container. It can be. But aside from that,
also, he doesn't. I don't think anyone's ever told him that we actually lose atmosphere at a tune of around 90 tons a day.
Yeah, probably
to space.
Yeah, but he probably would be like, "Oh, you're presupposing that there's no container or something like that." But he's presupposing that there is a container because the only time that he has seen a difference in gas pressure in the atmosphere is when, and also I wonder where he has seen a difference in gas, a vacuum in nature.
But yeah, they don't exist in nature. I mean,
Yeah,
really.
If he
in space.
Yeah, he can't even use this argument because the only time he's seen a gas pressure or a vacuum is in a lab. He hasn't seen a gas pressure, a vacuum in nature. Now there is a vacuum in space, but for him to say, "Oh, there's a vacuum in space, so therefore there is a vacuum in nature," he has to admit that space is correct.
Space is real. Yeah.
And Jessica G says, anyone else notice it doesn't matter when you pause the video, Nathan always looks like an idiot. Yes, exactly. So yeah.
Especially that one time near the end.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll continue on.
Or entropy takes place. Every observation ever. I'm not assuming anything. You're assuming that atmosphere could rest next to a vacuum. I'm asking you to
define
demonstrate.
entropy. Define entropy, please.
Can you demonstrate gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container?
Can you define entropy, please?
You need me to tell you what entropy is?
Yeah, because I think that you've got the wrong definition of entropy. What is entropy?
High pressure or high energy systems move towards low pressure or low energy systems. Did I get it
So
right?
it's not necessarily pressure. It's more that the energy in an isolated system will, the usable energy.
So firstly, he got his description wrong because he's not describing entropy. He's more describing the what his understanding of the second law of thermodynamics is. Like, they get these things, like, entropy isn't literally just the second law of thermodynamics. Entropy is just the amount of usable energy in the system, and I explained that. So, yeah.
In an isolated system will decrease over time.
You like hearing yourself talk, but you don't show anything. Can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
And I actually got that wrong, because when I say that, because I said it will decrease over time, that's the second law of thermodynamics, and so yeah, I got that wrong. And guess what? I can admit when I get something wrong.
They never can.
Yeah, like, if you want to, honestly, I'd love to see Nathan Thompson do an analysis on this debate, or do a debate review, and I doubt that he would admit to getting anything wrong. So,
well, no, because that would take honesty.
Yeah. Anyway, let's continue on with this.
Let's give Planner a chance to respond, and then we'll go into the Q&A.
That's proof that there's a gradient, not that there's not a container. You're not paying attention, or you're caught up with like something you've heard from some other globe head, and you can't think clearly. Okay.
We have
Yes
lost.
or no question. I can demonstrate it or not.
Shut the fuck
Now
up,
you're gonna talk about
Nathan.
a gradient again?
We have
so
lost.
when have you
Seek
ever-
truth, speak truth.
Shut the fuck up, Nathan.
So what I'm going to do is...
That was me playing that, by the way.
So I do want to give Planner a chance to respond, or Seek Truth, Speak Truth, if he can hear me. And then we'll go into the Q&A.
So when it comes to gas pressure, the gas pressure on the ground is different to the gas pressure high. Now, when it comes to your vacuum thing is only a difference in gas pressure, right? So it's not that there's a perfect vacuum next to a full vacuum. So the fact that there is a difference in pressure at the ground to a difference in pressure higher is basically evidence that there doesn't always have to be a physical container there.
Surely if there was a physical container, it would be equal pressure throughout, rather than the actual...
Earth's not a car tire. It's not a closed static system.
We've got to jump into the Q&A here.
Gas is being introduced, and also...
So we do have to go into the Q&A.
I do wonder, like, how he thinks that the heat being introduced means that we don't have a homogeneous system. I'd love to see that. How he thinks that.
Another question I keep asking is, okay, I know clouds aren't exactly, gas, but they don't have a container.
Good point.
It's one thing that, and I've had people say to me, clouds aren't exactly a gas. No, they're more a water vapor, but you still get lightning and stuff from, molecules of air, water vapor moving against each other. It's a physical object. It's obviously some sort of gas pressure without a container.
I wonder
how they explain that.
I actually wonder, how they explain clouds when it comes, or how Anthony Riley would explain clouds when it comes to relative density, because aren't the water droplets denser than the air around them?
Yeah, they really are. And another thing, with the relative density thing, if that's the case, how come we're not choking on all the carbon dioxide that we can measure in the atmosphere? That'd be closer to the ground than the oxygen molecules themselves, because they're denser. Things like that.
Yeah. Although, I don't ever expect... Well, I'd love them to actually try and explain that, but the only reason why I'd love to see them try to explain it is because I know how much they're going to fail at explaining it. Right?
Well, and then, and I think one of the things they'd say about, particularly with my clouds and, what's a thunderstorm? Just seagulls fighting over a chip sort of thing. They'd say, oh, well, it's already contained inside the dome. So anything that happens in that container is, part of the dynamic system that goes on. And then it's like, okay, well, if there's a dome, why is this the pressure gradient that we have? That you'd see less of a density gradient in a closed, domed off Earth. There'd still be a gradient, but it wouldn't be as dramatic as we've got.
Yeah, definitely. Anyway, I'm going to continue playing this because we do need to get through to the end. I'll probably skip through some of the super chats that are on the stream because I don't need to read out everything, but there's a couple that I need to, or that I really want to point out.
It's a dynamic system is goofy because it's dynamic on both models.
Nathan, your volume, by the way, like I think your mic or your gain, something adjusted to your volume is lower than it was before.
Sorry,
but
yeah, I think
we're gonna jump into these questions from Wits It Gets It. We have our first one who says, "Hey Globe Zealots, can the radius value change?"
God. There's a couple of radius. So when it comes to this one, like I didn't like the fact that it was it was just simply a yes or no question. That's the problem. It's one of these things that assume it's a loaded question, though, because if I say that yes, the radius value can change, then it's like, okay, well, then how can a sphere change its size? If I say that no, then I know that they're going to bring up something else like, oh, well, it has. What about pole to pole, or what about the equator? So I mentioned that pole to pole. Oh yeah, String of News says, "What color are your eyes? Yes or no?"
Values depending on whether it's around the equator or whether it's north to south.
Gotcha. And Mike Billars, thanks for your question, said, STST, were you legitimately a flat earther? I honestly thought that you were all pose. Nathan Thompson, JD, and STST, why did or do you think it was or is concealed?
I'm definitely not a Po. I think I'd be a very sad person to be sitting here pretending that I believe the Earth was flat. I've been a little bit quiet tonight because this is my first ever debate. So obviously Planet Walker's a bit more experienced than me, and I've took a seat back, if you know what I mean. But yeah, no Po. I'm here to learn because I know that I'm wrong about the shape of the Earth, or I was. So yeah, no, there are Po's, but I think Nathan's more likely to be a Po, to be honest, than me.
Okay, well,
I actually 100% agree with Seek Truth, Speak Truth there.
Yeah, it's hard to disagree with him, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's see.
Nathan, we have one for you. JPP3030 says, Nathan, science doesn't prove, quote unquote, things. How many times have you been told this? Proof is for math.
Oh, cool. So there is no proof. The Earth's a globe. Excellent. Thanks so much.
Okay, he completely misunderstood that. Did I catch him on that?
Good comment.
Next, Wits It Gets It says...
No, I didn't. So, when it comes to proof, you cannot prove that the Earth is flat. You cannot prove that the Earth is a globe. It doesn't mean that it doesn't change the facts of the situation. It just means that you cannot prove anything unless it is in maths. Only maths proves.
There is one example I like to use of proving the reality of math, and that's a Nautilus shell and the Fibonacci sequence. You can take a Fibonacci sequence that you've graphed out on a piece of paper, you can lay it over a cross-section of one of these shells, and you can see it line up perfectly with the little sections in it. They're quite fascinating.
Well, that is also described by the golden ratio as well.
Yes, exactly, yeah.
Yeah. I think...
Yep.
I think that when it comes to this, it's more like the way that I see it is it's. I can't remember who. It was someone that I actually disagree with that stated it. It's when we talk about proof, what we're talking about is evidence beyond which a reasonable person has to, evidence to which a reasonable person would not be able to deny the theory or So that is what I mean when I say proof. But I prefer to say evidence, and there is a lot of evidence that the Earth is a
and
globe.
when it comes to things like proof, that's why I try to use things that you can hold in your hand, like a pyramid crystal. What do they call them? Prism. A prism that you can hold in your hand that you can bend light with yourself. Like that proves the light bends. I try to keep it to their strict terms, because then they really don't have anywhere to go.
Yeah.
And sorry, with the Nautilus shell thing, you're right about the golden ratio, but the Nautilus shell doesn't actually, its little spirals don't translate into a golden ratio. It's actually a different not version. It's a variation on the Fibonacci sequence. But yeah, the Fibonacci sequence itself will translate into a golden ratio.
Yeah.
But if you were to measure it, like if you were to take a Nautilus shell and then plot out how it's starting to spiral out, it won't actually match, the golden ratio. It's slightly off. And I was reading something Jesse Kozlowski posted on Twitter yesterday, a thing where an American geodetic survey is trying to get. There's two types of feet that they use in measurements. One's an international foot, which is the foot that we're all familiar with, but then there's one that's got about, I think it's a 2 millimeter or something difference, which stretched out over longer distances becomes more of a problem when they're, and apparently, costs a lot of surveys in America money because they have to adjust because someone will use this, obscure, hardly used foot measurement for a job. And it ends up they have to redo it and use the international foot measurement.
Okay.
Jesse tweeted it out yesterday. You can go and read the article that he linked in that tweet.
Interesting. All right.
Slight variations in numbers like that will,
Yeah.
But when it comes to proof, you can. Maths is literally the only way to do it.
Yeah. Anyway,
assload is how they use.
Sorry, I rambled.
So assload is how they actually used to measure wine.
And
just random knowledge. No, assload is an actual unit of measurement. I'm being serious.
Okay.
It's funny, but it is.
We've been the amount that they can load onto an ass, right?
No, it's actual for casks specifically.
Okay.
I'm going to look that up.
I would have thought that an arse load would be about the amount that they can load onto an arse because they might have used an arse to transport it or something. And by arse,
I don't think that's why. But...
and by an arse, I mean a donkey kind of thing or something. But I might be wrong on that. But anyway, we'll continue on with this.
I thought you were talking about
Science Explains. I think that was in response to the last one. I'm not sure. But Mark Reed, thanks for your question, said, Nathan, if you have made, quote, hundreds of observations, then why haven't you wrote a paper with your observations
here we go.
along with the math to be reviewed?
I'm not a writer.
Gotcha. And Crafty...
Nobody reads anything anymore anyway. He puts it on YouTube. That's where people see it.
Crafty Kilo...
Wow. That's not true at all.
Like, when it comes to putting things on YouTube, like... if putting something on YouTube is the extent to which you need to be a scientist, then fuck, I'm a scientist already.
Yeah.
You're a PhD.
Yeah.
I think what they don't realize is that like all of the actual work and reading and writing that has gone into, like Professor Dave Explains doesn't just get on camera and go, this is, blah blah blah. He doesn't just bullshit things. He's actually taken the time to condense all of the writing and study and theories into an easy to understand snippet that you can watch for 5 or 10 minutes or however long he does one of his bits for. And I'm hopeless at maths and theoretical physics and everything like that, but I'm starting to learn a lot more, having started debunking all this shit and actually learning about physics and stuff again. Like it's not hard to find the information you want or that you claim doesn't exist.
I like how I think it's Tanner Withheld has changed his name on YouTube to Chatbot Lady and says, I'm a PhD in bullshit. Although...
Wait, that's Nathan in the chat?
Although, to be fair, like you can always send in the super chat, and Chatbot Lady will read it out.
Yep.
As long as it doesn't fail like it has earlier this stream, but that occasionally happens.
Thanks for your question as well. Said Jeffrey and Nathan, can you explain the unbroken rocket footage released by Red's Rhetoric tonight? If there was a dome, it would have hit it. How high is your dome?
Rocket launches are parabolic, and there's no real pictures of the Earth from space. So you can believe it went to space, a second law of thermodynamics violation that Planner Walk couldn't demonstrate, but that's just a belief.
Gotcha. And just to let you know, folks, if I read the questions with a little bit of sass, I do it to both sides. It's just I just get my jollies off it. I don't know. Laura,
James, just a quick response to a question that was asked earlier from me, and I'm sure it was of me. Why is it being concealed that it's a flat Earth? Well, I don't think it's the question of why it's being concealed that it's flat. It's a question of trying to make us. It's a difference of being a completely unique creation of the divine on a completely unique and amazing place versus a little microbe on little.
Okay, people can't see this because I've got the bottom and the top cropped up, but one of the Patreon people going along the bottom there is Bent Hovend. I love that.
Yeah, wow.
I love that.
Yeah, Nathan himself is proof of evolution. I mean, just look at him.
Definitely.
Flying around a light somewhere that is completely insignificant in the overall scheme.
Let's see.
Jeffrey,
Next.
could I quickly ask a question?
Yeah, go.
I was just going to say, like, if there was a creator, why would he allow humans to hide him?
And that's a really good
Why would
point
you allow
from
them to what?
Speak Truth.
To hide him and to
Yeah,
allow-
I've heard that one
allow
asked
humans to
before,
create life.
actually.
Yeah,
It is a
I
good
asked.
question.
I asked Spurskeesma that on last Saturday, actually, when he was on our stream.
Yep.
Okay.
And he said, and his answer to that was easy: Satan rules the world. I'm like, what?
But still, like, why would a creator allow someone to hide? I don't know.
Why does God need legs?
I don't.
Well, you gotta remember, we have duplicitous people worshipping a duplicitous deity.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll continue on. Try and get to the end eventually, or to the points that I want to get to.
Hang on. 6 hours planner walk. Stream started 6 hours ago.
Actually,
this one.
Actually, it's 30 seconds less than 7 hours.
Oh fuck!
Okay.
You got anything better to do, Jared? Seriously?
Hey, I was getting ready to go to bed. I saw this come up on YouTube as I was looking for something to fall asleep to, and it was like, wait a minute, is he actually still alive? What the fuck?
Well, you do realize how many wrong things were said from Nathan Thompson, right?
Everything. Every word out of his mouth.
Yeah. So I've been going to I've been going through and going, okay, so this is what he said that's wrong, this is what he said that's wrong, this is what he said that's wrong, the things that I didn't necessarily address in the debate. And then there's been the kind of things, then there's been the things where I've gotten sidetracked.
Yeah, you described how your card game works.
Yep.
Now
Wait, you finally figured out Fizbin?
What?
You finally figured out Fizbin?
Fizbin? I don't know what that is.
Oh, you fail as a nerd.
Yep, he fails as a nerd. That's true. But, oh well. He's gonna fail at something.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll continue on and hopefully get to the points where I want to end it.
Because just
Can
like
we list
Facebook,
off
YouTube have their
how
algorithms
many
to keep you
things Thompson got correct?
0. I cannot remember a single thing that he got correct. Like, even in the things that he should have gotten correct, he got wrong.
He got one thing correct. He did get one thing correct. When he said, "Okay, we live on the globe."
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's
yeah,
one
he did.
thing.
Yep.
One thing that he got correct.
And he knows his own name.
Are you
That's questionable.
I'm pretty sure he's got.
I'm
fairly certain he has one of those clip-on or the stick-on tags attached to the bottom of his shirt that we can't see.
Well, I think he actually gets his name wrong because he says his name is Nathan Thompson, but it's actually Natalie.
Natalie, yeah.
Yeah, Natalie, yeah.
Yeah, but anywho, let's continue on. I know that Chatbot Lady is going to pipe up sometimes. Oh, there we go.
Pop quiz. Wick Flair family dink 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 no pressure in a vacuum dink next question.
Oh, that's got to be you, Wotan. Dink, dink.
Ding.
Dink.
Dink.
I have a PhD in bullshit. Dink. Anyway, we'll continue on.
Did Wotan die? He seems to have disappeared.
I don't know, like, last I heard of him, I was debating. So... And he got really tired, so... And here's the thing, like, he actually got really docile as he got tired. Like, maybe that's what flat earthers need to do, and then they can become more bearable.
Smoke less meth? Yes, that would be a good idea.
Yeah. Anyway, let's continue on.
Okay,
get on.
God has
Tell
done his algorithms, and he says, if you are my people, you will know the truth.
Next up.
And we're here tonight revealing it.
Laura Ora Cox.
Aren't we all as people, though, so shouldn't we all know the truth? Like, does...
Yeah. Yeah, good point.
Yeah, so...
Nah.
Well, the Bible also says that God is imprinted upon every man's heart, and no, that's full of shit.
Definitely. Anyway, we'll continue on to try and get to the end.
Bill R's, thanks for your question. Said, Flat Earthers, I had my 3 sisters in Chicago, Atlanta, and Miami all measure the angle to view the sun at noon Central Time yesterday. Can you tell me what angles they measured? Because I predicted all 3 correctly, and guess what model I used?
Wow, good. Yeah, no data. Thank the question. Excellent. Next.
But the thing, I think I'll point this out, actually.
That's data, though. He's using data.
He said his sisters did it, and what do you think happened? He didn't present any data, Planner Walk, you goof.
We're
back to
we
us
think
when
his
you do
sisters
it.
got
Stop.
it.
We've got to go to the next one.
Like, yeah, like... it's like saying... it's essentially like saying something like, oh, you have this... Like, sure, he didn't present the exact data, right? But it's like me saying, oh, I have taken some measurements which are the shape of the globe. Now, I may not have it on hand, and I certainly can't... it'd be like me saying, I've made some observations of things disappearing bottom up, and I send it in a super chat to someone, and then Nathan goes, well, where's the image? It's like, well, I can't send an image through a super chat, you fucking moron.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll continue on.
Witsit Gets It, Nathan's twin brother, says, Globe fanatics, can abstractions have physicality?
So, when it comes to... It depends what you mean by abstractions. Usually abstractions are used to describe something like math could be considered an abstraction, and that can be used to describe certain concepts, like you can use math to describe forces, for example.
Is time
forces
physical?
Can be used. It depends what you mean by time. Like, we can measure time.
Oh, wait, one question.
I think that what I should have said to his response is time physical, is distance physical.
Yeah, that's a good one, actually.
Yeah. Because...
Planner.
Yeah?
Just be careful. Make sure you're using math and not meth.
Oh, yeah, good point.
No. Morguile bought all that stuff up.
Yeah, we'll see what...
and look at Nathan's eyes. Do they seem a bit dilated to you?
Maybe.
I just noticed that. His eyes look kind of dilated. Like he just smoked a whole fucking bong of weed before he started this thing.
That wouldn't surprise me.
And the thing with Halfwits is...
smoke weed.
Anyway,
Halfwits likes to use a lot of smart-sounding words, but he strings them together just into word salad. You know, we're running out of word salad dressing over at the black site. We're going to have to make more. Filling up shelves.
Anyway, we'll continue on to...
For a yes or no answer.
Crafty Keela did ask, and I forgot, I don't know if I asked this or not, but they did ask how high your dome is. I think this is for Nathan and Jeffrey, if you believe in a dome.
Not sure. I don't assume the size of Venus and then do math. That's not how flat Earth works. That's how the globe cult works. That's how they determine distance to the sun.
Next.
I think
oh my god.
I like...
Stupid answer.
And they presuppose their dome, or their firmament, right? I mean...
Yep.
They assume the firmament because of the Bible. they assume it because of the Bible. But then again, a more proper response to Nathan there would be wrong. Because while the assumption that Venus being approximately the same size as Earth gave a starting point, as technology has increased, so have our methods of measuring distances to distant objects, including the sun. Which, guess what, motherfucker? Yeah, we were off. We were actually short. It has been confirmed to be farther away than the initial calculations put it.
Okay, yeah. Oh, I do know that there was there's a certain range that it falls in, but depending on the time of year, of course, as well. But anyway,
yeah, the average is approximately 93 million miles, and that is confirmed,
or 150 million kilometers.
Yep, and that is confirmed because guess what? We have radar ranged the distance to Venus at its shortest approach. And then guess what you can do when it's at tangent to the position of Earth? You can then do some triangulation, and what do you know? Now we get a distance to the sun.
Yeah. Anyway.
Just got some basic trigonometry. I mean...
we'll continue on for a bit, so...
It's pretty much a straw man argument. No one here even mentioned a dome. No one said they're an advocate of a dome. So let's talk about...
I mean, Nathan mentions the firmament, or at least a container. Yep. You know.
Yep.
What else are you? How are you going to interpret that?
What we've talked about tonight, not bring up straw man.
Well, when it comes to a dome, usually that's what's used for container.
Next, the Athens 619.
I'd also like to point out that he and Flat Out 100 there. No, he's only got $10. So,
people if the Earth is
yeah,
real.
him. They had a falling out because Nathan believes in the dome and Tanner doesn't.
Okay.
Oh, I get it now. I get it now. We told them to use math. I think they missed it by one letter. They missed it by one letter.
Yeah. Anyway, we do have to.
Sorry, yeah, I interrupted. Yep, keep going.
Like I said, they mistake. They went. They
You know what
went
they
from
say?
math instead of math.
In the kingdom of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. So I guess if you want to live in that type of a world, then go ahead.
Good answer.
Next, Rodney Felberg, thanks for your question. Said, I can't wait until Elon Musk makes it accessible for us to go to space. Then we can finally put this flat Earth nonsense in the coffin of
I
bad
would love to
ideas.
see it happen. I'll sign up.
They've been saying that for 40 years, guys. There was a guy in 1990 who started tracking when they were going to do civilian space travel, and in like 2004, he just gave up and said, hey, they're lying to you. They're never going to do it. I've been tracking for 20 years. It doesn't happen. Okay?
There are
Well,
civilians.
you guys think they played golf on the moon, and we can't even send people into space yet? 50 years later? Are you joking?
Next,
Did you know that there was a? I just have to ask Nathan. Did you know that there was a guy that I can't remember his name? But he predicted that they would go to the moon and then not go back again because the economics, because it wasn't economically viable to go back again.
Wow.
Did you know that?
Money talks, bullshit walks.
Cool story, bro.
The
and they didn't even have a response. It's like because that was predicted. It was predicted that we would go to the moon and then not go back again because it wasn't economically viable.
Yep.
And they seem to just say, "Oh, cool story, bro." So,
well, another thing to point out is they want to bring up those sorts of predictions. How many predictions are wrong? I mean, how many times is Jesus supposed to have come back now?
True.
Yeah.
I don't have that many pieces of Lego.
I actually remember. I actually remember, like in the Bible, it says that Jesus said to his followers that he'd return within their lifetimes. Well, 2,000 years later, I'm sure
Their
that
lifetime's gone. Yeah.
I don't see many
That's a few
people alive from. I don't see many people alive from that time still.
Wait,
Wonder
do you
why.
see people alive from that time, or?
No.
Okay.
That's
I
what
only
I'm
know
saying.
two, and they were both at the Big Bang. Blue and Big Blue would have been around at that time. Yes.
Hey, Saif, you're forgetting Alan Evans.
Oh yeah, of course. Alan was there, and someone was watching the whole thing too from above. I can't remember who that was. I think it was Mippet or someone.
Well, anyway, we'll continue through.
God, you know they're gonna yell at us for that.
Yeah.
Yay.
Hold up, like, apparently YouTube is getting no data. Yeah, we do have to try and hurry this along, okay? So I'm gonna
wrap it up.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm gonna set it to 1.5 speed.
I do think Speak Truth. If you had something to add to that, I want to give you a chance. I thought I heard your voice. They were willing to. So as I mentioned, we will only read these non-question type
God,
if they're $5 or more to cut down on them. The Athens 619 was willing to spend.
Make it stop, Nathan.
They spent the $5 to hook.
Why is he doing that? Like, I feel like he's trying to come on to me with that. I'm not gay, Nathan.
Nathan likes posting pictures of himself half naked around all sorts of Discord servers filled with guys. Don't know why.
Scythe, you're also forgetting who was his screensaver for a while. Team in the Mankini.
Yeah. Explains why he ran away now. Yeah, explains a lot.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll continue on.
Okay, that's terrific. They wanted to insult Nathan. They say Nathan is nothing more than the ramblings of a mentally deficient person. The Dunning-Kruger should be renamed to Nathan Thompson Scale.
It's not nudity unless you see a nipple, so it's okay.
Okay, well.
Can you even write cursive, bro? Can you even write cursive?
What? Cursive? I don't care for writing cursive, honestly.
Crafty Keela, thank you for your support. Crafty Keela said, hit like, folks, and Planner Walk, and STST for the win. You've got there's no Mirage, and we see only half a building.
Well, there's other things besides Mirage that can cause obstruction, like waves in the foreground, evaporation. So it's not just mirages that cause things to obstruct. There's multiple things going on, but on the globe, it's only Earth curve, guys. Only reason things disappear, Earth curve.
Wrong.
Right?
Wrong is wrong.
So yeah, like, I mean, technically waves could cause things to disappear bottom up, but on the globe, but most waves wouldn't be high enough to cause the amount of obstruction that we see.
I'm dating a first grader.
You know, they'd have to, for a lot of things, they'd have to be at least, the waves would have to be at least 2 meters high. And we'll continue on a bit.
Gotcha. And thanks for your question. This one comes in from Witsit Gets It. Says, Planner, if the horizon is an apparent location, how did you originally substantiate an actual location of Earth?
Marathon stream, buy yourself a beer after.
I don't know how long I'll be going for, but, you know, it's just because, you know, Nathan gets so much wrong in this that I've had to, you know, stop it multiple times to address what he said that's wrong. So that's why it's going.
Mike 71. Both Team and Planner Walk are small guys, like kids.
That makes so much sense right now.
Yeah, I'm dating a first grader.
Anyway,
he's never gonna live that one down.
No, he's not. Anyway, let's continue. And think. Oh,
ball. Buy us all some whiskey.
I don't think I would be able. Oh, I know that I could get some whiskey. I'm not a big fan of whiskey. I prefer vodka, honestly. Like, vodka is definitely what I prefer.
I'll drink.
Well, at least it tastes good, you know?
But remember,
I'm dating a first grader.
Oh, God, Singing is one.
So, yeah, I do prefer vodka, honestly. And you can mix vodka with other drinks, so that's why I prefer it. Anyway.
It's easy to drink.
Just don't mix it with extract of Nathan Thompson.
Ugh.
Wait, I think...
I'm dating a first grader.
I think... hold up. I think that something just happened. I get the feeling that my voice on stream has gone low. But, so that's another reason to try and end it up sometime soon.
Yep, let's do it.
Curve, because Alberini used the horizon.
So there are a couple of methods. Using images or using light in general is a pretty bad way because light is susceptible to refraction. One of the better ways is to, or light going in the direction of the horizon, or coming from the horizon is a bad way to get a location of the horizon. A better way is to measure the shape of the Earth using something like the Eratosthenes experiment.
Thanks. And Witsit Gets It strikes again. It says terrestrial refraction
I think that was good.
begging the question.
Wait, how's terrestrial refraction begging the question? Like, that makes no sense.
He doesn't know what
It's
the question is.
Nathan.
No, that was Witsit's question from
Witsit's
Super
question.
Chat.
Oh, Witsit. Oh, okay.
God, well, yeah, there you go. Well,
There you go.
Witsit and Nathan are basically the same person. They're both idiots.
Yeah, I was actually... fun fact, I was actually initially meant to be debating Witsit Gets It, because James reached out to me like a week earlier, right? And then asked if I could step in. Now, I was definitely up for it, but I think he wanted to give it more of a promotion beforehand, so he delayed it to Saturday, and then he delayed it by another week. Now, I'd still be up for debating Witsit. In fact, I'd love to debate Witsit, because that was actually why I made the video on the Globebusters, because I was like, okay, let's make this video, and we'll, because, Witsit is part of the Globebusters, I think, isn't he?
Yeah, he's one of the new members, yeah.
Yeah.
Jism's replacement, basically.
Anyway, we'll continue on.
Gonna go broke if he's super chatting.
I want to know how it's begging the question.
Huh?
I want to know how it's begging the question.
Gotcha. And Mike Billars, thanks for your question, said, Nathan, how does GPS work? When you talk about fiber cables and balloons, prove it. I have made a GPS receiver from scratch, and it used globe equations.
Okay, well, he asked me how it works. We have over 600,000 cell towers in the U.S. alone, 6 million across the world. Also, all the countries are connected with submarine fiber optic communication cables, and there are temporary helium balloons. Look up the Corona program. It's been declassified.
Wait, did he just say that subs are connected to cables?
Yeah, like basically what he's doing is he's talking about. I think he's talking about the cables that are laid across. Like, there's a
the undersea cable, system.
But what it sounded to me like he was saying is that those subs are connected to those cables somehow with cables. That's what it sounded like to me, which is idiotic in and of itself.
Instead of saying undersea cables, he said submarine cables.
Yeah.
So think about a 7-year-old trying to talk about something in high school level. Grader. Oh, that is never gonna get old. Just like his girlfriend.
I'm dating a first grader. I'm dating a first grader.
Yeah.
More like a 1-year-old.
Okay, no, that makes more sense. Submarine cables, they're undersea cables. And that's another thing. This came up the other day in Gem Panda's server when we were in there. Undersea cables, you take the measurements of those, guess what they're going to match to the measurements of in distances? Guess what they're going to wrap around? The globe. But
anyway, we'll continue on and try and get this.
Sorry.
Information Act. And so there's no reason to have boxes in space falling in a circle around the presupposed ball. There are no pictures of that, and there's no scientific evidence for gravitational orbit either. So you can believe in cartoons all you want.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Did you see the video that I had at the start where there was the ISS passing in front of the moon?
I didn't catch that, but the ISS is not real.
Next up,
how come it's passing in front of the moon?
He doesn't pay attention.
Something go in front of the moon. That doesn't make it the ISS planar walk. You just again affirm the consequent. Look, they told me I'd see something in front of the moon, and I saw something in front of the moon, so it's the ISS.
Next, the Athens.
Well, what else could it be?
His ignorance is baffling to me, honestly.
What else could it be?
Next,
what else could it
be? It's the shape of the ISS.
It's a space station, guys. Going
This next super chat, maybe. I do have to be fair, I do have to give Nathan the last word because it was targeting him. However, the Athens 619 says.
But yeah, like he just brushed it off. Like honestly, like every bit of evidence he is brushed off of in this debate. So. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
Yeah. Well, and here's the thing: you expected him to pay attention to your presentation. He never does.
Oh yeah.
Never has he been on one of these, and he actually paid attention to his opposing party's presentation.
Yeah.
Ever.
Like exactly. Like when it came to it, like he. We didn't even the only thing from my opening presentation that we actually discussed, right, was the 15 degrees per hour. And that's the only thing. Like and that was because I brought it up in response to one of the things that he said. But yeah. Anyway, we'll continue to try and get to the end.
Since Nathan loves to shout and be loud, let me quote from Team Skeptic: "Shut the F up, Nathan."
Shut the fuck
All right,
up.
no, all right. What was it? I can't remember.
Oh, baby's going like, give me this.
Oh, did it cut out the Nathan? Damn it! Because I played the shut the fuck up, Nathan. Right there. And it cut out cut out the Nathan. Damn it! And then he's making it seem as though I'm salty. And it's like, no, I'm not salty. It's like, I'm literally playing it for the meme.
Team Skeptic, that's right. You guys debated in person in Dallas. That was a special one. B-Ball for Life, thanks for your question. Said, Nathan, can you not tell the difference between something moving down and something moving away, the sun during sunset?
Yeah, I clearly showed a picture of the moon not moving down, but moving away. So that was my whole observation, and I explained why it goes down and touches the horizon. It's because you're at sea level, and that's where air is most dense, and you get the most distortion and refraction, which, according to planar walk, allows us to see all the way around the globe.
Which is a slightly illogical.
Super.
I've got a question for. I do have a question for Nathan.
You got a super chat, James.
That's how he's going to avoid me asking him a question.
I'm talking to you, planar walk.
Yeah, because, and he just strawmanned your position right there. He never said that because of refraction, you could see all the way around the world.
Oh, yeah, definitely. There is definitely a limit to refraction, and also there is a thing called perspective as well. I know it's a bit of a meme, but even if you could see all around the world, perspective would stop you from being able to see to an certain extent. But never let that get in the way of being honest.
Of getting through as many questions as we can. I do have to keep moving. Witzit gets it. Says, where's the primary documentation for Eratosthenes? Oh, it's embarrassing. Eratosthenes?
Eratosthenes.
Well, I don't think we need the primary documentation because that was years ago, but there have been, it has been replicated. So using the data from the replication, then you can you can use the data from the replication to confirm what he was, what he initially proposed.
Yeah, you can assume parallel sun rays too, but we don't have that with crepuscular sun rays. You know how to make crepuscular sun rays, planar walk?
So first off, it's not assuming parallel sun rays. It's the only assumption that you need to make is that your angles that you're getting are correct, because it's just showing that these don't line up on a flat Earth. The only way that you can make them line up is if you have a sun that's far away and a Earth that is a globe. That's the only way that you can make them line up, unless, I don't know, someone's found a way to make them line up by making some weirdly shaped Earth. That could possibly...
Well, here's something to add into that video presentation for the next one that you do, since they want to bring up crepuscular rays. Well, if the Earth was a globe and the reason for the crepuscular rays was due to that relative angle and everything, when you turn 180 degrees, so you're looking the opposite way from the sunrise or sunset, what should you see?
Well,
anti-crepuscular rays, you should see them coming back together at a point above the horizon. On Sean Hufford's channel, there's a video where we show just that.
Oh, nice. Yeah,
it was back from when we went to Tennessee for the eclipse, and we were playing with the drone, and right at sunset, we caught the crepuscular rays, could see them going across overhead, and we used the drone to film it in both directions.
Sounds like a video I should watch.
Probably is. Anyway, I'm going to continue on, and we'll see.
Oh yeah, I can make the sun appear behind a tree. I get these sun rays that are coming. So the sun's just behind a tree. Have you seen that?
Next up.
No, when I was in high school, I had a best friend, and if I lied, he'd swear to it. It was the funniest thing.
Next up, B-Ball was. I want to give Planner the last word just because that one was Rosthenes.
Oh yeah, I did respond to it.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Next up, about how far the sun is from flat Earth.
Yeah, we haven't measured it. At least we're honest about it. We don't assume the size of Venus and then do math and pretend to know how far it is and then change it a million times. Give me a break, dude.
Yeah, there's a reason why we change it, because if it's off, then it should be changed. Do you think we're gonna just hold a incorrect position forever? No.
No, we're not flat earthers. Of course, we're not going to.
he doesn't understand because his worldview has never changed because the Bible never changes. He doesn't understand that science adapts with the times.
Yeah, definitely.
And so as science improves, we get better measurements, which is a good thing.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll play to continue. I mean, there's technically still half an hour, and I'm not sure where the last question that I want to. So
Mike Billars, thanks for your question, said, Jeff, will you swear to James that you're honestly a flat earther?
Well, first of all, we can also look at the sun and look at how it behaves. There's a difference how something 93 million miles away would cast light and how something very, very much closer would cast light. So we could start there and look at that. Will I look at James and swear that I'm a flat earther? I will look James right dead in the eye and say that I am a dedicated geocentrist, and I'm 95% sure from my observations that the Earth is flat. But hey, I could be wrong. All I want is one picture from space that's not CGI, then I'll shut up.
Next, thanks for your question.
1970.
Well, I think I mentioned Himawari. Maybe I'll just see.
Oh, no. Go back to Apollo. Hasselblad on film before CGI was even a possibility.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll continue.
We do have a lot, including some for you still. Mike Billers, thanks for your question. Said, Jeff, will you... Oh, we got that one. Maynard Saves said, is Jeffrey a young Earth creationist? I'd like to see him debate.
No.
Gotcha. Plane geometry to accurately navigate a long triangular trip. By the way, this can produce a triangle with more than 180 degrees.
They navigate using a sextant for thousands of years. The sky is a map and a clock that would not work if we're blasting through space, and the oceans are measurably flat. You can test it. So.
And I was a C-130 crew chief for almost 8 years. The C-130 crew chief's duty station while flying is on a bunk right above the navigator. I had long talks with navigators. They showed me what they figured. They showed me what they took into account. And not once did the words curvature of the Earth ever pass the lips of a C-130 navigator.
Or rotation of the Earth.
Next question. The Athens 619.
I'll skip ahead. I'm going to skip ahead a bit.
Whoa. No. I got to call bullshit right there. I gotta call bullshit.
Okay.
Because the navigators are using great circle routes, which guess what? Requires the Earth to be curved due to it being a sphere.
Yep. Anyway, I'll try and skip ahead a bit because I know that the Tanner Withheld's question was. So let's skip to here. Hopefully.
For data, you didn't give me any. You just told me a bottom-up fallacy.
Next,
some of the
my answer to that would be: if no one had ever told you that you're on a spinning ball that's careening through space, circling around a sun that's circling around a universe, you'd have never thunk it.
Next up, B-ball for life. Let's see.
Wrong.
I probably would actually have thought it. Like I'd eventually have thought. Oh, I wouldn't maybe not have thought that we're careening through space, but I would have at least thought, well, maybe we're on a sphere, especially with all the modern technology. I would have eventually figured out.
There's that, but then here's the killer for geocentrism, at least with the Earth at the center of everything and then everything else around the sun. The epicycles of our local neighborhood known as the solar system.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to continue on.
Retrograde motion is kind of a bitch.
Definitely.
Where do you ask me?
Jay, we've got another one. This one is B-ball for life asking Jeff, what about the MiG flight where you can pay to see the curvature of the Earth or your money back?
What about it? Show me data, show me that's done it, show me somebody that comes back with pictures of it. Until then, come on, man.
Dabbing good. Says, way to kill it, Nathan. Fat, B-O-N-G, rips on me. Gotcha. We're trying to be family friendly, folks. Okay. Gemsy Game says, why isn't there any parallax observed with Polaris or any stars after traversing trillions of miles? Hey, Nathan from Gemsy.
It's a great question.
Yeah.
Stars do move. They have moved.
Because they're moving with
Witsit
us.
gets it. Nathan, I gotta give him the last word. It said, Witsit gets it says, please try to place your zealotry aside and answer specifically for one, can the 3959 mile radius of the Earth be wrong and the model still be correct?
So the radius of the Earth is, we can basically say that it's that it is always the same. Now, the reason why you may get different observations is just simply due to things like refraction.
Next up, Gabriel K sends a spooky but I consider sincere.
All right, go ahead and pause it for a second.
So I did kind of dodge a little bit there, but the reason being is because that was a very loaded question. Like,
no, it wasn't. Because here's the thing: that number he gave for Earth's radius is the average radius. Earth is not a perfect sphere. The radius is not going to be consistent in all directions.
I actually also mentioned earlier on from another question from that person is I mentioned the how from pole to pole it would be different from pole to pole than from the equator. and I think that he that was a follow-up question kind of thing. So anyway, I'll continue on.
Donation, Shane, please. $5 for you to read a comment. Funny faces won't hide that attitude. It is, well, one challenge, but to be fair, we are modern day debate, not modern day super chats, and that's why we are going to try to cut down on the amount of super chats by raising the price for them. I mean, if you want people to buy less of something, you raise the price.
Yeah,
so we do want to cut down the super chat time, though we really appreciate it. Now,
James, I really appreciate this channel. I'm not.
Limas. That's why people believe we have alternating seasons in the north and south, but we don't. Fauna and flora is very different in north and south, and we have drastically different temperature variations in the north and south. So that's why you're not on a tilted spinning ball 93 million miles an hour from the 93 million miles from the heat source.
Next up, Tanner. Well, this is a chance. This might be a good chance for you, Planner Walk. Tanner with Hell.
Oh yeah, wait,
shut up.
Okay, let's rewind a little bit because this is the last bit.
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up.
So we're gonna I'm gonna play this because this I'm actually gonna play it at normal speed, right? And then we are gonna end the stream up, okay? Because this is my golden moment. I was waiting all debate for this. This is a golden moment.
All nearly 8 hours of it.
Oh no, I'm meaning the 2 hours of the actual debate.
Oh, gotcha.
I was waiting for this moment to ask this question.
Tanner, well, this is a chance. This might be a good chance for you, Planner Walk. Tanner withheld.
Okay.
Thanks for your question or comment. Said Planner Walk. Insert your question here. So I think they're giving you an open slot to ask a question to the Flat Earth team.
Okay, yeah, I've got a particular question for Nathan, and Nathan, don't try and dodge it. Just try and answer to the best of your abilities, right? And that is, why is the sky blue?
Because there's water above.
Next
Have
up,
you verified that?
Have I verified that? No, that's just why I think the sky is blue.
Next up, I do have to keep moving. We gave you 2 there.
Because there's
Baller Dave.
Okay, so why is it black at night?
But how can you assert that's the answer if you haven't confirmed it?
Yeah.
But does the water turn into oil at night?
Yeah, because I've seen the sky being yellow, you know? I've seen it being orange.
I've seen the sky be red, orange, all kinds of
I've
colors.
seen it be, yeah. I woke up one morning when I was living in Sydney. There'd been a dust storm blow up a whole heap of dust, and I woke up to a literal red city.
Psych! You didn't see my tweet from about 16 hours ago now, did you?
No, I haven't.
I went on a ride this morning at sunrise, and it was a whole bevy of colors in the sky as the sun was coming up.
Ooh, nice.
But yeah, like that's something that I wanted to I wanted him to answer, and yeah, I got the answer was just as glorious as I hoped it would be, like an unsubstantiated.
Yeah, because there's water above.
Yeah, an unsubstantiated answer that was made from complete bullshit. But anyway, I think that's a good time to go ahead and end up the stream. We've been going for 7.5 hours, and I have not eaten during that whole time. So
I blame Nathan's stupidity for that.
Yeah,
us having to go over it.
yeah, definitely. I also blame the stupidity of his audience, because I probably wouldn't have done this if his audience wasn't so adamant that he completely kicked my ass. You know, and I think
I've heard a lot of people do that.
There are, I'll admit, like there were times when I didn't do too well, but re-watching it, I actually think that I did a lot better than I initially thought.
Than you thought, yep.
Yeah.
No, I agree with that. Yeah, I'm happy with that.
I got a question for the panel, and this is an answer that I know they're not going to, but it would be nice if even just this clip was passed along to Nathan's sycophants. Is it possible to win a debate without actually answering a question?
No.
I'd say no.
Then how the fuck
unless you're Nathan Thompson
win?
Unless you're Nathan Thompson.
Yeah,
he didn't.
Essentially,
massive failure.
One person said that he, the amount of, I can't remember who it was, but I was looking at the live chat and somebody said the amount of questions asked by each person, and it said Planner Walk 1, Nathan 1,000, and it's like because I'm trying to. The thing is, I'm not trying to ask questions. I'm trying to present facts. Now, maybe I should ask more questions, but I still would rather present the facts.
Well, see, my question is, when the fuck are you going to get a chance to ask a question with Nathan?
Yeah.
When you hit the button on the soundboard.
Definitely.
Yeah, how can you have an ether inside the dome?
Fuck up, Nathan.
There we go.
I'm dating a first grader.
That's his response.
Anyway,
I'm dating a first grader.
We'll end up the stream there, and it'll be interesting to see how many hours of watch time this is, because or how many days at least.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Wrong thing. Anyway, I will see everyone in the next stream. Between you and me, thank you for watching.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks for having us, Planer.
Yeah, and I'll play. Yeah. I'll play that song that I was playing right at the start as well. He's got a P1000. He ain't afraid to use it. He's got a P1000. He's only afraid he might lose it, but he points it at the moon, points it at the stars, he points it at Uranus, and he points it at Mars, but every time he touches his camera, Ranty, bruise a blow, be bruise a blow. He's a great globe prover. Bruise a blow, be bruise a blow. He's a great globe prover.